Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Desert Peril. The story rewinds to one day earlier. In the Middle East, within the western part of a desert country, deep in the arid expanse of the desert, a rugged off-road vehicle sped across the sand dunes. Inside the vehicle sat a woman dressed in white, her head wrapped in a patterned keffiyeh, and a man in black robes and a headscarf. The back seat was piled with guns and ammunition. After a while, the vehicle came to a stop near an oasis. The man and woman stepped out, weary from their journey, and began replenishing their water supplies and eating to regain their strength. In the silence that followed, the man finally broke the stillness. "Ruth, this desert is too vast. We need more precise information if we're to find anything." Ruth's eyes dimmed briefly, but she firmly shook her head. "Jack, the informant is dead. There's no way to get a more accurate lead. But if we keep searching like this, even a year from now, we might not find Elena. Then if it takes a year, we'll search for a year. If it takes 10 years, or 100, I'll keep looking until I find my sister. What if Elena is already dead?" At this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Ruth's face. "Then those traffickers will pay with their lives. Every last one of them will die for what they've done." Seeing Ruth's determination, Jack knew better than to argue further. After a brief rest, the two returned to the vehicle, though Ruth hesitated to start the engine. Sitting behind the wheel, she suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Jack, if you want to give up, you can. Go back. I'll continue on my own." Jack immediately shook his head and looked at Ruth with deep emotion. "No way. Your sister is my sister. I'll never give up." Saying this, he reached for Ruth's hand, his grip firm yet comforting. Ruth was touched by his words. Slowly, she leaned closer, her lips approaching his. But before their kiss could happen, the sound of an approaching engine broke the moment. Both of them quickly turned toward the source of the noise. Surrounded by trees and tall grass, the oasis obscured their view of what lay beyond. Jack spoke in a hushed voice, "It could be those traffickers. They'll need water too, they can't stay out in the desert forever." Ruth nodded, her expression suddenly serious. The two grabbed their weapons and ammunition, climbing into the nearby trees to observe. Before long, a modest-looking convertible jeep appeared, carrying two men clad in gray cloaks and veils. The jeep's backseat was filled with water barrels, and the sight of it dampened Ruth's hope. Jack, however, seemed energized. He whispered in Ruth's ear, "Two men with this much water. It's more than they could drink themselves. And they seem familiar with this place, this isn't their first time here. I'd bet they're connected to the group that took Elena." Ruth's resolve reignited at Jack's analysis. After the men filled their barrels and left, Ruth and Jack trailed them at a safe distance in their vehicle. The desert offered few roads, making it easy to follow without being seen. Still, Jack raised his hands, and an invisible energy ripple shimmered around the vehicle. Thanks to Jack's ability to bend light, the vehicle blended seamlessly into its surroundings, almost invisible unless viewed up close. After about 10 minutes, the jeep ahead veered off the road and into the open desert. Ruth followed, keeping her distance. The trail led them over a sandy ridge, where they finally spotted a decrepit building surrounded by barbed wire. A few other off-road vehicles were parked outside, but the two men had disappeared inside. Ruth frowned at the sight of the lonely structure. This old house. How many people could it even hold? Jack, however, was excited. Grabbing Ruth's hand, he said, "There's definitely more to this. Those men took all that water, there's no way they're the only ones here. There's probably a hidden base below. Or they just plan to stay here for a while. That makes it even stranger. Why camp out here, in the middle of nowhere, unless there's something important?" Reluctantly persuaded by Jack, Ruth regained some confidence. The two exited their vehicle and cautiously approached the building. Jack soon pointed out multiple security cameras mounted along the barbed wire. "There are cameras everywhere," he whispered. "They're covering every angle. We would have been spotted by now without my ability." With careful movements, they reached the gate, where Ruth effortlessly snapped the chain with her hands, revealing her own extraordinary strength. Inside the dilapidated house, they were met with an eerie sight. No one was there. The two men from earlier had vanished. "They've gone underground," Jack murmured, pointing to the floor. Ruth nodded and moved toward a door but was stopped by Jack. "Don't. If there's a camera inside, we'll be exposed." "Then how do we get in?" "Every underground base has ventilation ducts. We'll find one and use it." It didn't take long for them to locate a vent outside the building. Ruth bent the bars apart with her bare hands, and they crawled inside. After a slow, cautious descent, they finally reached the base below. Now at risk of discovery, the two relied on hand signals to communicate. Jack gestured for Ruth to follow, leading the way through the narrow duct. Eventually, voices reached their ears. Hurry up. The doctor wants this burned before we head back. Ugh, I can't do this anymore. Burning bodies every day is unbearable. Shoo. Keep it down. You want to end up in the fire yourself. How many have we processed this month? And these corpses, they're getting more and more bizarre. I heard the experiments are almost successful. Once they're done, we'll be free. You think we'll get to be like them if it works? Jack and Ruth exchanged a grim look, their hearts heavy with what they had overheard. Chapter 102, Situation Spiraling Out of Control. A short while later, the group of people chatting below dispersed and left. Jack glanced back at Ruth, his face troubled. The situation here is far more complicated than we imagined. At this point, retreating seemed like the wisest choice. From the snippets of conversation he had overheard, it was clear that some kind of human experimentation was taking place here, experiments that had claimed many lives. The sheer scale of this base, hidden in the desert, and the audacity to conduct such experiments, pointed to a force far beyond what they could contend with. But Ruth's eyes burned with determination, mixed with deep-seated hatred. No, I can feel it, my sister must be here. Even if we don't find her, we have to expose what's happening here. Seeing the unwavering resolve in his girlfriend's eyes, Jack hesitated. After a brief internal struggle, he nodded, crawling forward in the cramped ventilation duct. Stay close to me. As they pressed on, Jack discovered the situation was worse than he had feared. Peering through a gap in the vent, he spotted a corpse. The body's skin was dried and shriveled, all hair and fur gone, replaced by a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Tendrils, grotesque and writhing, protruded from its mouth. The sight was horrifying. Whatever these experiments were, they seemed aimed at creating monstrous mutations or augmentations. This discovery deepened Jack's growing desire to retreat. Any organization capable of conducting such experiments would be a force to reckon with. But Ruth's repeated pleas pushed him forward. Minutes later, they found themselves peeking into another room. This one housed living prisoners, men, women, and children of all ages. Their eyes were hollow, faces streaked with tears. Despair filled the room. Clang. The heavy iron door creaked open, and 3 heavily armed soldiers strode in. They grabbed a young girl and dragged her out. Seeing this, Ruth clenched her fists and prepared to leap down to intervene. But Jack grabbed her arm, holding her back. She turned to him, her eyes blazing with anger and confusion. Jack shook his head, his expression stern. They have guns, and we don't know how many more soldiers are outside. We can't afford to be discovered. Though Ruth didn't speak, her eyes were filled with frustration and defiance. Jack didn't explain further. Let's keep moving. We might still find Elena ahead. They crawled through the ventilation ducts for what felt like an eternity, passing rooms filled with supplies, empty cells, and more prisoners, but no sign of Elena. Ruth's spirits sank lower with every passing minute. Jack decided they should move to the lower level. What they saw there stunned them both. In a 30-square-meter room, a man in a lab coat and mask stood writing notes in a notebook. Before him were 3 iron cages, each containing a monstrous humanoid creature. Roar, *ger. *. The creatures resembled zombies from horror films but were far more grotesque. Their mouths stretched unnaturally wide, tendrils tipped with barbed hooks writhing within. The sight made Ruth shiver with fear, and she nearly screamed, but Jack clamped a hand over her mouth just in time. They watched in horror as the scientists seemed to be documenting the behavior of the monsters, occasionally provoking them to observe their reactions. Deciding it was too risky to stay, they moved on. Suddenly, Ruth froze, her body trembling. Below, a small girl sat on the floor of a cage. A familiar hair clip gleamed in her hair, the same clip Rose had gifted her sister Elena not long ago. Though the girl's face was obscured, Ruth's heart raced. Jack, it's her. It has to be, she whispered, her voice trembling. Jack hesitated. Ruth, be careful. I'll use my powers to shield us. But don't make any noise. Ruth nodded, her hand steady as she pried open the vent cover. The two of them slipped into the room, landing silently on the floor. Ruth rushed to the cage. Up close, she could confirm it, it was indeed Elena. Elena. Are you okay? It's me, your sister. I've come to save you. Elena slowly raised her head, her expression cold and unrecognizable. She didn't react with joy or relief. She simply stared at Ruth in eerie silence. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here, Ruth said, her voice filled with determination. She began using her superhuman strength to bend the bars of the cage. Wait. Stop. Jack shouted, alarmed. But it was too late. The moment the bars gave way, Elena lunged forward, her maw opening wide. Grr. Ruth froze in shock as her beloved sister, now a monstrous abomination, tried to devour her. Jack threw himself in front of Ruth, taking the brunt of the attack. Arg! Jack cried out in pain as barbed tendrils pierced his skin, injecting venom into his bloodstream. Fighting through the pain, Jack concentrated his powers, focusing light into a searing beam that sliced through Elena's grotesque appendages. Roar! Elena shrieked in agony, stumbling backward. Ruth finally snapped out of her shock. Tears streaming down her face, she punched Elena with all her strength, sending her flying into the far wall. Bang! Let's go! Jack shouted, grabbing Rose's hand. Alarms blared as the entire facility was flooded with red lights. Soldiers stormed into the room, their weapons drawn, only to be met by the enraged creature that was once Elena. Open fire! Help! Arg! Gunfire echoed as chaos erupted behind them. Ruth and Jack escaped back into the ventilation ducts, their hearts heavy with guilt and sorrow. This was not the reunion Ruth had dreamed of. Chapter 103, The Rift Zombies. A few minutes later, Ruth brought her injured boyfriend back to the surface, successfully reaching their car. With a roar, the SUV sped toward the nearest city at full throttle. Behind them, a group of pursuers appeared. 2 vehicles tailed them, each carrying men in black suits armed with rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained onto the SUV, forcing Ruth to swerve wildly, dodging the incoming fire. The pursuers were closing in fast. Glancing at the unconscious Jack slumped in the passenger seat, Ruth bit her lip and transferred a surge of life energy into him. Years ago, when Ruth's mutation first manifested, she was a police officer. During one incident, she saved a drug addict and discovered her unique ability to transfer life energy. This gift had saved many lives since, but it always came at a cost. Each use weakened her significantly. Now, with Jack's life hanging by a thread, she had no choice but to risk it. Ah. The transfer revived Jack slightly, and Ruth's eyes lit up with hope. Jack. Are you okay? Jack's face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes and parched lips. I feel something tearing me apart inside. Hold on, Jack. We're almost at Arn City. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets shattered the windshield. Jack, summoning the last remnants of his strength, activated his ability. In a flash, the SUV disappeared from the road. The pursuers' vehicles skidded to a halt. Men with rifles disembarked, scanning their surroundings in confusion. Where did they go? No clue. What now? How do we explain this when we return? Report it exactly as it happened. On the other side of the highway, Ruth sighed in relief. You did it, Jack. You're amazing. Her relief was short-lived. Jack remained unresponsive. Panicked, Ruth grasped his hand, transferring more of her dwindling life energy into him. She had no way of knowing that this act would create something monstrous in the future. Seconds later, Jack still hadn't stirred. Ruth's anxiety deepened. Flooring the gas pedal, she sped toward Arn City, disregarding any obstacles in her path. Half an hour later, Ruth arrived at Arn City's top medical facility, Redemption Hospital. A team of doctors quickly wheeled Jack into the emergency room, leaving Ruth waiting anxiously outside. Minutes passed before harrowing screams erupted from within. Ah! The blood-curdling cries raised goosebumps on everyone nearby. Weak and drowsy from the energy she had expended, Ruth struggled to process what was happening. Help! Another scream followed, and the emergency room doors burst open. A blood-soaked man stumbled out. There's a monster! Whoosh! Before anyone could react, a sharp blade of light sliced through his neck. His head fell to the floor, but his body was snatched back into the room by a massive, grotesque hand. The sickening crunch of bones echoed, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. A suffocating stench of blood filled the air. The onlookers screamed and fled, leaving only Ruth standing frozen in place. Though she hadn't seen it clearly, Ruth instinctively knew the truth: the hand belonged to Jack. What's happening to him? Crash! The sound of shattering glass pulled her from her daze. Distant screams rose from the lower floors. Steeling herself, Ruth rushed into the emergency room to uncover the truth. What had the doctors done to Jack? Inside, the scene was a slaughterhouse. Corpses and pools of blood littered the room. What happened here? Suddenly, one of the bodies twitched. Hope flared in Ruth's chest as she hurried over. Are you okay? Do you need help? Her words caught in her throat as she stopped dead in her tracks, retreating in horror. The figure before her was no longer human. Its head had been cleaved nearly in half, brain matter spilling out. Its torso bore gaping holes the size of bowls, exposing its insides. No human could survive such injuries, let alone move. Roar! The creature lunged at her with a guttural snarl. Ruth didn't flinch. Balling her fist, she punched it with all her strength. bam. To her shock, the creature withstood her 10-ton punch, merely slamming into a wall and leaving a crack. My energy's drained too much, my strength is fading. As Ruth prepared to finish it off, the other corpses began to stir. Snarls and growls filled the room. Realizing she was outmatched, Ruth retreated. The monsters, now without a target, turned on the rest of the hospital. In minutes, Redemption Hospital became a living nightmare, and the chaos spread to all of Arn City. The next day, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters in New York, superheroes gathered around a grim projection of the events in N.A. City. Maria Hill stood at the forefront, briefing them. According to our agents, a new zombie virus broke out yesterday in Baldwood, originating at Redemption Hospital in Arn City. Now, let's examine these new zombies. Images flashed on the screen, eliciting grimaces from the crowd. These are what I call rift zombies. Their distinguishing feature is their grotesquely splitting mouths, capable of extending bizarre tongues. The pictures revealed twisted, horrifying creatures. Their brains are no longer their weakness. Bullets to the head don't stop them. To kill a rift zombie, you must sever its shortest tongue. The good news is that breaking their neck still immobilizes their lower bodies. The images grew more grotesque, prompting some, particularly S.H.I.E.L.D.'s newer mutant recruits, to look away. The war against these new horrors was just beginning. Chapter 104, Evolved Zombies. Knock, knock. A sharp series of knocks sounded at the conference room door. Maria maintained her stoic expression, preparing to continue her presentation, but the door was already pushed open. Apologies, we're late. Oh, crap. Are you guys watching a horror movie? Why are you showing something like that? The speaker was Tony, followed closely by Banner. At the head of the table, Nick Fury frowned and said, "Take a seat and save your comments until the presentation is over." Tony noticed the displeased expressions around the room and opted to remain silent. He and Banner quickly found seats. Maria resumed her explanation. These split-mouthed zombies might not surpass ordinary ones in terms of strength and agility, but their resilience is significantly enhanced. Regular punches, blunt weapons, or even standard bullets are insufficient to neutralize them. Only armor-piercing rounds can effectively damage them. The projector displayed footage of split-mouthed zombies being struck with various tools and weapons. Despite being knocked over, the zombies quickly got back up, seemingly unscathed. This morning, one of our agents in Arn City discovered a surveillance video. I'll play it for you as a reference. The projection changed to a recording from a street-facing store camera. The footage showed a quiet afternoon with a sparse crowd of pedestrians. Suddenly, everyone stopped in their tracks, all staring in the same direction. Moments later, chaos erupted as people began fleeing in terror. A hulking creature, over 2 meters tall with its skin entirely missing to reveal crimson muscle, entered the frame. The creature fired deadly laser beams at a distance, cutting down humans with ease. After each kill, it would consume portions of its victims before moving on to the next. After devouring more than a dozen people, the creature's body swelled, growing white, armor-like protrusions resembling bone. Then, it lifted its head and looked directly at the camera. The screen flashed white, and the footage ended in darkness. Maria turned off the projector. We've confirmed the existence of an evolved variant of the split-mouthed zombie. It also appears to possess rudimentary intelligence. Our mission is to capture this evolved zombie, with priority given to taking it alive. At the mention of capturing the creature alive, murmurs broke out among the newly recruited mutants. Capture it alive. They're sending us to our deaths. Exactly. This thing has powers. One misstep, and we're all doomed. This is an impossible mission. Maria said nothing, and Nick remained silent as well. Their gazes fell on Lorna. With Eric still hospitalized, the mutants took their cues from Lorna, the most powerful among them. Sometimes, her words carried more weight than Nick's orders. "I'll consult with my father and see what he says," Lorna finally said. Normally, Lorna was decisive, but the sheer danger of this mission left her hesitant. Still, owing the agency $10 billion meant she had little choice. Nick neither nodded nor objected to her response. Privately, he felt disappointed with the mutants. Their allegiance to Eric and Lorna far outweighed their commitment to S.H.I.E.L.D., reducing them to a quasi-autonomous group within the organization. Even so, he tolerated their presence, not for their combat abilities but because he sensed an uncontrollable force growing within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Recruiting the mutants was a contingency, a safeguard against that unknown threat. After some deliberation, Lorna and the mutants left the room, leaving Nick with Maria, Natasha, Tony, Banner, and a short-haired woman. Tony and Banner exchanged curious glances at the unfamiliar woman. Noticing this, Nick introduced her. "This is Daisy Johnson, also known as Quake. She joined S.H.I.E.L.D. last month." Tony smirked, his gaze drifting to Daisy's chest. "Doesn't seem all that Quake-y to me." "Ha." Banner chuckled softly, while Daisy blushed at Tony's teasing. As a newcomer to S.H.I.E.L.D., she still felt awkward in such settings. Nick continued, ignoring the banter, regarding the zombie outbreak in Baldwood. What are your thoughts? Someone's experimenting with a zombie virus in Baldwood. And the results seem pretty effective. But no matter what, this is a crime against humanity. We must stop this disaster. Throughout the discussion, Tony remained uncharacteristically silent. Over the past month, his research on a new element had stagnated, leaving him in a dark place. According to Jarvis's calculations, he had only 2 months left to live. Facing his impending death, Tony had thrown himself into hedonistic distractions, wild parties and public demonstrations of his suits. The thought of attending this meeting hadn't even crossed his mind, it was only Banner's insistence that brought him here. Eventually, the meeting concluded, and Tony and Banner left the headquarters. "Wait," Nick called out as they exited the building, quickly catching up. "I need to talk to you, Tony." Tony glanced at Banner, who nodded in understanding. The scientist walked ahead, leaving Tony with Nick. "What is it?" Tony asked. "I know you're feeling hopeless right now, but there's someone who might be able to help with your palladium poisoning." Tony's eyes flickered with a trace of interest. "Who?" "Adam, the chairman of Umbrella Corporation. I'm not fond of Umbrella or their methods, but their biotechnology is unparalleled, better even than Oscorp. Adam might have a solution to your problem." "Umbrella." Tony lowered his head, his expression unreadable. "I'll think about it." He walked away without looking back. Of course, Tony already knew about Umbrella's capabilities. He had considered reaching out to them before approaching Oscorp, but Norman Osborn had insisted palladium poisoning was incurable. Combined with some past grievances, Tony had decided against it. But now, he wondered, perhaps it was worth a try. Chapter 105, Cognitive Bias. The next afternoon. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, its last rays bathing the world in a golden glow, draping skyscrapers in a coat of shimmering gold. Admiring the stunning scenery, Adam lifted his head from the stack of files and gazed out the window. "What a beautiful world," he murmured. "It would be such a pity if it were destroyed." After concluding his inspection of Umbrella's armory yesterday, Adam had returned to New York earlier that morning. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he said. Luna stepped in, her red high heels clicking against the floor. She was dressed in a sleek, crimson suit that accentuated her sharp yet alluring demeanor. "Boss, here's the financial report for the third quarter." Adam took the report and skimmed through it, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Thanks to the mass production of Sentry robots and booming sales in Sakura Nation, the numbers for the third quarter looked stellar. Revenue had exceeded $30 billion, with profits soaring past $5 billion. Compared to last year, profits were up by about 30%. However, out of that $5 billion profit, at least $2 billion needed to go to Commissioner Smith and his associates. Without their backing, Umbrella's meteoric rise would have been riddled with obstacles. Of the remaining $3 billion, another $2 billion had to be reinvested in research, infrastructure, and military upkeep. In the end, Adam had about $1 billion at his personal disposal. "Not bad," Adam said, setting the report down. He noticed Luna hadn't left. "Is there something else?" "Yes, boss. Stark Industries called earlier. Tony Stark wants to meet with you." "Oh." Adam mused for a moment. "Tomorrow morning will do." "Understood." As Luna exited the room, Adam leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "Red Queen," he called. "Pull up recent news about Tony Stark." At once, the AI responded. In the blink of an eye, headlines and articles about Tony Stark appeared before him. There were reports of extravagant parties featuring a plethora of celebrities, flashy displays of his suits, and even personal shows broadcasted from his company's headquarters. "It seems Tony's palladium poisoning has spiraled out of control," Adam surmised. "He's trying to go out with a bang. If he's coming to me, it's likely about the palladium issue." Shaking his head, Adam dismissed the matter for now. "Red Queen, where is Alpha Team currently located?" "Alpha Team has crossed the border into Shamookistan and is en route to Arn City. However, due to quarantine protocols, they are taking an off-road route, which will add about 4 hours to their journey." "What movements have the global factions made?" "Most factions have dispatched teams to Arn City for reconnaissance. SHIELD launched their helicarrier last night. Such was the advantage of the Sky Eye project. With satellites constantly monitoring global activities, Adam could track the movements of major powers and, if necessary, deploy orbital weaponry for support. However, the U.S. Congress had their eyes on the orbital weapons platform, and Adam knew his current funds wouldn't stave off their greed for long. He resolved to expedite the development of facilities in Russia and ramp up production using clones. But those were secondary issues. The priority remained viral and genetic research. "I wonder if there have been any breakthroughs this past month," Adam thought aloud. With that, he set aside his files and took the elevator to the underground research facility to check on progress. Morning came quickly. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Tony Stark left Stark Tower under Pepper's watchful gaze. She had insisted on accompanying him, but Tony convinced her otherwise. He didn't want her to know about his palladium poisoning. Letting her worry about his hedonistic lifestyle was better than letting her fret over his health. Conflicted thoughts swirled in his mind as he arrived at the Umbrella Tower. "Mr. Stark," Adam greeted warmly, his smile disarming. "It's been a while. The last time we met was about a year ago, wasn't it?" Tony studied Adam's genial expression. It was hard to reconcile this amiable man with the ruthless reputation he had heard about. But then Tony remembered how Adam had siphoned hundreds of millions from Stark Industries, leaving him locked out of his own company for months. Any notion of friendliness evaporated. "Mr. Adam, thank you for seeing me on such short notice," Tony began politely. After some small talk, Tony cut to the chase. "I need your help with something." "What is it?" Adam asked. "I need a solution for palladium poisoning." Adam raised an eyebrow. "Palladium poisoning? I could look into it, but I'll need specifics." Tony hesitated before undoing his tie and unbuttoning his shirt. Whoa, Adam said, holding up a hand. "Hold on. Just because same-sex relationships are legal here doesn't mean I swing that way." Tony choked on his own spit, coughing awkwardly. He quickly composed himself and revealed the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "About a year ago, I was attacked by the 10 Rings in the Middle East." Tony gave a brief rundown of his situation, then looked expectantly at Adam. Adam listened, then tilted his head, puzzled. "I feel for you, but I have to ask, why are you still using the arc reactor?" "Its primary purpose was to power your electromagnet and prevent shrapnel from reaching your heart. You're back in civilization now. Why not use conventional electricity?" "Sure, having a cable running out of your chest isn't ideal, but it would solve the poisoning issue. When you need to don your suit, you can reinstall the reactor." Tony froze, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions: surprise, regret, excitement, and frustration. "Yeah, why am I still using the arc reactor?" he muttered. "Sure, it's not pretty to have a cord sticking out of my chest, but it's a viable solution. I could switch back to the reactor when necessary and remain Iron Man without risking my life daily." Though enlightened, Tony couldn't resist asking, "Even so, is there a cure for palladium poisoning?" "There is," Adam replied. "But it'll take a month to develop. It'll cost $1 million per dose." "How about it?" $1 million? Why not just rob me outright?" Tony retorted. "I am robbing you. Business is business. Feel free to negotiate. How about $100,000? Deal. Payment up front, delivery in a month." As Adam's smile grew wider, Tony couldn't shake the feeling that he was staring into the face of the devil. Gone was the friendly demeanor, in its place was a predator savoring his victory. Chapter 106, Osborn takes the hit. 10 minutes later, Adam stood by the window, watching as Tony exited the main gate below. A flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. Could it be that some force is clouding Tony's thoughts? Otherwise, as one of the smartest minds in Marvel, how could he not think of this? But if I were to enlighten him, would I risk catching the attention of some greater power? After a moment's consideration, a peculiar smile crept onto Adam's lips, as though he had thought of something amusing. At Tony's seaside mansion in New York. When Tony returned home, he immediately began assembling a transformer to modify his home's electrical current to suit his magnetic device. Although he had resolved the issue of palladium poisoning, he wasn't about to abandon his search for a new element. Using household electricity was merely a stopgap to mitigate the immediate danger. Deep down, he still longed to don the Iron Man suit whenever he wished. Without imminent danger, Tony found himself easing into a more responsible version of himself. Later that evening, when Pepper returned home and noticed Tony, who, for once, wasn't out throwing wild parties, she felt a strange sense of unease. "Tony, are you feeling okay? And, why is there a wire sticking out of your chest?" Tony glanced up from his workbench. "Oh, this. It's, a new gadget. Something I've been working on." "Yeah, that's it." Setting down his tools, Tony walked over and pulled Pepper into a warm embrace. "You've been looking a bit pale lately. Are you tired?" Hearing this unexpected concern, Pepper felt a surge of emotion, her eyes turning red. She quickly turned away, unwilling to show her vulnerability. "What's gotten into you? You're acting strange." "Oh, and no parties tonight." "No more parties." "Not unless you give the go-ahead," Tony said with a sheepish grin. "Good. Then it's settled. No more parties without my approval. And another thing, no more excessive suits. They're dangerous, and you make too many of them." Pepper's frustration with Tony's suits was evident. While she understood their purpose, they consumed vast resources and put him in constant danger. Tony hesitated but eventually nodded. Okay, I promise. With no immediate life-threatening issues, Tony's love for Pepper deepened. Reflecting on his reckless behavior over the past few months, even he felt ashamed. Most people would have walked away, but Pepper stayed. She stood by him in his darkest moments, even after he was ousted from the board of directors last year. As emotions swelled between them, they shared a passionate kiss. Crash! The sound of shattering glass broke the moment. Turning toward the source, they saw Bruce Banner standing at the top of the stairs, looking utterly flustered. "Ah, sorry. I just came down to grab some water." "You too, carry on." Embarrassed, Banner retreated upstairs in haste. The interruption effectively ended the couple's intimate moment. A short while later, Tony knocked on Bruce's door. "Come in." Tony stepped in, his gaze landing on the tissue-littered floor. He frowned slightly. Still no word from Elizabeth. No. Her father must have hidden her away somewhere. Bruce's expression darkened. He had recently tried reconnecting with Elizabeth, only to find her missing. Her father's involvement was obvious. But even without finding Elizabeth, I've made new discoveries about the bug-human hybrids. Their genes seem to contain a primitive insect code that allows them to morph into any insect form. Tony thought back to his earlier encounters with the hybrids and their vastly different mutations. Interesting. Can you trace the source of this code? Bruce shook his head. That's a tall order, I'm no entomologist. Then it looks like we'll need to hire one. Their conversation was interrupted by Pepper calling from downstairs. Hey, you two. You might want to see this breaking news. The three gathered in the living room, eyes fixed on the TV. Osborn Corporation has been exposed for researching a zombie virus. Crowds have gathered outside their headquarters in protest. The screen cut to footage of protesters wielding signs and chanting slogans. Down with Osborn Corporation. Osborns are the root of all evil. Boycott Osborn, the worst capitalists on Earth. Tony shook his head after watching for a moment. Looks like Osborn's in serious trouble. Meanwhile, atop the Osborn Corporation building, Norman Osborn gazed down at the angry mob below, his anxiety palpable. Who could have leaked this information? Moments later, his secretary burst in, panic etched on her face. Mr. Osborn, the board of directors is demanding an explanation. They're gathering in the conference room. An explanation. It was their pressure that drove me to this. Years of struggling against Umbrella Corporation's dominance had eroded Osborn Corporation's market share, forcing Norman to take drastic measures, including researching the zombie virus. But before any breakthroughs could be made, the secret was out. Bang. Norman slammed his fist onto the desk. Whoever leaked this will pay. Just then, the door burst open, and a group of shareholders stormed in. Norman, we've unanimously decided to remove you as chairman. Leave the building immediately. Norman's gaze darkened. You can't do this. This is my company. Not anymore. Soon it won't even be called Osborn Corporation. What? Norman froze. The shareholders sneered, we're rebranding. From now on, it'll be called Advanced Enterprise. Escorted out of the building by security, Norman's expression twisted into one of sheer hatred. I won't let anyone take my company from me. Chapter 107, Norman apprehended. Under the protection of a few loyal bodyguards, Norman Osborn managed to avoid the protesting crowds outside and returned home. As soon as he stepped into his villa, visibly upset, Norman saw his son, Harry, accompanied by his schoolmate Peter, walking toward him. Father, the news is lying, right? You didn't hurt anyone, did you? Looking at his son's hopeful eyes, Norman forced a smile. How could I harm anyone? I'm saving the world, saving this terminally ill world. At this moment, young Peter, about 10 years old and barely over 5 feet tall, walked over and politely greeted him. Good evening, Uncle Osborn. Norman gently patted Peter's head. Good evening, little Peter. I'll have something nice prepared for dinner. Why don't you stay and join us? Thank you, Uncle Osborn, but I need to head back. Aunt May is waiting for me at home. After a brief farewell, Peter left the Osborn villa. Watching Peter's departing figure, Norman smiled faintly. What a well-behaved and thoughtful child. An hour later, after finishing dinner, Norman instructed Harry to focus on his studies with his tutor before retreating to his bedroom. Once sure he was alone, Norman changed into a long-collared outfit and drove back to the Osborn Tower. Since he had only recently been ousted from the board, his access rights had not yet been revoked. Using his ID card, Norman easily made his way to the laboratory. In the lab, he glanced at the experimental hoverboard and armor prototypes before shifting his gaze to another research project, the super soldier serum. After Dr. Abraham Erskine's assassination, only fragmented records of the super soldier serum remained. Osborn Industries had been collaborating with the military to reconstruct it based on those incomplete records. Currently, the serum was still in its experimental phase and hadn't undergone human trials. The original plan was to seek the military's approval for such trials at a later stage. But Norman couldn't wait any longer. He needed to eliminate the meddlesome board members and reclaim his company. Moments later, as Norman disrobed and prepared to enter the experimental chamber, a sudden alarm blared. The lab lights turned red. What's going on? Before he could process the situation, the lab door burst open, and a group of security personnel stormed in. Without a word, they pinned him down and restrained him. You can't arrest me. Do you know who I am? I'm Norman Osborn, the chairman of Osborn Industries. The guards ignored his protests, ensuring he was securely tied up. Only then did a middle-aged man step into the room. You. Andre. Seeing the man, Norman's face turned pale, realizing his defeat. Andre, Osborn Industries' second-largest shareholder, had long contested Norman for control of the company. Andre smiled faintly. Mr. Osborn, as the acting CEO of Osborn Industries, I hereby declare that you have severely damaged the company's interests. Furthermore, you trespassed into the lab and attempted to steal confidential research data. Take him away. Yes, sir. Without resistance, Norman lowered his head and was escorted out of the lab by security. Once the situation was resolved, Andre pulled out his phone and made a call. Adam, you were right. Norman did come to the lab. Don't worry, I'll fulfill my promise. You have my word. Tomorrow, send someone to copy the data, but remember, no access to the core materials. The next day, noon. In the skies above Arn City, Iraq, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier arrived to find plumes of smoke rising below. From the high vantage point, the city's perimeter was visibly surrounded by armed forces enforcing a strict lockdown. Knock knock. Come in. Maria Hill entered the room briskly. Director, news from home, Norman Osborn has been arrested. He's been arrested. Nick Fury's brows furrowed slightly. What happened? Reports say Norman was exposed for conducting zombie virus research. In response, Andre, the second-largest shareholder, led a coup to remove him from his position. That same night, Norman tried to access the lab but was caught red-handed by Andre. Fury rubbed his temples after hearing the details. Forget about him for now. We have bigger problems here. What's the current status? So far, the situation is under control. While the Iraqi soldiers aren't much of a threat, the Rift zombies haven't breached the city limits yet. But if the survivors in Arn City all perish, the zombies will eventually escape, correct? Maria nodded reluctantly. That seems to be the case. Have you located the mutant zombie? Not yet. Keep searching. I have a feeling this mutant zombie could pose a massive threat. Understood, Director. After Maria left, Fury gazed out at Arn City, an uneasy feeling gnawing at him. Meanwhile, at the military perimeter around Arn City, the soldiers stationed there smoked cigarettes, tossed their rifles aside carelessly, and engaged in idle chatter. The lack of discipline among the troops was palpable. Given Iraq's long history of war and unrest, morale was at an all-time low. Even with American efforts to establish a new government and supply outdated weaponry, the soldiers lacked a sense of loyalty or purpose. To them, serving in the military was just another day job. The soldiers encircling Arn City epitomized this attitude. Basic defensive measures, like trenches, hadn't been implemented, not because they didn't know how, but because they simply didn't want to. As the sun set and night enveloped the area, the soldiers switched on floodlights to monitor any potential dangers. In one section of the perimeter, a group of soldiers chatted idly. What do you think happened in Arn City? Maybe those extremists unleashed some kind of bioweapon. Unlikely. They're all Iraqi citizens, after all. Who knows? Aren't those extremists supposed to be crazy fanatics? You actually believe that propaganda? Doesn't matter. It's just a job. Whoever risks their life is the real fool. The remark drew nods and laughter from the surrounding soldiers. Suddenly, a piercing, eerie alarm echoed through the night. Who? Who? Chapter 108, The Terrifying Virus. As the alarm blared, soldiers panicked and grabbed their rifles, unsure where to aim. What's going on? Are we under attack? Where's the enemy? Why is there no gunfire? What are those shadows? Moments later, the soldiers noticed a dark line forming in the direction of Ain City. Someone fired a flare into the sky. It rose slowly, casting a dim red glow as it descended. Under the faint red light, the soldiers finally saw what the dark line was: creatures, or rather, monsters, sprinting toward them. These figures were clothed in tatters, covered in blood, their mouths unnaturally wide, with long, spiked tongues protruding grotesquely. Inside the armored vehicles, the officers snapped to attention and issued immediate orders. Open fire. Everyone, fire at will. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk rat-tat-tat-tat. At the sound of the commands, the soldiers finally reacted, pulling their triggers. But to their horror, the bullets did little to slow the monsters. The soldiers saw their shots land, even piercing heads, but the creatures seemed impervious to pain, charging forward relentlessly. Soon, the wave of monsters reached the defensive line and swarmed the soldiers. Roar. Hungry. Ah. Help. Monsters. Run for your lives. The soldiers, unprepared to face these fearless creatures, quickly lost morale. Dropping their weapons, they turned and fled. As previously noted, they were here for the paycheck, risking their lives wasn't part of the plan. Just as the defensive line was on the brink of collapse, helicopters and fighter jets appeared in the sky. The SHIELD task force had arrived. Asterisk whiz. Boom, asterisk. The heavy firepower of SHIELD's forces temporarily stalled the zombies' onslaught. Then, agents began rappelling down from helicopters. These agents were far more disciplined than the untrained local soldiers. Working in small groups, they targeted one split-mouth zombie at a time, using coordinated fire to incapacitate their enemies. Whether the zombies were killed outright didn't matter. Once the creatures lost mobility, the agents moved to the next target. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton soon joined the fray, providing long-range support. With Natasha's deadly accuracy and Clint's unmatched precision, most zombies were taken down with a single shot. The duo's efficiency rivaled that of 2 or 3 entire squads. Moments later, Lorna Dane descended with her team of mutants. With a wave of her hands, Lorna lifted nearby metal debris and slammed it into the zombies, reducing them to bloody pulp. The other mutants also showcased their abilities: fireballs, ice spikes, flying projectiles, and more. While their individual attacks weren't as devastating, they significantly slowed the zombies' charge. Within minutes, the 1,000-strong wave of split-mouth zombies had been eradicated. Asterisk huff. Huff, asterisk. After the battle, everyone was left gasping for breath. Once they regained composure, the team began clearing the battlefield, finishing off any zombies still moving and binding injured allies to administer the zombie antidote. However, the antidote had been developed based on the zombies from Kyushu Island, and no one knew if it would work against these new variants. The answer came swiftly. Some of the wounded soldiers from the local forces were the first to mutate, their mouths splitting grotesquely as sharp spikes emerged. Seeing this, the SHIELD agents wasted no time, pulling their triggers without hesitation. Soon, even some injured SHIELD agents began to transform. A brutal slaughter ensued, eliminating all infected individuals. Witnessing this, Natasha and Clint exchanged uneasy glances. At this rate, it was clear the antidote was ineffective. This meant that any injury, whether a bite or a scratch, was a death sentence. Wait. Lower your weapons. Lorna's voice rang out from a distance. Natasha and Clint turned to see her confronting 3 SHIELD agents, standing protectively in front of an injured mutant. He's only scratched. We're mutants, we're immune to these viruses and won't mutate. Miss Dane, protocol dictates that anyone injured must be restrained. You want to restrain my people? Not exactly, but given how dangerous the situation is. No. If he mutates, I'll handle it personally. You don't need to interfere. Hearing this, the SHIELD agents hesitated. After all, Lorna had the strength to back up her words. But Clint, with his sharp eyes, noticed that the injured mutant was already showing signs of mutation. His eyes were turning red, and his body was trembling. In the next moment, the mutant opened his mouth wide, splitting to the ears, and lunged. Caught in the confrontation, neither Lorna nor the other mutants noticed. Without hesitation, Clint drew his bow and fired. Whoosh! The arrow flew across the battlefield and struck the mutant in the mouth. Roar! The mutant let out a guttural roar as his body convulsed, sending out shockwaves. The mutant's ability to make objects explode upon contact remained even after mutation. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. Nearby areas erupted in explosions, injuring several mutants, one of whom collapsed in a pool of blood. Reacting swiftly, Lorna raised her hand, slamming a massive chunk of metal onto the mutant, crushing him instantly. But now she faced a bigger problem: what to do with the injured mutants. Moments later, Natasha approached her. Lorna, for everyone's safety, we should restrain them. It's the only way to ensure no one else gets hurt. This time, Lorna didn't argue. Restrain them, she ordered reluctantly. Though unwilling, the injured mutants couldn't resist. It didn't take long before they, too, began to mutate. Seeing this, Natasha's expression grew even more grim. It seems that any wound, whether from a zombie or not, can lead to mutation. Could the virus be airborne? Looking at the battlefield strewn with human and zombie corpses, unease gripped her. If the virus could indeed linger in the air, it meant everyone might already be infected, held at bay only by their antibodies. Chapter 109, At All Costs. As Natasha and the others were still marveling at the horrifying power of the virus, the sound of alarms suddenly blared through the air once again. Pooh. Pooh. The mournful wail of the siren sent chills down everyone's spine. Instinctively, they turned their heads toward the direction of Arn City. Sure enough, a black tide had appeared once more on the horizon. This time, it was wider and taller than before. The zombie horde was back. Barton glanced at the soldiers and agents still resting around them. Without hesitation, he grabbed his communicator. Director Nick, requesting permission to retreat for recovery. Our soldiers need rest. Before Nick could respond, Natasha strode over and snatched the communicator from Barton's hands. No, we can't return yet. We haven't confirmed if anyone here is carrying the virus. Barton froze at her words, quickly realizing the implications. You're right. We can't risk it. If we bring the virus back, the entire helicarrier might be infected. Nick's voice came through the communicator, firm and resolute. Return immediately. I'll have decontamination measures prepared. It's useless, Director, Natasha countered, her tone grim. Our antidote is ineffective against this virus. Without waiting for further discussion, Barton decisively shut off the communicator and turned his gaze toward the oncoming wave of zombies in the distance. Let's move out. With SHIELD personnel retreating, the remaining American soldiers stationed there completely lost their morale. Within minutes, most of the armored vehicles scattered in chaos, and the soldiers fled, discarding their weapons and equipment as they ran. But in the barren desert, where could they possibly escape to? And how could humans on foot outrun zombies? As they fled, it didn't take long before the mutated split-mouthed zombies caught up. Screams and cries for help filled the air. Ah! Help me! Save me! Witnessing the chaos, the agents from SHIELD only ran faster. As the zombie horde closed in, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Several fighter jets and helicopters appeared, unleashing rockets at the horde. Boom! 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 The modern firepower momentarily halted the advance of the zombie tide. But just as they thought relief was near, the surrounding light dimmed. A dazzling beam of energy tore through the sky, slashing through the air toward the aircraft. Boom! Fireballs erupted in the sky as every fighter jet and helicopter exploded. What just happened? Who's attacking us? Natasha and Barton exchanged grim looks. Was it that mutated zombie? It must be. What do we do now? Before they could decide, the communicator crackled to life again. Nick's voice came through, calm yet commanding. At your 5 o'clock position, we've detected a mutated zombie. Capture it at all costs. If necessary, terminate it. Natasha and Barton's expressions turned grave. This mutated zombie had taken down fighter jets like it was child's play. Could they really stand a chance? Still, an order was an order. Even if they weren't confident, they had no choice but to press on. Quickly regrouping, they approached Lorna. Polaris, Barton began, addressing Lorna directly, the director's orders are clear. We must capture or kill that mutated zombie at all costs. Lorna's face darkened. Just the few of us? Are you serious? Of the mutants she had brought along, only 3 were still alive, one who could accelerate plant growth, another who could create ultrasonic waves, and one who could detach and remotely control their arms as weapons. Eric had stayed behind to care for the injured at the hospital and hadn't joined this mission. Given their depleted numbers, Lorna had serious doubts about their chances. Barton, however, left no room for negotiation. Yes, we're serious. It's a direct order. Lorna clenched her fists but eventually nodded after some deliberation. Fine. But if things get too dangerous, I won't hesitate to retreat. Understood. If we're overwhelmed, no one expects you to fight to the death, Natasha reassured her. After regrouping with the remaining SHIELD agents and discussing strategy, they decided on a bold plan. Missiles would pave the way, and Lorna would carry the team into the battlefield using her magnetic abilities. Nick approved their plan, and soon streaks of light, missiles, fell from the sky like shooting stars, striking the zombie horde. Boom. 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 Explosions scattered the zombies, but the results were limited. While the missiles eliminated some split-mouthed zombies, the majority of the horde rose again and resumed their charge. Suddenly, beams of energy emerged from the zombie tide, shooting down the next wave of missiles. Using the energy beams as markers, Natasha and Barton locked onto the location of the mutated zombie. They turned to Lorna. Let's go, she said, raising her hand. A massive metal platform lifted them into the air, carrying them toward their target. Below, the zombie horde roared in frustration, powerless to stop their ascent. As they neared the mutated zombie, a beam of energy suddenly shot toward them, piercing the metal platform. Lorna reacted swiftly, manipulating nearby metal to block the beam. Natasha, Barton, it's up to you now, she said, straining to maintain their defenses. Barton squinted at the figure in the distance. Even from over 500 meters away, the nearly 3-meter-tall creature with its grotesque features was unmistakable. But the distance was a problem. I need to get closer, Barton admitted. My bow can't reach that far. Natasha nodded, glancing at her pistols. Same here. My weapons don't have that kind of range. Lorna shook her head. Too dangerous. The energy beams are too strong. These steel plates won't hold for more than a second at closer range. If only we had vibranium alloy plates, Barton muttered. Then what's the plan now? Natasha asked, frustration evident in her voice. With the horde below and no way forward, they were at an impasse. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a helicopter appeared on the horizon. Chapter 110, Despair Among the Crowd. Inside the helicopter, Daisy, Logan, Victor, and Sam watched the distant battle with grave expressions. The mission is simple, capture or, if necessary, kill the mutant zombie, came Nick's voice over the communicator. Hearing this, Daisy, who was participating in a major operation for the first time, took a deep breath, but her nerves remained frayed. Relax. It's just a few 100,000 infected down there. Honestly, there are so many of them, I doubt there's even enough of us to go around, Sam quipped, noticing Daisy's tension. Wait, so what do we do? Daisy asked, startled, her face turning pale. Simple, Sam replied, grinning as he turned to Logan. Logan, care to tell her? Logan opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the younger Daisy. Kill them all, and whatever's left won't matter. Over the past year, Sam had spent a lot of time talking to Logan, and their relationship had improved. Victor, however, remained distant, his aloof demeanor unchanged. Daisy shivered slightly at Logan's blunt response. So, this mission. She trailed off, second-guessing herself. Sam noticed her hesitation and said firmly, we have to see it through. Exactly, Logan added. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the cornerstone of global peace. If we falter, who will stop the spread of the zombie virus? If left unchecked, it could infect the entire planet in no time. Daisy looked at their determined faces, and a surge of courage flooded her heart. Her eyes gleamed with renewed resolve. A short while later, the helicopter approached Natasha's location. To shield themselves from the mutant zombies' laser attacks, they took cover behind Lorna's metal platform. We're here to help. Sam called out. Natasha and Barton's faces lit up. Perfect timing. Barton exclaimed. Once the helicopter dropped them off, it immediately retreated. With S.H.I.E.L.D. having lost a third of its aircraft fleet in previous battles, every operational vehicle was now a precious resource. After regrouping, the team adjusted their strategy. Lorna sent a metal platform hurtling toward the ground. When it hovered about 10 meters above the surface, Daisy leaped off. Ha! Daisy let out a fierce yell as she struck the ground with her fist, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward like a tidal wave. The infected zombies within a 50-meter radius were thrown off their feet. Though the move was visually stunning, it dealt no significant damage. These infected zombies possessed extraordinary resilience, and ordinary blows couldn't kill them. Logan, Victor, Natasha, Barton, and 3 other mutants, along with S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, followed suit, descending onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sam soared above, providing aerial support with his twin rifles. Soon, the horde of infected surged toward them. Surprisingly, Logan and Victor, both typically hand-to-hand combat specialists, refrained from charging into the fray. Instead, they joined the others in firing rifles at the advancing horde. Even they were wary of the zombie virus. Neither could be certain if their regenerative abilities would protect them from infection. If not, rushing in would be suicide. The battle erupted anew, gunfire and explosions echoing under the faint moonlight. Yet the infected seemed unfazed, advancing relentlessly. Steel panels descended from above, forming a barrier around the group and holding back the infected. Lorna was assisting from the sky, buying the team time to move closer to the mutant zombie. As they closed the distance, Lorna worked tirelessly to shield them from the mutant zombies' laser attacks. Steel plates rose and fell as the group finally closed into within 100 meters. For the first time, Barton got a clear look at the mutant zombie. Unlike its initial appearance in surveillance footage, it now stood an imposing 2.8 meters tall. Its muscular body was covered in sharp bone spikes, and its grotesquely long tongue writhed menacingly. Barton couldn't help but think Natasha might find humor in the grotesque sight. Shaking off the stray thought, he knocked an arrow and loosed it. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air but was caught mid-flight by the zombie's massive hand. It turned toward them, its twisted mouth curling into what almost looked like a mocking smile. Roar! With a deafening roar, the surrounding infected abruptly pulled back, as if obeying a command. It wants to fight us one-on-one. Natasha said in disbelief. This could only mean the mutant zombie possessed intelligence, a trait that had long been humanity's primary advantage over zombies. Whether it's intelligent or not doesn't matter. "We need to capture it and figure it out back at the lab," said a mutant who could control plants. Thick vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the mutant zombie's body. But with a contemptuous glance, it flexed its muscles, snapping the vines effortlessly. Then, a laser beam shot out. Splurt. The plant-controlling mutant didn't even have time to react before their head was melted away. Chaos ensued as more lasers followed. Ah. Help. No. In mere moments, countless SHIELD operatives and 2 additional mutants were killed. Natasha and Barton only survived because Logan and Victor shielded them. "This isn't right," Natasha exclaimed, her voice trembling. "It's firing multiple lasers simultaneously." The realization struck everyone hard, their plan was doomed. The mission was a failure, and survival seemed increasingly unlikely. Steel panels descended again, temporarily blocking the zombie's relentless assault. But the mutant zombie leapt atop the barricade. Roar. Its roar sent chills down their spines. Lorna attempted to lift the steel panels to trap it, but the zombie jumped into the crowd, tearing through their ranks. Logan clenched his fists, his adamantium claws extending. Arg. He charged forward but was almost immediately sent flying back, his chest slashed with deep wounds. Victor, ignoring the risk of infection, followed suit but met the same fate. Despite their combined firepower, their bullets merely bounced off the zombie's tough hide. At the height of despair, a voice rang out, commanding the zombie to stop. "Enough, Jack. No more killing." Chapter 111, Overwhelming Despair. Seeing the woman who appeared before them, everyone present couldn't help but think, who the hell is she? But amidst the ongoing chaos, no one had the time or curiosity to delve into her backstory. "Retreat. The plan has failed," Barton shouted loudly. Though there hadn't been a direct order from Nick, with almost everyone dead, the mission was clearly over. From afar, the mutated zombie fixed its gaze on Ruth, a flash of hesitation, eerily human, appeared in its eyes. But moments later, it let out an enraged roar. Roar. A laser beam shot forth instantly. Ruth was hit directly, but her immense physical resilience prevented her from being instantly killed. Gritting her teeth, she endured the beam and quickly took cover behind a steel plate. Suddenly, steel plates descended from the sky, pinning the mutated zombie under their weight. More plates rained down, one after another. It was Lorna, seizing the opportunity while the zombie wasn't targeting her, to lend support. "This won't hold for long." "Let's go," someone yelled. Without hesitation, the remaining survivors climbed onto a steel plate, which Lorna controlled to lift into the air. Moments later, the steel barricade on the ground shattered, and the mutated zombie leaped out, roaring furiously as it turned to direct the surrounding rift zombies toward nearby towns. Back on the SHIELD helicarrier, the survivors saw Nick Fury waiting on the deck. "You're back. Where's the mutated zombie? And where's everyone else?" Nick's confusion was evident as he scanned around, expecting to see more survivors or perhaps even the captured zombie. Barton and Natasha exchanged a grim look, struggling to find the words to explain. Despite their hardened natures, the loss of over 100 of their elite colleagues in one night was a crushing blow. Lorna, her face pale and expression cold, spoke first. "I'm going to rest," she said flatly before walking away without looking back. The battle had taken the greatest toll on her, both physically and emotionally. The mutants she had painstakingly recruited were nearly wiped out. Nick furrowed his brows, watching her retreating figure. "What's with her?" Barton lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Too many died." Nick's expression darkened as Natasha approached and whispered, "Everyone who survived is here. But we've gained a guest." Nick glanced briefly at Ruth before returning his gaze to Natasha. "Over 100 agents, all gone." Natasha and Barton nodded silently. Nick was speechless, the weight of the loss sinking in. While they'd faced perilous missions before, never in the history of SHIELD had so many lives been lost in one operation. Not even the battle against Apocalypse the previous year had been this devastating. After a long silence, Nick finally said, his voice low and somber, "Take some time to rest. The misjudgment of this mission's risks is on me. I'll take full responsibility." With that, he turned and left for his office, his posture heavy with defeat. This loss was catastrophic, and Nick feared his position as director might no longer be secure. Watching Nick walk away, Barton turned to Logan and Victor. "You were both injured. For safety reasons, you need to isolate for a while. Everyone else, proceed with decontamination immediately." Natasha, meanwhile, turned her attention to Ruth. "Who are you? And why did that mutated zombie hesitate when it saw you?" Ruth's expression darkened as she sighed and shook her head. "My name is Ruth, also known as Sabra. It's a long story." New York City. Due to the time difference, it was currently afternoon. At the top floor of Umbrella Corporation's skyscraper, Adam watched the SHIELD battle against the mutated zombie through satellite footage. After the feed ended, only one thought lingered in his mind. Acquire the mutated zombie. If I can clone and mass-produce a mutated zombie army. He murmured. Though the zombie's physical strength was average, its laser abilities showed incredible potential. If its capabilities could be scaled up, it could revolutionize weaponry. After all, a synchronized attack from 1,000,000 mutated zombies could potentially obliterate an entire planet. Furthermore, studying its laser ability might lead to advancements in space-based weapons systems. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Adam said. Luna and Philia entered, the former holding a hard drive. Boss, Luna began, this contains data I extracted from Oscorp. Does it include their glider and super soldier serum? Adam asked. Yes, the glider tech is here. However, there was no super soldier serum. There are other interesting technologies, though. Good. Red Queen retrieved the data. From the ceiling, a mechanical arm descended, connecting to the hard drive to upload its contents. Meanwhile, Philia seized the moment to speak. Boss, there's been a breakthrough with the Blacklight Virus. I'm requesting permission to begin human trials. Oh. Adam's interest was piqued. Philia nodded confidently. Yes. Previously, we couldn't integrate the devouring gene with others. But by using molecular inhibitors to neutralize its aggressiveness, I developed TX-214, a compound with unique stereochemical properties. She launched into a detailed explanation of the compound's structure and function. While Adam listened intently, Luna, feeling out of her depth, quietly excused herself. 10 minutes later, as Philia finished her explanation, Adam nodded in approval. Excellent. TX-214's molecular design is ingenious. Proceed with the human trials. Activate Red Queen's highest security protocols. I suspect we might encounter unexpected developments. Understood, boss, Philia said, her excitement evident as she hurried out of the office. Watching her leave, Adam leaned back, a faint smile on his lips. The future held immense promise. Chapter 112, The World Needs You. Although Adam had successfully created the first-generation Blacklight Virus, he remained unsatisfied. While the first-generation virus allowed infected individuals to absorb and enhance their capabilities, it lacked the ability for evolution or transformation. Moreover, the first-generation virus had an enormous energy demand. Without sufficient food to support the enhancements, infected hosts would quickly starve to death. As a result, the first-generation virus had never been deployed in actual combat scenarios. Now, everything depended on whether Blacklight 2 could address these issues. Thinking about Blacklight 2 naturally brought Adam's mind back to Masanobu Tanikawa. Even after a year of research, he had not identified the cause of the man's mutations. What was more perplexing was that Tanikawa's genes were entirely indistinguishable from that of a normal human being. There was no trace of viral infection or genetic alteration. It was as if the human arm was always meant to be a tentacle. This was the core issue. Adam had initially speculated that the problem lay in the realm of the mind, but with modern technology unable to observe spiritual energy, progress in studying the so-called Cthulhu Virus remained stagnant. Still, they had begun to collect patterns and develop relevant technologies. Adam believed that in a few years, technological advances might finally allow humanity to observe spiritual energy. The next day arrived. News about the military blockade failure in Arn City, Iraq, and the spread of rift zombies to all western regions quickly dominated global headlines. The reports sounded alarms across the world. Unlike Kyushu Island, where the containment of Japan was feasible in the event of an outbreak, Iraq occupied a strategic position in the Middle East. If the region were to spiral out of control, the rift zombie virus could trigger a global catastrophe. In response, the United Nations Security Council swiftly reached a consensus: nations would contribute either manpower or resources. Within days, a massive military force, numbering 1,000,000 troops, though including a substantial number of construction workers, was deployed to seal Iraq's western regions and the eastern border. The workers focused on building walls and fortifications around the area. At a seaside villa in New York, Tony Stark was conducting experiments when a visitor arrived. Mr. Stark, this zombie crisis threatens the safety of the entire world. We urgently need your help, said Maria Hill, who had recently been appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after Nick Fury's dismissal by the UN Security Council. Maria's first act as director was to seek out Tony and rebuild the Avengers. Tony, seated on a couch beside Pepper Potts, lowered his head without responding. He had already promised Pepper that he would consult her before getting involved in any dangerous ventures. And this zombie crisis was undeniably the most significant threat to global security. Respecting Tony's decision, Pepper turned to Maria. Tony's not feeling well recently, as you can see from the wires in his chest. He's not in any condition to participate. Maria, however, ignored Pepper's words and looked directly at Tony. This crisis threatens the lives of all 7 billion people on the planet. If we don't eliminate the mutated zombie leader, the only regions left untouched will be the Americas. But even then, no one can guarantee these zombies won't eventually cross the ocean, or evolve the ability to fly. Hearing the mention of 7 billion lives, Tony's head shot up, determination glinting in his eyes. Pepper, this time. Pepper sighed deeply, recognizing the look on Tony's face. I understand. I won't stop you. I love you, but the world needs you more. With Pepper's approval, Tony grasped her hands tightly. Thank you. Your support means everything to me. Just, can you leave tomorrow instead? Pepper asked, blushing as she looked down. Why tomorrow? Tony asked, puzzled. So the Stark family won't lack an heir. Realizing her implication, Maria immediately stood. I'll return tomorrow. You can meet the other heroes before we depart. After some time alone with Pepper, Tony headed to his underground laboratory. Jarvis, what's the status of Mark 7? Sir, due to insufficient supplies of adamantium and vibranium, the Mark 7 is only halfway completed. Contact shield for the necessary materials. As you wish, sir. After resolving the material issue, Tony approached the Mark 7 model. Mark 7 was his most ambitious design yet. It featured remote summoning, automatic donning capabilities, holographic laser cannons, and multi-dimensional tracking mini-missiles. To enhance flight performance, it was equipped with 4 propulsion units and dual shoulder boosters for improved maneuverability. The suit's defense was bolstered with precision-engineered layers of adamantium and vibranium, making it far more formidable than any of its predecessors. After making the final adjustments, Tony realized it was already nighttime. Returning to the living room, he found Bruce Banner waiting for him. You're back. Didn't you go to see Elizabeth? Scratching the back of his head, Bruce gave a sheepish grin. I'm not going to see her anymore. I promised Natasha I'd head to the Middle East to save the world. Mentioning Natasha brought a satisfied smile to his face, leaving little doubt that he had been thoroughly persuaded. Tony chuckled, immediately understanding that Natasha had used her charms to convince Bruce. He remembered how she had once infiltrated his company as an assistant, attempting to seduce him. Had it not been for Obadiah's betrayal and Pepper's confession, he might have ended up in the same predicament as Bruce. After some small talk, Bruce retired for the night. Pepper, however, mysteriously dragged Tony back to their room. That night, Tony discovered just how much he had underestimated Pepper's passion. The next morning, Tony and Bruce arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, where a diverse group of individuals awaited them. Among the crowd were Eric Laneshare, Maximoff siblings, and a team clad in metallic armor, recently produced by Hammer Industries. Boarding a transport plane, the group departed for the Middle East. Meanwhile, in an underground facility beneath a luxurious New York mansion, Ophelia dressed in a green leather bodysuit and high heels, her footsteps echoing through a metallic corridor. She stopped at the end of the passage, entered a series of codes, and opened a door. Inside, as the lights flickered on, holographic projections of human figures appeared around a conference table. Ophelia took her place among them, her expression one of quiet determination. Chapter 113, Hydra's Conspiracy. As the projection became clearer, Ophelia could see the other 5 figures. Baron Helmut Zemo, one of Hydra's leaders, was a man of genius intellect, skilled in science, an expert marksman, and a master of hand-to-hand combat. Zemo wore a red hood that could manipulate and disrupt circuits. On his hand was a moonstone, granting him various superpowers, energy manipulation, control of light and gravity, enhanced strength and endurance, as well as the ability to grow 3 heads and 6 arms, warp spacetime, and fly. Next was Arnim Zola, another Hydra leader. He possessed superintelligence and was both a biochemical and robotics expert. Zola's body was robotic, with a purple metallic exterior, golden mechanical arms, and a camera for a head. On his torso was a screen displaying his face. Then came Dr. Faust, also a Hydra leader. A psychiatrist by trade, he had the power of hypnosis. He wore a black suit with a tie, and his slick red hair glistened under the light. Baron Strucker, another Hydra leader, had been infected by the death spore virus, which made his body nearly indestructible and gave him extraordinary regenerative abilities. However, the virus had disfigured him, leaving him bald with a monstrous and grotesque appearance. Strucker wore a black bodysuit, and his left eye had been replaced with a red mechanical implant. Finally, there was a non-human figure. This was Hive, a collection of parasitic organisms. The entity's host had been a Hydra agent, and after consuming the host's memory and strength, Hive developed a unified consciousness and began serving Hydra. Hive's head was adorned with a mass of white tentacles. It had no hair, no nose, and eyes that were blood red. Despite not being a formal leader, Hive's formidable power earned it a seat at the Hydra meetings. Since the death of Red Skull, Hydra had fractured into several factions. Yet, united by a shared dream and their Hydra origins, these leaders occasionally cooperated out of mutual interest. After a brief silence, Baron Zemo spoke first. Dr. Zola, what's the situation with your Middle Eastern division? Why has the zombie virus gone out of control? Zola's face, displayed on his torso screen, shifted slightly at the question. Just a minor oversight, Zola replied with a mechanical voice. But it did yield a pleasant surprise, an alpha-type mutated zombie with incredible power and the ability to shoot laser beams. If we can collect its genetic material, we could clone and create an army of mutant zombies. The world would be mine. I mean, ours. The room fell silent as Zola's words hung in the air. Despite his last-minute correction, everyone could sense his selfish intent. But Hydra was no longer a unified organization, so no one openly challenged him. At this moment, Dr. Faust loosened his tie and gave a sly smile. But right now, that area is surrounded by millions of troops. Plus, S.H.I.E.L.D. has reassembled the Avengers. I'm afraid your plan may be doomed to fail. That's why I called this meeting, Zola said. If you can help me capture the mutated zombie, I'm willing to share all research results afterward. Baron Strucker's grotesque face turned colder. Enough with the empty promises. Show us something tangible. I'll give you the research data on the death spore virus. Not enough. And my latest robotic technology. At these words, the room went silent. After a moment, Ophelia was the first to break the silence. I'll give you 3 squads of Viper agents. With Ophelia agreeing to assist, the others soon offered their support. Zola smiled, satisfied with the outcome. The Middle East. Due to the time difference, it was already midday when Tony Stark and the others arrived. After disembarking from their transport, they were greeted by the sight of a towering wall under construction and soldiers stationed all around. The area was heavy with tension. Armed troops were everywhere, accompanied by armored vehicles and tanks. Mortars and rocket launchers were also in place, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Maria Hill quickly led the team away from the military airfield to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary camp nearby. Due to significant losses of personnel and aircraft aboard the helicarrier, it had returned to the rear for resupply. At the camp, Maria opened a map and began briefing the group. This is north of Raqqa City, located in the western region of Iraq. It's south of the mutant zombie outbreak zone. The zombie crisis has already caused many areas to fall. We've also lost track of the mutated zombie. Once we locate it, we'll move in to neutralize it immediately. Understood. With Nick Fury no longer in charge, Maria was now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. No one questioned her orders. Good. If there are no further questions, everyone may rest. At this moment, Tony raised a hand, gesturing to his half-finished suit. When am I getting the adamantium and vibranium I requested? I'll have it delivered as soon as possible. It better be soon. Without a fully upgraded suit, I'm not stepping into battle with this half-finished armor. Understood. As the group dispersed, Tony and Banner walked off together. This enemy may not be as powerful as Apocalypse last year, but the danger is just as great, Banner noted. Agreed. If this zombie crisis isn't contained, humanity could be wiped out. Have you noticed? The number of crises we've faced recently keeps increasing. Yeah. Let's hope once this zombie mess is over, we can finally catch a break. Just then, Natasha appeared and walked up to Banner. Banner, you haven't picked a room yet, have you? I'll help you choose one. Banner gave Tony an apologetic smile. Sorry, Tony. Gotta go. Tony rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Yeah, go ahead. Picking a room. More like shacking up with Natasha. Typical. As Tony picked a room himself, he was about to remove his incomplete armor when alarms blared throughout the camp. Woo. What's going on? Tony stepped outside, seeing others doing the same. Are the zombies attacking? Could be. Let's gear up just in case. Yeah. Better suit up with those hammer-tech armors. Several people glanced at Tony, their eyes filled with disdain at his unfinished, exposed armor. Chapter 114, Another Line Falls. Boom. 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 A series of explosions echoed from outside. If Tony wasn't mistaken, it sounded like mortar fire. The zombie horde must have arrived, though it seemed to still be some distance away. Tony paused to think for a moment, but instead of rushing out to join the others in battle, he chose to remain in his room. His current armor, which lacked its outer shell, was far from combat-ready and would only be a liability. So, he returned to his workbench and continued tinkering with his suit. Hours passed, and sporadic gunfire began to ring out, signaling that the Rift zombies had breached closer to the base. A few more hours later, the sound of gunfire and explosions started to dwindle, indicating the battle might be over. Relieved, Tony prepared to shut off the lights and get some rest when a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Ah! The sheer anguish in the cry sent a chill down his spine. Before Tony could react, his door burst open with a loud bang. A breathless Bruce Banner stood at the doorway, huff. We need to leave. The Rift zombies, they've breached the defenses. What? Tony was utterly stunned. The base's defenses weren't weak. A 10-meter-high wall, mortar launchers, tanks, and armored vehicles, it was a modern military fortress. How could zombies breach it? These creatures shouldn't even be able to climb the walls. There's no time to explain. Move. Banner grabbed Tony's arm, ready to drag him out, but Tony planted his feet firmly and held Banner back. Have you forgotten about my suit? Banner gave him a puzzled look. The armor was clearly unfinished. How could it be combat ready? You plan to fight your way out? Ahem. Tony cleared his throat. It may not be combat ready, but it can fly. Come, I'll take you with me. Without waiting for a response, Tony grabbed Banner's arm and activated the suit's thrusters, ready to take off. But Banner shook himself free. No need. I'll manage on my own. Before Tony could argue, Banner's body began to swell and turn green. In moments, the towering, muscular figure of the Hulk stood before him. Tony glanced at Hulk's seemingly indestructible pants and couldn't help but smirk. No wonder Natasha can't let you go, you're one of a kind. Hulk scratched his head in confusion, then grunted. Hulk, go. Tony chuckled as Hulk stormed out, and he activated his thrusters, soaring into the air. As Tony climbed higher, the reason for the breached defenses became clear. Outside the base, a massive horde of zombies, numbering in the tens of thousands, swarmed like an unending tide. These rift zombies formed living ladders, piling atop one another to scale the walls. The sight was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. So, this is what makes rift zombies so dangerous. No wonder Maria said they could bring about the apocalypse. Down below, the battle raged on. Soldiers fired desperately at the advancing horde, but the zombies had a deadly edge, their tongues. From 2 to 3 meters away, the rift zombies could lash out with their tongues, fast, accurate, and lethally sharp. Even lightly grazing the tongue's barbs left soldiers with deep wounds. Tony watched in horror as an armored vehicle was pierced clean through by a zombie's tongue, the soldiers inside screaming as the tongue skewered them. Even a shield agent clad in Hammer Industries power armor was impaled through the chest by one of the monstrous tongues. Tanks fared better against the onslaught, their thick armor proving more resistant. However, it wasn't long before zombies climbed atop them, using their tongues to pierce the hatch and slaughter the crews inside. The military base had become a hellscape of death and destruction. Hulk. Amid the chaos, Hulk burst into the fray. The nearby rift zombies turned their attention to him, rushing in for the kill. Rhea. Grrrrrrr. Smash. Unfazed by their assault, Hulk crushed them one by one, his punches exploding zombie heads with ease. Despite being largely ineffectual against a flying opponent like Apocalypse, Hulk was a force to be reckoned with on the ground. Rift zombies stood no chance against his raw power. However, as the battle dragged on and zombie blood splattered across Hulk's body, the viral contamination began to take its toll. His regeneration slowed noticeably. Still, the virus wasn't potent enough to turn Hulk into a zombie, though it was clear the endless horde could eventually overwhelm even him. Seeing this, Tony descended to ground level. Hulk, time to go. Hulk gave him a long look, then nodded. Hulk, go. After running for what felt like an eternity, the two finally escaped the military base. Suddenly, Tony stopped in his tracks, a thought striking him. Wait, Hulk, where are Natasha and Maria? Hulk scratched his head, clearly unsure. Hulk. Just then, a helicopter rose from the chaos behind them, flying toward their location. Inside were Natasha, Maria, and several SHIELD agents. Maria visibly relaxed upon spotting Tony and Banner. Get in. This place is lost. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the southern city of Rutpa. Outside the city, a large contingent of armed forces was preparing to hold the line. However, Tony frowned as he surveyed the troops. This wasn't the US military, it was a local militia equipped with second-rate weaponry. Their training and morale were nowhere near the level of the previous defenders. Their only advantage was numbers. But without walls to fortify their position, Tony doubted they'd last long against the zombie tide. Fortunately, it seemed the local authorities were aware of this. Civilians were being evacuated southward in droves. After landing in a military camp, Hulk reverted to his human form, Banner. Exhausted, Banner staggered and nearly collapsed, but Tony caught him just in time. You okay? Banner weakly nodded. Just tired. Natasha approached quickly, extracting a syringe from her belt and injecting it into Banner's arm. This is a special nutrient formula. It'll help you recover. Banner gave her a grateful nod. Chapter 115, Lorna's Transformation. New York City, top floor of the Umbrella Tower. Adam gazed at the terrifyingly fast-spreading rift zombies through the satellite feed provided by the Sky Eye system. Maybe I should drop a Blacklight Virus sample in there, he mused. The Blacklight Virus was terrifying. If introduced to the Rift zombie horde, it would undoubtedly consume them and evolve into something monstrous. But Adam quickly dismissed the idea. He wasn't after an overwhelmingly powerful individual entity. His aim was to create a biological army capable of mass-producing superhuman soldiers. How strong? Strong enough that each could casually destroy a planet. Only with such power could he have cannon fodder qualified to face invaders from other dimensions. Anything less wouldn't even count as cannon fodder. Still, the Marvel Universe has some brilliant minds, Adam remarked, watching the chaos on the screen. To create zombies of this caliber from a mere T-virus, impressive. He entertained the thought of scattering more viral strains to encourage further creativity but rejected it immediately. He wasn't an outright villain. Adam had his limits. And besides, the bald woman, Ancient One, would never allow him to act recklessly. In the 10 years he had spent in this Marvel Universe, building himself up from nothing, Adam had often considered accelerating his plans. He could infect the entire world with the T-virus, leading an army of 70 billion zombies to conquer Asgard, Olympus, Hell, and even distant galaxies using the Space Stone. It was an efficient, straightforward plan for rapid growth. But as a human, Adam had his principles and conscience. Killing enemies and removing obstacles for the sake of saving the world. That was justifiable. However, destroying humanity for personal gain would make him no different from the eldritch horrors threatening the multiverse. It would be a betrayal of his original intent. Adam's thoughts were interrupted when Red Queen's hologram appeared. Master, the server at the Khabarovsk base in Russia has been successfully set up. Impressive. Seems like Arzak is efficient, Adam remarked with a smile. Red Queen, copy White Queen's data over to that server. Understood, Master. Turning back to the battlefield on his screen, Adam smiled faintly. Keep fighting, Avengers. Let's see if Lorna behaves herself this time. In a temporary camp in Route B, Eric and Lorna slipped away to a secluded spot. Father, I think this might be an opportunity for us. What opportunity? Eric asked. An opportunity for mutants to rise, Lorna said confidently. Oh. Let's hear it. That mutated zombie was originally a mutant turned undead. If we... Stop right there, Eric interrupted sternly. We cannot sacrifice our own, he declared, his expression darkening. Lorna frowned. Why not? By sacrificing a few, we could create more mutated zombies. Then, with Uncle Charles's help controlling them, we could rule the world. Eric narrowed his eyes. How do you know Charles is alive? Last month, I overheard you talking on the phone, Lorna replied calmly. The person on the other end joked about both being in wheelchairs. Only Uncle Charles could say something like that. Eric's face twisted momentarily. He hadn't realized he had let slip such critical information. But since it was Lorna who figured it out, he wasn't too concerned. This stays between us. Understand? Lorna nodded. Of course. You're worried about S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Eric shook his head. Not just them. He was more wary of Umbrella, though he couldn't openly admit it. For now, Umbrella appeared benign, even supportive of mutants. Their recent establishment of a mutant welfare foundation had boosted their reputation significantly. Father, why are you rejecting my plan? Sacrificing a few to create an army of mutated zombies would give us the power to dominate the world. And if Uncle Charles doesn't cooperate, I can find someone to control him. Eric stared at her, stunned. The daughter he thought he knew was a stranger now. Control Charles? Do you even understand what you're saying? He's a master telepath. Controlling others is his specialty. Relax, Father, Lorna said, her green eyes glowing faintly. Umbrella approached me recently. Umbrella. Yes. They showed me a device capable of controlling living beings. This was their idea. Not exactly, Lorna clarified. They don't know Uncle Charles is alive. Their plan was to use the device on the mutated zombies. But with your cooperation, we could control Uncle Charles, and through him, command the entire zombie horde. The world would be ours. Eric felt a pang of dread as he listened to her. He had always considered himself an extremist, but even he had never thought of turning all humans into zombies or working with Umbrella to achieve such ends. And yet, the gears in his mind began to turn. They used this device on Raven, didn't they? I think so, Lorna admitted. And you still want to work with them after what they did to your Aunt Raven? Raven's just a low-level mutant. Why should I care? Lorna replied dismissively. Eric's heart sank. The daughter he once knew was gone. What's happened to you? That's your Aunt Raven. Father, I think the better question is, what's happened to you? Since when did you become so indecisive? Green light flickered in Lorna's eyes, and a cruel smile played on her lips. Chapter 116, Father, please sacrifice yourself. 3 days ago. Before Lorna was about to board the ship and set out, she went back to consult her father for his opinion. However, his response was clear. He advised her not to get involved. In his view, the zombie virus was a disaster humanity had brought upon itself, and there was no reason for them to intervene. At the time, she agreed and planned to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to refuse Nick Fury's invitation. But on her way to S.H.I.E.L.D., she encountered an unexpected person, someone she would never forget. And this man changed her mind entirely. "Lorna, it's an honor to meet you," he greeted her with a polite and refined demeanor, his elegant aura making her feel as though comparing anyone she knew to him would be a disservice. "Hello, and you are?" "You can call me Mr. Adam. I'm the chairman of Umbrella Corporation. I must apologize for the harm my subordinates caused your father a few days ago. But please believe me, those actions were taken without my consent." Though his explanation had some holes, Lorna found his sincerity strangely convincing. "It's fine. Honestly, my father was also at fault. He stormed into your building without saying anything. If I were in your position, I would have reacted the same way. It's a relief that you understand. Could we take a moment to talk elsewhere?" "Of course." A short while later, they found themselves in a nearby park. A soft breeze made her shiver slightly, and Adam, ever the gentleman, offered his coat. Her cheeks flushed lightly at the gesture. "Tonight's moon is beautiful," Adam said suddenly. Lorna glanced up at the sky. Indeed, the moon was unusually bright and mesmerizing, creating a romantic atmosphere. "Wait, what am I thinking?" She scolded herself, quickly shaking her head. After all, she had a boyfriend. "We at Umbrella Corporation may have created sentinels for the military, but please believe me when I say we sympathize with the plight of mutants." "Thank you. Your company's recent establishment of the Mutant Care Foundation has been praised by many mutants. It's a small gesture. The Brotherhood, on the other hand, has truly fought for mutant rights." Their conversation grew more relaxed as they continued talking. Eventually, Adam steered the topic toward the zombie crisis in Iraq. "This zombie outbreak is humanity's mistake. It's not something mutants should have to deal with." "Oh. You think so too? Humanity created this mess. Why should we clean it up?" "Exactly. As a human myself, I feel deeply ashamed. But this crisis might actually be an opportunity for mutants." "What kind of opportunity?" "A chance to change the way the world views mutants." Lorna frowned. "I've thought that before. My father and I joined the fight against Apocalypse, hoping it would show the world our worth. But afterward, they doubled down on their prejudice and passed the Mutant Registration Act. That's because you were too kind. You didn't leave yourself a trump card." "A trump card?" "Yes. If you hadn't killed Apocalypse but instead imprisoned him, would the Mutant Registration Act have passed so easily? They would have had to consider the consequences." Lorna's eyes gleamed with realization. "Right. If Apocalypse had been alive, humans would have thought twice before pushing through such a law." "I heard that Iraq has mutant zombies." "Yes. Our analysis suggests that the mutated zombie might have evolved from a mutant who became infected." "Is that possible?" "The mutated zombie has the ability to manipulate light. Its original name was Jack. Here's his file." Adam handed her a folder, and despite a moment's hesitation, Lorna took it. She couldn't explain why, but she felt an innate trust in him. After reading the file, her belief in Adam's words deepened. "How does this relate to the opportunity you mentioned?" "I have a device capable of controlling life itself, the same device used to control Raven." "You really controlled Aunt Raven?" Lorna stepped back, disbelief etched on her face. Adam turned to look at her, his gaze filled with an intensity that made her heart race. "I did. At first, I intended to kill her. But I couldn't go through with it. At least this way, she's still alive." "Why? Why? If a random civilian discovered your plans for the World Summit, wouldn't you deal with them too?" "I understand now. I'm glad you do. Sometimes, I don't have a choice either." Lorna found herself nodding, unexpectedly forgiving him, but what does controlling life have to do with this crisis? "You've lost Apocalypse, but this is your chance to capture the mutated zombie. If you control it, the world will have no choice but to respect mutants. They wouldn't dare discriminate against you anymore." "That makes sense. You could even create more mutated zombies. With a dozen of them, who would dare to oppress mutants? But, isn't that too cruel?" "Cruel? You're securing the survival of your species. Sacrificing weaker mutants is a privilege for them. If sacrificing yourself could save all mutants, would you refuse?" "Of course not." Her eyes shone with determination. From a young age, Eric had taught her, mutants above all else. Sacrificing a few for the greater good was necessary. "Exactly. What you're doing is for the future of mutants. Father, please believe me. Everything I'm doing is for the sake of mutants. Looking at his increasingly unfamiliar daughter, Eric couldn't shake the unease creeping into his heart. Umbrella Corporation is not to be trusted. They're deceiving you. I know that. That's why I've prepared a backup plan. Once we control Uncle Charles, we can even control that man. Father, didn't you always teach me that any sacrifice is acceptable if it means mutants can rule the world? What do you mean? Father, please sacrifice yourself. The next second, Eric tried to resist, but his consciousness faded in an instant. Chapter 117, No Reward for Good or Evil. Marcos's figure slowly emerged from behind Eric. Anne, Marcos Diaz, also known as Eclipse. When Lorna saw her boyfriend, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Well done. Marcos's face, however, was full of hesitation and conflict. When Lorna told him the plan, he was strongly opposed to it. But he couldn't resist the fact that she was his girlfriend. In the end, he chose to stand by her side. After knocking Eric unconscious, Marcos, feeling dejected and uneasy, walked over to Lorna, hoping for some emotional comfort. But to his surprise, Lorna took a few steps back and pulled out a small red metallic spider. Let's control him first. With those words, she pressed a button on the red spider, activating it as it aimed itself at Eric. This was the Umbrella Corporation's advanced control spider, inspired by the one used in Resident Evil to manipulate allies. However, this spider had a glaring flaw: it was easily detected and removed. After a few seconds of scanning, the spider leaped onto Eric's chest. Its legs pierced into his chest, locking it firmly in place, while a tube extended from its abdomen, burrowing deeply inside. Moments later, a faint red glow appeared on the spider's back, signaling the completion of the control process. This made Lorna exhale in relief. In truth, if Eric had been willing to cooperate, she wouldn't have resorted to such a method. But her father was simply too stubborn. Lorna, isn't this wrong? Hearing her boyfriend's words, Lorna glanced at him with confusion. What we're doing is for the good of mutants. My father will understand. But is this plan really viable? Look, my father is already under control, isn't he? Seeing Lorna's calm and indifferent demeanor, Marcos felt a chill run down his spine. Lorna, I feel like I don't know you anymore. Don't know me? Yes. You used to be so kind. You would never have done something like this. Kind. And what did that get me? Because of kindness, I had to flee to Egypt to survive, where I met Apocalypse. Because of kindness, I kept helping humans, even secretly defying Apocalypse's orders. Because of kindness, I turned against Apocalypse and sided with humanity to fight him. In that battle, my father and I gave our all, sacrificing more than anyone else. And what was the result? The Mutant Registration Act. You and I had to reveal our powers and weaknesses. If not for joining S.H.I.E.L.D., we'd be forced to wear tracking anklets or bracelets. What's the point of kindness like that? But hasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. treated us well? There's no discrimination here, and everyone gets along peacefully. I think this model will eventually spread to the general public. At the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lorna sneered. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ha! They may not openly discriminate against us, but behind the scenes, they're constantly guarding against us. Why else would they manufacture vibranium guns and bullets? Isn't it to deal with me? They're making vibranium guns and bullets? Are you sure? Absolutely. He showed me the documents himself, detailing everything. Who? What happened the night you went to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who did you meet, and why have you changed so much since then? You don't need to know who he is. Just know that he would never harm me. Fine. But we can't sacrifice so many innocent people. What other choice do we have? Without pain, humanity won't back down. Enough arguing. Take my father back and order all mutants to follow my commands. Seeing the fervor in Lorna's eyes, as if she were a zealot, Marcos knew further argument was pointless. Lowering his head, he pushed Eric away. Watching Marcos's defeated figure retreat, a look of disdain flickered in Lorna's eyes. This man is so ordinary, so cowardly and unambitious. He's completely unworthy of me. How could I have ever been so blind, thinking he was kind, gentle, and manly? Compared to Adam, he is just garbage. But for now, she still needed Marcos's cooperation. After some thought, she flew out of the camp, past the blockade. A short while later, several split-faced zombies appeared before her. If one looked closely, they would notice these zombies were once mutants who had been killed by a mutated zombie the night before. Each of their chests bore a red metallic spider, firmly attached, controlling their minds. Use your powers, Lorna commanded. The mutant zombies growled and immediately began using their abilities. Roar. Hunger. But after observing for a while, Lorna frowned deeply. This isn't right. Their powers haven't increased, they've weakened. But that mutated zombie leader's abilities increased 100-fold. Could it be because they haven't replenished their energy? To keep the zombies under her control, she hadn't let them leave her side, denying them the chance to feed. After pondering for a moment, she issued a new command, allowing them to go out and replenish their energy. She then returned to the camp to prepare her next plan. As the sky brightened, the situation in Ruddy Bay City grew increasingly dire. Reconnaissance drones had reported that the zombie horde was now only about 10 kilometers away. This meant the horde would reach them within a few hours. The news sent everyone into a frenzy, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, in the deserts near Arn City, the mutated zombie leader wandered aimlessly among the horde. Though the leader had some intelligence, it wasn't advanced enough to plan or strategize. It could only control a portion of the horde, not all of it. The rest of the zombies surged forward, driven by hunger. As the leader roamed, several robots suddenly emerged from the surrounding sands. Rat-a-tat-tat. The robots opened fire, but their bullets couldn't penetrate the leader's defenses. The next moment, a beam of light flashed, slicing all the robots in half. Although the robots were destroyed, the assault wasn't over. Soon, a group of people in green bodysuits surfaced from the sand, spraying the leader with green acid. The acid hissed as it hit the sand, causing chemical reactions. But when it struck the leader, it merely passed through an illusion. The leader had used light refraction to project a false image of itself, deceiving its attackers. The next second, another beam of light flashed, dismembering the attackers. However, more ambushers soon emerged. Chapter 118, Mental Suggestion. As the battle between the mutated zombie and the Hydra Special Forces ensued, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately detected the anomaly. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. division stationed in Baghdad City, a group of agents sat before screens and instruments, their eyes fixed on the changing readings and visuals. Energy fluctuations detected 50 kilometers south of Anbar City. Adjust the satellite to get a visual immediately. Laser emissions have been observed, another agent reported. The probability of a mutated zombie is over 90%, someone concluded. Reports indicate the mutated zombie is engaged in combat. Multiple laser bursts have been detected, another added. The satellite is now repositioned. We should be able to view the battle. Despite the cloud cover hindering clarity, flashes of laser bursts were visible, confirming the presence of a mutated zombie. One of the agents turned to look at a man standing behind them. Commander Pierce, what are your orders? The man in charge was none other than Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander's cold eyes scanned the agents before he responded. Continue surveillance. Confirm the target beyond any doubt, and notify the Avengers on the front line. It was still 2009, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't yet been infiltrated by Hydra as it would be in 2014. Even Alexander didn't dare openly act in Hydra's interest at this time. Understood, Commander. Alexander hesitated briefly while observing the intense battle on screen. Then, he picked up his phone and sent a message to an unknown number. However, as no reply came, and his subordinates continued flooding him with updates, he began to feel the situation slipping out of his control. Commander, the laser activity is intensifying. The battle seems to have escalated. Hold on. We need 100% confirmation that it's a mutated zombie, Alexander ordered, wiping sweat from his forehead. On the front lines near Rutba City, Lorna had returned to the camp. Following Eric's orders, all mutants had gathered in a tent to listen to Lorna's speech. Why must we mutants fight for humanity? The zombie virus, the disaster humanity created, is now our burden to clean up. Are mutant lives worth less than human lives? Tell me, should we risk our lives for them? Her words left the dozen or so mutants exchanging uncertain glances. Lorna, known for her kind-hearted nature, suddenly adopting such a radical stance, made it difficult for them to respond. Seeing the crowd's hesitation, Lorna's expression darkened. She turned to Marcus, hoping for support, but he sat silently with his head down, lost in thought. Amid the tense silence, one mutant finally spoke up. Lorna is right. Why should we act as humanity's enforcers? After everything they've done to oppress us, even passing discriminatory mutant registration laws. This sparked murmurs of agreement. Exactly. I won't do it. Let them handle their mess. They want us to risk our lives for them. Not happening. Lorna, tell us what to do. We're with you. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm build, Lorna cast a grateful look at the first mutant who had spoken up. I have a plan to free mutants from this oppression, but it will require sacrifices, Lorna stated. The mention of sacrifices caused the once energized group to fall silent again. After a brief pause, the same mutant stepped forward. Change demands sacrifice. No conflict worth fighting for is without cost. The others began nodding and echoing his sentiment. True. Change doesn't come without bloodshed. We support you, Lorna. All for the mutant cause. After about 10 minutes, Lorna's first rally came to an end. The group unanimously agreed on a strategy: capture the mutated zombie and turn it to their advantage. However, one thing continued to irritate Lorna: Marcus had not voiced any support for her, remaining an indifferent observer throughout. After the group dispersed, Lorna was about to leave when the same mutant who had been rallying the group approached her, his body shifting as he walked. By the time he reached her, his form had completely changed, revealing blue skin. Raven. Aunt Raven. You acted recklessly. Had I not stepped in to help, you might have lost control of the group entirely, Raven said sternly. Thank you, Aunt Raven. But why are you here? Adam sent me. He instructed me to infiltrate the mutant ranks and support you as needed. Adam, he's always so kind to me. Lorna murmured, her cheeks reddening slightly at the thought. Thinking of Adam, her disappointment in Marcus grew. Marcus is so useless compared to him. I need to end things with him. As she spoke, an overwhelming sadness suddenly engulfed her. It was inexplicable, as if she were losing something precious. The feeling was so intense it left her heart aching. Lorna. Are you all right? Raven's voice snapped Lorna back to reality. She looked up to see Raven had reverted to her earlier form and was gazing at her with concern. When did you change back? Change back? Lorna, are you okay? What are you talking about? Lorna was about to reply when Marcus appeared beside her. Marcus. Weren't you with your father just now? Why are you here so soon? I saw you standing here motionless and wanted to check if something was wrong, Marcus said, his tone filled with concern. His words left Lorna puzzled. Motionless. What had just happened? Her thoughts turned back to the mutated zombie, which now seemed more pressing. Nothing's wrong. What did you need? News from S.H.I.E.L.D. They spotted a mutated zombie 50 kilometers south of Anbar City. We've been ordered to deploy. What should we do? A mutated zombie. Then let's move. We'll capture and control it. Shouldn't we locate Professor Charles first? Marcus asked hesitantly. Professor Charles. Why does that matter now? Capture the zombie first. Marcus looked as though he wanted to argue but decided against it, shaking his head instead. Chapter 119, Capturing the Psychic Master. It was late night in New York, and the moonlight hung high in the sky. A silver beam illuminated the city faintly, as if trying to banish the darkness, though it only seemed to embolden the shadows further. In the suburbs of Westchester, at the abandoned Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Charles Xavier, who had recently been resurrected, wheeled himself through the desolate halls. The once vibrant corridors, now silent and derelict, weighed on Charles's heart. Only a year ago, the school had been alive with laughter, brimming with mutant students learning and growing. The X-Men had been a formidable force, a beacon of hope. But within that short year, everything had unraveled. Scott and Aurora had disappeared without a trace. Jean had lost control and vanished. Charles himself had been killed by Jean, forcing him to use a last resort method of resurrection. His consciousness now resided in a cloned body prepared long ago. While it saved his life, the transfer had left his psychic powers severely weakened, and he dared not reveal himself publicly. With no one to manage the school, it had dissolved into nothingness. Lowering his head, Charles sighed. He maneuvered his wheelchair toward the kitchen, intent on preparing a simple meal. Though his psychic abilities were unmatched, they could not manipulate the physical world. Unlike Jean, Charles couldn't even use his powers to lift a fork, leaving him reliant on his own two hands for mundane tasks. In the kitchen, he rummaged through the pantry and managed to open a can of food with great difficulty. Sitting alone, he ate in silence. Unable to trust anyone, Charles had kept his resurrection a secret. He couldn't even hire staff, forcing him to live in complete isolation. Still, he firmly believed his hardships were temporary. If only Eric could help repair Cerebro, he could reconnect with the old teachers and students, and the school would return to its former glory. He would once again serve as its headmaster. But just as Charles was halfway through his meal, an unsettling stillness caught his attention. It was too quiet. The school's abandonment had drawn stray cats and dogs to roam the grounds at night. Yet tonight, not a single sound could be heard. Something's wrong. Charles quickly abandoned his food and turned his wheelchair toward the exit. Before he could move far, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. A small device rolled inside. Pest. Thick smoke filled the confined space almost instantly. A smoke grenade. Cough, cough. No, it was worse, a tear gas grenade. Charles's eyes and nose began to stream uncontrollably. The discomfort was overwhelming. Before he could think of a solution, the door burst open. Two figures in black tactical armor stepped inside. Seeing his attackers, Charles was both startled and determined. He focused his mind and unleashed his psychic powers, attempting to control them. But it was futile. His abilities slammed against an impenetrable wall. Their minds were shielded, just like Eric's helmet. They're wearing psychic-resistant gear. As this realization dawned, one of the assailants raised a weapon and fired. A tranquilizer dart embedded itself in Charles's chest. His last conscious thought was that he had underestimated his enemies. When the smoke cleared, and Charles was motionless, the leader of the group removed his helmet. It was William. "Boss, the Omicron squad has successfully completed the mission." On the top floor of Umbrella Tower, Adam listened to William's report with a satisfied smile. The greatest variable, Charles Xavier, had finally been neutralized. For a mutant capable of peering into memories and controlling minds, Charles had always been a thorn in Adam's side. Using Lorna as a proxy, Adam had extracted Charles's location and subtly altered her memories in the process. As Adam mulled over the events, a holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared before him. "Master, I have received a report from Raven. Lorna is exhibiting unusual behavior." "What kind of behavior?" "Approximately 30 minutes ago, she began crying uncontrollably and entered a catatonic state for several minutes." "Oh." Adam raised an eyebrow. "It seems I've hit a nerve with her." "No matter. Lorna is nothing more than a pawn. Whether she breaks free or not, it changes nothing." He shifted his focus. "Red Queen, what's the progress on the Blacklight 2 experiment?" "Miss Philia is finalizing the preliminary preparations. Human trials are scheduled to begin the day after tomorrow." "And the psychic power research?" "Progress has stalled due to a lack of suitable test subjects." Adam smirked. "Not for long. Soon, we'll have the perfect specimen." "What about the T4 virus?" "Miss Philia has prioritized Blacklight 2, so the T4 project is stuck in the live testing phase. Use some test animals to expedite the process." "What about the Phoenix host? Has she been behaving?" "Following her last incident, Rogue has fully cooperated. The Phoenix's energy levels remain low." "And Rogue's X-gene research?" "Without dedicated personnel, there has been no progress." "That won't do. Rogue's powers rival even the Phoenix's. We need more competent researchers." Adam turned his gaze to a screen displaying the image of a young man. The man had short brown hair, a sharp, handsome face, and intelligent eyes. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, exuding confidence and wit. Reed Richards, future leader of the Fantastic Four. In this timeline, Reed was still an ordinary genius scientist, yet to embark on his fateful journey to space and gain his powers. Adam recognized Reed's title as the smartest man in the Marvel Universe. He was determined to either recruit him or eliminate him preemptively. But how to manipulate the young genius? An hour later, 50 kilometers south of Arnett City, a strange stillness hung in the air. A mutated zombie surveyed the carnage around it, casually picking up a mangled body and devouring it. Crunch, hiss. The grotesque sounds of flesh tearing and bones snapping echoed through the area. As the creature fed, infected corpses began to stir, their eyes snapping open as they slowly rose to their feet. Hunger. The newly risen zombies were about to feast when the mutant roared. Roar. The command was clear. Reluctantly, the fledgling zombies turned away from the bodies and shuffled off into the distance. Moments later, the sound of helicopter blades filled the air. Looking up, the mutant zombie saw a fleet of choppers equipped with reinforced glass containment units approaching. The hunt was far from over. Chapter 120, United Front. Team 1, we've spotted a mutated zombie. Requesting permission to engage. Permission granted. Commence attack at will. Yes, sir. As the conversation concluded in the helicopter, the pilot wasted no time and pulled the trigger. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. A barrage of rockets launched, heading straight for the mutated zombie, aiming for full-scale suppression. But just as the rockets neared their target, dozens of laser beams streaked through the air, detonating the rockets mid-flight. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. The explosions lit up the sky, but the lasers didn't stop. They turned their attention to the helicopters next. Fortunately, these helicopters were equipped with specialized anti-laser technology. The glass domes at the front refracted most of the beams, and the fuselages were coated with heat-resistant materials. For a few seconds, the helicopters withstood the assault, but then the mutated zombie adjusted its strategy. Instead of multiple lasers, it focused all its energy into a single beam. Asterisk crack. Boom, asterisk. The front glass of one helicopter shattered instantly under the intense heat, and the aircraft was engulfed in flames. It became evident that the zombie's laser was far more powerful than the helicopters could endure. One by one, the aircraft were destroyed. This devastating loss forced the military commanders to reconsider their approach. Was it worth sacrificing so many soldiers for such a slim chance of success? As the aerial assault faltered, a new sound filled the air. Woo woo woo. The distant hum of artillery shells echoed as they arced through the sky, targeting the area around the mutated zombie. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. The military had anticipated the ineffectiveness of the rockets and prepared a backup plan: heavy mortar fire. Shells rained down from miles away, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. As long as the zombies' lasers kept firing, the barrage continued. For over 10 minutes, the bombardment persisted, but the zombie remained unscathed. Meanwhile, the fleet of helicopters dwindled from over 300 to just a few dozen. Unable to bear further losses, the military ordered a retreat for the remaining aircraft. The artillery fire also began to wane, not due to a lack of ammunition, but because the deafening explosions had attracted a massive zombie horde. The artillery encampments were now surrounded, their survival uncertain. Amid the chaos, 2 convoys advanced toward the mutated zombie. One belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mutants, while the other was led by Umbrella Corporation's Alpha team. The 2 groups noticed each other but refrained from clashing, recognizing the greater threat ahead. The Alpha team even intentionally lagged behind, disappearing into the desert sands. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy, Maria Hill sat in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, her brow furrowed in thought. "Who are they?" she asked, glancing at the distant convoy. The driver, Melinda May, an Asian woman with shoulder-length hair and a tight black S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, replied gravely, "I'm not sure, but they're definitely not allies. Maybe they're after the mutated zombie too." Maria nodded. "Whoever they are, they can't interfere with our mission." May said nothing, focusing on the road ahead. She had only recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. under Phil Coulson's recruitment. Though hesitant at first, the severity of the zombie crisis and her sense of justice compelled her to join sooner than planned. Minutes later, the dust cleared, revealing the mutated zombie, untouched by the earlier assault. Tension gripped everyone. In the third vehicle, Ruth clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on the zombie. "Jack. I'll make sure you can finally rest in peace, even if it costs me my life," she muttered. The convoy stopped about 100 meters from the creature. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Lorna, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Maria, and a group of mutants disembarked. The zombie noticed them immediately. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Without hesitation, it launched a laser beam. "Bruce!" Maria shouted. Banner transformed into the Hulk and stepped forward to intercept the attack. Sizzle. The intense heat scorched Hulk's skin, filling the air with the smell of burnt flesh. Roaring in pain and anger, Hulk charged forward through the beam. "Bruce!" Reaching the zombie, Hulk swung a mighty fist. But the creature effortlessly caught it and roared, flinging Hulk away like a rag doll. Gulp. Tony Stark froze mid-step, swallowing hard. He knew Hulk's strength, easily hundreds of tons in normal conditions, potentially much more when enraged. Yet the zombie had tossed him aside with ease. Regaining his composure, Tony activated his suit's weapons, launching mini-missiles and armor-piercing rounds from a distance. Boom. 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 The others joined the assault. Natasha and Barton used high-powered firearms and arrows, while May fired a sniper rifle. Maria and Ruth unleashed electromagnetic rounds, and the mutants hurled fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning bolts. Despite the onslaught, the zombie barely flinched. Instead, it charged through the chaos, killing several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents before setting its sights on Lorna. Recognizing the danger, Lorna summoned several adamantium plates, dropping them in the zombie's path. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. The plates formed a makeshift cage around the zombie, momentarily containing it. The group sighed in relief, hoping the crisis was over. But their optimism was short-lived. Boom. A dent appeared in one of the adamantium plates. "No way. Even adamantium can't hold it." Maria exclaimed in disbelief. Lorna rolled her eyes. "Maybe if you'd brought thicker plates. These are barely 6 centimeters." The fight was far from over. Chapter 121, Capturing the Mutated Zombie. Not far from the battlefield, the leader of Alpha Squad observed the ongoing fight through a pair of binoculars, his expression cold and calculating. His squad members were silent, meticulously checking their weapons and equipment, waiting for his command. From the looks of it, it seemed likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to fail once again. "Everyone, prepare for action. Stand by for the signal." "Yes, sir." With the order given, an electromagnetic sniper rifle was set up by one of the operatives. The others performed their final equipment checks. As expected, moments later, the mutated zombie broke into the ranks of the mutants, causing massive casualties. A green-haired girl with the ability to control metal assessed the dire situation and promptly used her powers to escape, leaving chaos behind. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forces weren't so lucky. By the end of the battle, they suffered at least dozens of casualties. Meanwhile, under the mutated zombie's command, the surrounding zombies began closing in on the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. Then, a woman stepped forward. At her appearance, the mutated zombie ceased its slaughter. To everyone's astonishment, the mutated zombie ordered its minions to part, creating a path for the surviving SHIELD members to retreat. Witnessing this, the Alpha Squad leader decided it was time to report the matter to his superior. But for now, their mission took priority. Demolition team, drive away the zombies. Yes, sir. A heavily armored operative stepped forward, carrying a launcher. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Shells exploded among the zombies, releasing thick green smoke. As soon as the zombies inhaled the fumes, they began fleeing. Seeing this, the Alpha Squad leader signaled to his team. Move in. Snipers and heavy gunners, provide cover. The squad pushed into the horde. The zombies, distracted by the smoke, ignored them entirely. Thanks to this diversion, the Alpha Squad reached the mutated zombie with little resistance. Bang. A piercing bullet struck the mutated zombie's forehead, but the projectile simply flattened and fell to the ground, rendered ineffective by its thick skull. Despite advancements in electromagnetic rifle technology that increased bullet speed, the ammunition's material was clearly insufficient. Snipers, switch to adamantium rounds. Adamantium and vibranium cost tens of thousands per gram, with vibranium being even pricier. Using such specialized ammunition required direct authorization from the squad leader. Understood. A moment later, the mutated zombie was knocked to the ground, not dead, but toppled by the immense force of the bullet. It quickly got back up, roaring in fury. Roar. The mutated zombie unleashed a barrage of laser attacks, but Alpha Squad was prepared. They raised black shields coated with a lightweight, high-temperature resistant material, the same used on rocket exteriors, to withstand the lasers. Next, the squad deployed a specially designed tranquilizer, shoving it directly into the mutated zombie's mouth. Given the zombie's near-impenetrable defenses and laser attacks, the only viable method of administering the tranquilizer was orally. As the tranquilizer took effect, the mutated zombie thrashed violently, increasing its laser attacks before gradually weakening and collapsing onto the ground, motionless. The Alpha Squad leader gave the signal to retrieve the shields and secure the zombie. Though the mutated zombie was captured, the zombie crisis was far from over. The real threat lay in the hundreds of thousands of zombies still roaming the world. However, with their leader gone, the zombie horde reverted to disorganized chaos, acting purely on instinct. No longer a coordinated threat, they were gradually brought under control by the military, preventing further spread. For now, the zombie crisis seemed to be easing. The next day, noon. New York, Umbrella Corporation's underground base. Adam entered the lab, greeted by the sight of the Alpha Squad and the subdued mutated zombie. Well done. From now on, you're the captain of the USS. He patted the man on the shoulder as he spoke. Thank you, sir. The newly appointed captain trembled with excitement before hesitating, then asked, Sir, may I use my privileges to revive my family? As a USS captain, he now had access to a portion of the corporation's resources, a promise Adam had made to him long ago. Adam looked at the hardened yet anxious man before him and smiled. Of course. Thank you, sir. I, Frank Castle, will be the sharpest spear and strongest shield of Umbrella Corporation. As Frank left, Adam's thoughts drifted back to the past. 5 years ago, while he and Luna were relaxing in Central Park, they had stumbled upon Erica assassinating a rival gang leader on behalf of Kingpin. Frank's family had been in the park that day, inadvertently witnessing the crime. They became collateral damage, slaughtered by Kingpin's men. Adam had saved Erica and brought back an injured Frank along with his family's bodies. In the original Marvel timeline, Frank would have recovered and become the Punisher, a vigilante terrorizing the criminal underworld. But at the time, Adam was forming the USS and offered Frank the position of Alpha Squad leader, promising to help him resurrect his family if he became captain. This, incidentally, was why Erica later tried to shirk her responsibilities as USS captain. Shaking off the memories, Adam turned his attention to the mutated zombie strapped to the lab table. Standing 2.78 meters tall, with a hulking frame and numerous bone spikes protruding from its body, the zombie had evolved significantly since its first appearance on satellite footage. Red Queen, assign a team to research this mutated zombie. With too much on his plate, Adam had no time to micromanage. Understood, Master. After observing the zombie a bit longer, Adam left once the research team arrived. Instead of returning to his office, he visited other labs, checking the progress on T-Virus, G-Virus, and C-Virus research, as well as various X-gene experiments. Finally, he descended to the lowest level. Here, a massive metal door stood guard, flanked by 6 armed security personnel. This was the most secure area of the base. When Adam approached, the guards didn't step aside until the Red Queen verified his identity. In this world, with shapeshifters like Mystique, Adam had mandated Red Queen verification. For anyone entering the base. Chapter 122, Mutant Declaration of Independence. After opening the iron door, a room simulating a tropical rainforest climate appeared. Surrounding the area were various plants and trees, and at the very center lay a vast sea of red flowers. The red blossoms were in full bloom, with flower cores the size of fists, and their petals, when fully opened, roughly the size of a basin. Though vibrant, the flowers didn't seem excessively beautiful, appearing rather ordinary instead. These were the legendary, solar steppe flowers, extraordinary plants capable of bypassing cell walls and altering genetic structures. After observing them for a while, Adam plucked a few of these solar steppe flowers and left the laboratory. He intended to experiment with the fusion of the Progenitor Virus and X gene using these flowers, hoping to create an even stronger viral strain. 3 days later, at noon. At the SHIELD headquarters in New York, Maria sat in her office with a disheartened expression. Sitting across from her was Nick Fury, who should have been retired. "What's the matter? Even in retirement, I'm not allowed to rest." Hearing this, Maria gave an apologetic smile and handed him a stack of documents. "We suspect the mutated zombie was captured by the Umbrella Corporation." Nick glanced at the documents and said indifferently, "Doesn't matter who caught it. As long as they can prevent a zombie crisis, that's fine. You made me come all this way just to tell me this." "No, it's about Polaris. 4 days ago, she left SHIELD with Magneto and a group of mutant followers. They're now in Iraq, plotting something. With so many mutants gathering together, I'm worried about potential trouble." "Did they pay back the money?" Maria froze for a moment at the abrupt mention of money. "Not yet." "Then issue a warrant for Polaris and Magneto." "For money?" "Yes. We can't interfere in mutant affairs lightly, but using unpaid debts as an excuse gives us a reason." Seeing Maria's continued low spirits, Nick shook his head. "All right, out with it. Why did you really call me? Can I trust you?" Hearing this, Nick's remaining eye narrowed. "You feel it too?" "Yes. There seems to be an external force infiltrating SHIELD. 4 days ago, we could have received the mutant zombie intel much earlier." Nick sat back in his chair, silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "In fact, I stepped down as director to secretly investigate this force. Do you have any leads?" "No. They're very well hidden. Several of my men died without a trace, yet we found no clues." "How is that possible?" "People died, but no evidence of the killers." "On the contrary. The killers were caught on the spot but turned out to be homeless people and sanitation workers. Later, they claimed to have no memory of the incidents. I suspect they were under some form of mental control." "You mean like Charles?" "Something like that, but slightly different. I'm not sure what their methods are, it's too mysterious." At this, both fell into silence. After a while, the door was knocked. Knock knock. "Come in." Natasha walked in. "Director, Polaris has just issued a declaration of mutant independence." Question mark. Maria and Nick were both stunned. An hour earlier, Lorna, along with a group of mutants, had taken over a TV station in Baghdad. Dressed in a green leather bodysuit, she sat coldly in front of the camera. "On behalf of the Brotherhood, I hereby declare to all mutants and ordinary humans the Mutant Declaration of Independence. We mutants are also inhabitants of this planet. Our abilities are gifts from the heavens, and no one can strip us of our rights or discriminate against us. We will establish a nation for mutants here in Baghdad, providing equality and freedom for all mutants. The Brotherhood welcomes mutants from around the globe. Here, there will be no registration acts or unwarranted interrogations. We will." After watching the video, Maria and Nick fell silent again. What they initially thought was a minor issue involving Polaris had now snowballed into major global news. Maria finally broke the silence. "What's the US's stance?" The State Department immediately condemned the declaration, stating that any attempt to split Iraq is unacceptable. They plan to deploy Sentinel robots and troops to quash this madness. What about other countries? How are they reacting? France and Britain have echoed the US, rejecting separatism. Meanwhile, Russia expressed support but emphasized that independence must not infringe on human rights. And what about China and Japan? No comment yet. They're likely still deliberating internally. After assessing each nation's position, Maria turned to Nick. "What should we do now?" Nick lowered his head, deep in thought, before finally speaking. "Maybe we can use this opportunity to flush out the hidden hand in SHIELD." "How?" Nick looked at Natasha. "First, we need to understand their motives before we can form a plan. Natasha, go to Baghdad and make contact with Polaris. Don't say anything, just catch up like old friends. Maria, quietly spread a rumor that Natasha is disillusioned with my removal and planning to defect. Then we'll see who tries to approach her." "Understood." In Baghdad, nighttime due to the time difference. The once relatively peaceful city was now engulfed in flames. Rift zombies rampaged through the streets, tearing into civilians. Screams and death dominated the night. On the rooftop of a five-star hotel, Lorna stood with a group of controlled mutant zombies, coldly observing the blood-soaked chaos below. She had ordered her zombies to spread the rift infection, but the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Her original plan was for her mutant zombies to infect a wave of regular zombies, using them to dominate the city. However, she discovered that her zombies could only control dozens, perhaps hundreds, at most, far fewer than the tens of thousands commanded by the mutant zombie. Where had things gone wrong? Was it because her zombies weren't strong enough? Yet she had already ordered them to feast freely, and each zombie had gorged itself. While their strength had indeed grown, it was nowhere near as terrifying as that of the mutant zombie. Could it be a matter of time? Chapter 123, The Death of Eclipse. Lorna gazed upon Baghdad, now engulfed in flames and chaos, and finally took out her phone. Beep, beep. After a moment, a voice she had longed to hear came from the other end. Hello, who is this? It's me, Lorna. Oh, Miss Lorna. What can I do for you? Lorna hesitated briefly. The situation is getting out of hand. I ordered the mutant zombies to spread the virus in Baghdad, but it seems to have spiraled out of control. She then explained the difficulties she was facing. So, you're saying that the mutant zombies under your control are too weak to command the larger horde? Exactly. Maybe the zombies you control were too weak before they died, so their influence as zombies is limited. You mean? No, I can't do that. The strongest mutant she knew was, of course, her father, Magneto. But how could she bear to turn her father into a zombie? I didn't say anything specific. I'm just offering ideas. Follow your heart. My heart. After hanging up the phone, Lorna lowered her head. Her expression flickered between determination and doubt, her thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Everything I do is for the sake of mutants. Father, haven't you always said that it's all for our kind? Surely, you'll forgive me. No. I can't do it, he's my father. But all of this is for the future of mutants. But, he's my father. Tears began to stream down her face as she clutched her head. The internal struggle left her mind a blank void. When she came to her senses, the first rays of sunlight were already peeking over the horizon. What's going on? Why is it morning already? And why are there so many tears on my face? Wiping her face, she was about to head downstairs when she saw Eclipse approaching her. Lorna, stop this. We can't let it continue. Look at how many innocent lives have already been lost. We mutants may need a place to call our own, but we can't build it on the corpses of others. Hearing his words, Lorna's gaze turned icy. 300 years ago, Americans slaughtered over 40 million indigenous people for land, same with British and other colonizers. Now, when we mutants kill a few 100,000 for survival, what's the problem? Eclipse took a step back, as if seeing Lorna for the first time. The coldness in her eyes was entirely unfamiliar. You're not Lorna. Who are you? The Lorna I know would never say such things. How long have you known me? At most, a year. Do you really think you know me? Lorna's tone turned mocking, though tears inexplicably welled in her eyes. What's wrong with me? Wiping her face, she continued, do you think I don't feel pain making these decisions? Do you think I do this for myself? If it were for me, I'd just hide somewhere quiet, live anonymously, and be done with it. Everything I do is for mutants. I'm the one carrying all the guilt, the blame, and the condemnation. And yet, you. Tears streamed down her face as she choked on her words. Eclipse hesitated, his heart softening. Sigh. He approached her and held her gently. I'm sorry. I overlooked your struggles. But your methods are too extreme. There's a more peaceful way. Before he could finish, a searing pain erupted in his chest. He stumbled back, looking down at the iron shard embedded in his chest, blood gushing out. Why? For no other reason than I need someone strong enough to control all the zombies. My father is too old to do it anymore. But you're perfect for the job. Didn't you say you loved me? If you do, grant me this final wish. It's all for the future of mutants. Ha ha ha, sob. Lorna's voice was filled with both laughter and tears, as if she had plunged into madness. Eclipse pointed at her, trying to speak. Mind, control. Before he could finish, a nearby mutant zombie, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, broke free of its restraints and lunged at Eclipse, tearing into him viciously. No. Stop it. But the zombie didn't heed her commands, gnawing ferociously as if possessed by deep hatred. Left with no choice, Lorna manipulated metal to pierce the zombie's skull, shredding its body to pieces. Yet by then, Eclipse had already stopped breathing, his eyes wide open in death. No, sob. Collapsing over his lifeless body, Lorna sobbed uncontrollably. Time passed unnoticed. As the sun rose fully, the other mutants, alerted by the commotion, came upstairs. Lorna, what happened? What's with all this blood? Is Eclipse dead? Was it the zombies? Did they lose control and kill Eclipse? Did Lorna stop them? The others surveyed the scene and nodded as one. Yes, that must be it. Lorna is so gentle. Why does such misfortune always befall her? Miss Lorna, please accept our condolences. Lorna turned to see Mystique among the group. No, it's not like that. I. She tried to explain, but when her gaze met Mystique's, a strange thought surfaced in her mind. Why explain? Taking responsibility for Eclipse's death would only harm her cause. But he was my boyfriend. So what? He stood in the way of mutant freedom and equality. After a long pause, Lorna stood up, pulled out a control spider, and placed it on Eclipse's chest. My love, for the future of mutants, offer your final contribution. Her lips curved into a faint smile. Chapter 124, The Situation Develops. In the Umbrella Tower in New York. Adam had just left the lab and returned to his office when he immediately received news about Lorna's mutant declaration of independence and the killing of the Eclipse. She finally made her decision. In truth, Adam hadn't done anything to manipulate Lorna, no hypnosis or mental control. That night, he merely guided her to confront her inner desires, to understand what she truly wanted and what she intended to pursue. To support this, he had secretly dispatched Raven to assist her. However, he hadn't expected Lorna's personality to take such an extreme turn. But recalling the storyline he had seen in his previous life, Adam thought, perhaps this was Lorna's true nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have repeatedly returned to her starting point after each rebellion. Red Queen released some of the frozen mutants in Baghdad to assist Lorna. The mutants Adam had captured previously, those who refused to cooperate, were all kept in cryostasis. Their genetic material was occasionally extracted for research purposes. This method avoided the risks of releasing hostile mutants who might cause trouble for him later. He had no intention of being a naive altruist, releasing threats to his own safety. Yes, Master, the Red Queen replied. Just as Adam picked up a document to review, the Red Queen's voice chimed in again. Master, a report just came in from the prison. Norman has disappeared. Oh, that old fox still had a trick up his sleeve. Although Adam had thwarted Norman's initial transformation into the Green Goblin through intelligence manipulations, he knew there was always a possibility of Norman finding another way. Leave it be. It might be good for the heroes to gain some experience. Red Queen, how's the acquisition of Oscorp shares going? Master, so far, 2.7% of Oscorp's shares have been acquired. Not bad. Keep it up. Oscorp wasn't a small company, nor was it in turmoil like Stark Industries during its exit from weapons manufacturing. Though Oscorp had been overshadowed by Umbrella Corporation in recent years, it still boasted a market value in the hundreds of billions. For the Red Queen to acquire even this amount of shares within a year was quite impressive. How about the satellite launches for Starship? Without breakthroughs in new technology, it's still one rocket every 10 days, with a cost of $20 million per launch. Have Luna come over. It's time for these satellites to start making money. 10 minutes later, Luna hurried into the office. After a brief discussion, they decided to establish Umbrella Satellite Company to provide satellite communication, navigation, and imaging services. Of course, the public versions of these services would lack the priority and precision of their internal counterparts. They also discussed several other business strategies, such as increasing the acquisition of Oscorp shares, accelerating the development of new pharmaceuticals, maintaining military collaborations, and expediting the development of Sentinel robots. Since Umbrella Corporation wasn't a publicly listed company, decisions could be made much faster, which greatly improved efficiency. For less critical matters, Adam instructed Luna to propose them in the subsidiary companies' board meetings. Although Umbrella Corporation itself was private, many of its subsidiaries were publicly traded companies, including Umbrella Biomedicine, Umbrella Pharmaceuticals, Umbrella Military Industries, Umbrella New Energy, and Umbrella Starship Company. The main corporation functioned more like a research institute, focusing on technological advancements and new innovations. Boss, the hotel and commercial city projects in Raccoon City have exceeded $100 billion in value. Should we consider going public for financing? Adam knew that monopolizing everything wasn't a sustainable strategy. Go public. Accelerate our control over Raccoon City, but ensure the financing doesn't exceed 40% of the shares. Understood. With the major strategies set, Luna left to carry out her tasks, while Adam immersed himself in his research once more. As time passed, significant global events began to unfold. October 9th, 10 days after capturing the mutated zombies, Baghdad fell. With the help of New Mutants and Adam's secret support, Lorna managed to restore order to the city and announce the establishment of a mutant nation, the Brotherhood Nation. Most countries voiced their opposition, but the ongoing zombie crisis limited their actions to verbal protests. October 11, the Mutant Registration Act was revised to the Supernatural Registration Act, requiring all individuals with powers to register. October 13, several top executives of Oscorp were killed in a meeting by the supervillain Green Goblin. October 14, Norman Osborn turned himself in for escaping prison and was released on bail the same day. October 15, Oscorp stock plummeted to below $30 per share, having its value from the year's peak. That same day, Umbrella Corporation announced a new AIDS treatment that temporarily restores immune cell functionality, causing a surge in its pharmaceutical division's stock. October 16, following the AIDS drug announcement, Oscorp stock dropped further to $25 per share, despite mysterious funds stabilizing the market. October 21, S.H.I.E.L.D. announced the capture of 3 spies, who were found dead in their cells later that day. Maria Hill faced significant criticism and overhauled the organization's leadership. October 25, Hammer Industries joined the Sentinel Project, focusing on anti-mutant robotics, leading to a rise in its stock. December 3, Life Foundation announced its acquisition of Blue Origin, a rocket launch company, and a partnership with Umbrella Starship Company to develop reusable rocket technology with a $3 billion investment. December 11, Umbrella Corporation revealed a cure for the Rift zombie virus, causing another surge in its pharmaceutical division's stock. That same day, Pioneer Technologies claimed to have developed its own cure, sparking rumors about Oscorp's dwindling research capabilities and further tanking its stock. December 21, the International Health Organization declared the zombie virus under control in Iraq, prompting the United Nations to debate the Mutant Brotherhood issue. However, due to a lack of consensus among the 5 major powers, no resolution was reached. Chapter 125, Umbrella Skynet Corporation. Merry Christmas. Dear, let's hurry home. All right, I'll bring the car around. Ivan watched the happy couple laughing not far away. His previously light mood suddenly darkened. It was all because of the Stark family. If it weren't for them, he too could enjoy such simple happiness. After a while, he returned home. It was Christmas, so naturally, he had the day off. Even if he didn't, no one would care whether he showed up at the company or not. After all, with the arc reactor technology, no one could challenge his position. Just as he was about to head to the basement to continue his work on the armor, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. When he opened the door, he saw Ophelia standing outside. He immediately tried to close it, but it was too late. Ophelia pressed her hand against the door and forced her way in. Mr. Ivan, this time, we're offering you a deal you won't want to refuse. Please hear us out. Seeing her persistence, Ivan gave up on driving her out. Instead, he walked over to the fridge, grabbed a can of beer, and opened it. You've been here over 10 times in the past few months. What is it this time? Ophelia smiled slightly, watching the men drinking beer in the cold weather. I can help you destroy Stark Industries or let you personally take revenge. Ivan's hand paused mid-drink. What's the plan? If Ivan had one dream in life, it was to clear his father's name and get revenge. He had even tried to assassinate Tony Stark himself, only to fail and get captured. That failure forced him to seek refuge with Hammer Industries for freedom. I have records of Howard Stark's conspiracy against your father. If released, it would deal a significant blow to Stark Industries. Additionally, I have part of Umbrella Industries Sentinel robot data. If you can decode it, you could build an even more powerful suit of armor. Hearing her offer, Ivan's eyes lit up. Selling the arc reactor wasn't out of the question. After all, he had sold it once during a previous collaboration with Umbrella. The reason he hadn't agreed to Ophelia's offers earlier was simply that he was waiting for a better deal. I want to see the records and data first. Ophelia nodded promptly. Of course, but only the first half. Deal. Meanwhile, at Umbrella Tower, a press conference was underway. Luna, dressed in an elegant black evening gown, walked gracefully onto the stage under the spotlight and gazes of countless reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Today's press conference is to announce the establishment of a new subsidiary of Umbrella Group, Umbrella Skynet Corporation. This company will lease 100 satellites currently in space under Umbrella Group. Its primary services will include satellite communication, navigation, imaging, GPS, and emergency rescue. After her introduction, it was time for questions from the reporters. Ms. Luna, rumors online claim your satellites have offensive capabilities. Is that true? Luna was well prepared for such questions. Yes, but these capabilities are exclusively available to the military. They will not be offered to private enterprises. Ms. Luna, what if these capabilities are used to harm others? Our satellites were launched with the US government's approval. Such scenarios won't happen. Ms. Luna, what if hackers breach your satellites and misuse them? Rest assured, there's no technology in the world capable of hacking our satellites. The reporters' questions focused heavily on the potential weaponization of the satellites. Luna's responses satisfied their curiosity. After all, space-based weaponry was an unprecedented development globally. On the top floor of Umbrella Tower, Adam met with Senator Robert. "Your press conference is putting a lot of pressure on our State Department," Robert said. "Don't worry. Our space-based weapons won't be used without authorization," Adam replied. "That's not the issue. We signed treaties prohibiting the deployment of offensive weapons in space. These aren't offensive, they're defensive. It's the same thing." After chatting for a while, Adam suddenly brought up fishing, which Robert gladly accepted. "Don't worry. Your satellites are just glass panes. I'll take care of it." 10 minutes later, Robert left, satisfied. Watching him leave, Adam began contemplating establishing bases abroad. The demands of the US government were growing increasingly insatiable. Soon, he feared he wouldn't be able to meet them. Red Queen, scan the oceans for uninhabited islands. The bigger, the better. Yes, Master. It was time to plan an escape route. While foreign bases were useful, they were still located on someone else's territory. The United States was still the world's leading power, and moving to another country wouldn't eliminate threats, it might even lead to being dismantled. The only solution was to find a place untouched by others. This was also why Adam was eager to advance cloning technology, to replace ordinary workers with clones. As he pondered, time slipped by. Outside the window, the city grew brighter with holiday lights, though the streets became quieter as people returned home to celebrate Christmas. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. Fireworks lit up the night sky, one after another, until the entire city was immersed in festive joy. This scene reminded Adam of when he first arrived in the Marvel world. Back then, he was an orphan, wandering the streets of New York. The streets were similarly lit with brilliant fireworks, and most people were enjoying the warmth of family. But Adam, his soul still adjusting to his new body, was powerless. Starving, he rummaged through trash for food, only to be chased by stray dogs and nearly killed. It wasn't until a kind stranger appeared, saving him and giving him food, that he survived those dark times. Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Adam said. Luna entered, her red high heels clicking against the floor. "Boss, the press conference is over," she said, walking briskly. Adam turned his chair to face her, taking in the sight of the confident yet alluring woman. "You've worked hard. Take tomorrow off." Luna walked up to him and, without hesitation, sat on his lap. "Sure, but since most places are closed for the holiday, how about we visit the park?" Chapter 126, Robot Launch. Just as Luna was about to continue savoring her intimate moment with Adam, Red Queen's projection abruptly appeared. "Master, just an hour ago, that woman named Ophelia met with Ivan again. It seems they've reached some sort of agreement." Hearing this, Adam paused his movements. "Have the Epsilon team reinforced security for the upper management? If Tony comes looking for me, prioritize notifying me immediately." After saying that, Adam's hand found its way to a soft and tender place. "Yes, Master," Red Queen replied before her projection vanished. Unable to hold back any longer, Luna whispered, "Boss." At the SHIELD headquarters in New York, Maria sat behind her desk, her expression grim. "Still no leads at all?" she demanded. Standing before her were two SHIELD agents, heads bowed in shame. "Director, we found nothing," one of them replied. "It really seems like a suicide." Maria fixed them with a piercing glare. "You're telling me they were arrested in the morning and committed suicide in the afternoon? Do you think anyone would believe that?" The truth was obvious. Nick Fury's methods had been effective, one pull of the thread had unraveled everything. "Guards!" Maria shouted. Immediately, Logan and Victor entered the office. Despite the irony, Maria found herself placing trust only in these two rookies who had joined SHIELD a year ago. "Arrest these two." Without hesitation, Logan and Victor moved to restrain the two agents, locking their hands behind their backs. The agents finally snapped out of their daze. "Why are you arresting us?" "Director Maria, there must be some misunderstanding. We really didn't find anything. You can't arrest us just for that." Maria stood up, her icy gaze boring into them. "Don't think I don't know what you did. Last night, you both disappeared for an hour. When you returned, you destroyed all the data we had collected." At this, cold sweat began to drip down the agents' faces. "We didn't. We're innocent. It's a mistake." Ignoring their protests, Maria turned to Logan and Victor. "Take them to the cells." Moments later, the two agents were dragged out, still protesting. Maria watched them leave, her face dark with anger. They had shown no remorse, which made it clear how deeply hidden their backers were. Who was behind them? The trail seemed to vanish into the shadows. This lead was too precious to let go of. Soon, Natasha and Barton entered the office. Maria, there's some unusual activity on Ivan's side. It seems he's planning something against Tony, Natasha reported. Don't worry about that for now, Maria said. We need to focus on our internal issues. Keep a close watch on the two we just arrested. We can't afford any more incidents. Maria wasn't Nick Fury. She didn't share his personal connections to Tony's family, so she wasn't as invested in Tony's affairs. Natasha and Barton nodded before leaving. 3 days later. In Ophelia's underground base, a high-level secret meeting of Hydra was held once again. The matter with Base 3 needs to be resolved, Ophelia stated. Her words immediately drew the attention of everyone present to Dr. Zola. After all, Base 3 had always been under his control. The last time he requested reinforcements, their elite troops were sent, but none returned. Dr. Zola's mechanical face, embedded in his torso, darkened. This is indeed my miscalculation. However, I lost a great number of subordinates, and Base 3 is gone. Furthermore, international organizations are now investigating us. If anyone here is willing to accept my compensation and stand with me against these investigations, I wouldn't mind. His words caused the others' expressions to shift slightly. They then turned their gazes toward Ophelia. Has Ivan agreed to cooperate? This meeting wasn't called just to discuss Dr. Zola, right? If Ivan is on board, we'll share the costs and risks. Ophelia nodded calmly. Ivan has agreed. That's excellent. The Insight initiative is nearing completion. Now, we just need S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 3 helicarriers to be completed. At the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D., the group fell into a momentary silence. Baron Zemo broke it, his expression grim. Pierce recently sent word that the new director, Maria, seems to have caught on to us. Dr. Faust chuckled darkly. Then Maria should die. Baron Strucker nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, but not right now. Ophelia concurred. The helicarriers are at a critical stage of construction. We cannot afford any mishaps. Everyone fell silent again, acknowledging the importance of the project. Then let's equip the helicarriers with the arc reactor. Yes, it's decided. Soon, the discussion shifted to another rising threat, the Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella's satellite network poses a significant risk to the Insight initiative. Who will approach the Umbrella Corporation? After some deliberation, the task fell to Baron Zemo. Umbrella Corporation was shrouded in mystery, and there was little information available on its chairman, Adam. No one else wanted to take the risk of engaging with him. With the meeting adjourned, Ophelia returned to her room. Moments later, her housekeeper entered. Miss Ophelia, Hammer Industries has sent an invitation. 7 days from now, they will hold a press conference to unveil their latest robots. Ophelia nodded, her thoughts clear. Ivan's plans were finally in motion. Prepare for my attendance. Yes, ma'am. 7 days later. In New York, outside Hammer Tower, luxury cars filled the parking lot. Reporters stationed nearby swarmed each car that arrived, snapping photos and asking questions. Celebrities and singers often paused to accommodate the press, but high-profile business figures ignored them, heading straight into the venue. When another luxury car pulled up, reporters rushed toward it. Mr. Hammer, what's your opinion on tonight's robot launch? Mr. Hammer, rumors say Umbrella Military is developing a new generation of robots. What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Hammer, Stark has called your robots junk metal, claiming they'll never reach his level. How do you respond? Initially silent, Justin Hammer's eyes flickered with annoyance at the mention of Stark. However, he quickly masked it with a smile. That arrogant Stark will eat his words. Tonight, I will unveil Hammer Industries robots and prove that we are America's most reliable defense contractor. With that, he strode into the venue. Reporters outside continued their vigil, catching other attendees in the hopes of breaking a story. Another luxury car soon arrived, and Pepper Potts stepped out in an elegant black evening gown. Reporters surged forward. Miss Potts, will Mr. Stark be attending tonight? Miss Potts, what's your opinion on this press conference? Miss Potts, will Stark Industries consider developing and selling iron robots in the future? Without pausing, Pepper entered the venue, ignoring the clamoring journalists, a response they had come to expect. Shortly after, another car arrived. A tall woman in a red evening gown and high heels stepped out, Luna. Her striking figure and natural charisma immediately overshadowed nearby celebrities and singers. Reporters swarmed her as well, only to be intercepted by bodyguards. Nearby, several moderately famous stars whispered among themselves, watching Luna walk confidently into the building. Who is she? She's stunning and has such presence. You don't know her. She is the secretary to the chairman of Umbrella Corporation and the CEO of several of its subsidiaries, Luna. You'd better remember her name, she's not someone you want to cross. Hearing this, one of the women nodded nervously. Half an hour later, the Hammer Industries press conference began. Justin Hammer, in a sharp black suit, stepped onto the stage. Hammer Industries welcomes you all. Tonight, you will witness a historic moment. As he finished, rows of robots marched onto the stage. This time, with ample preparation, Hammer showcased over 200 units, far surpassing expectations. Chapter 127, Robot Rampage. At Hammer Industries' backstage area, Ivan watched the screen, where Justin was on stage, acting like a clown. A mocking smile crept onto Ivan's face. However, he soon bit down on a toothpick, casually played with his beloved parrot, and then started typing lines of code on his computer. As he entered command after command, the robots on both the main stage and backstage lit up with ominous red lights and raised their heads. Meanwhile, on the stage, Justin immediately noticed the unusual behavior of the robots. Obadiah, what's going on? Why are the robots out of control? Obadiah, the robot sales manager, quickly pieced things together. His expression darkened as he grabbed his phone and called Ivan. But Ivan, having decided to burn all bridges tonight, had already turned off his phone. Hearing nothing but a busy signal, Obadiah looked up to see the robots swiveling their gun barrels toward the VIP section. *BZZZZZZ. Asterisk. A barrage of gunfire erupted, leaving a trail of casualties in its wake. The crowd froze for a second before breaking into panic screams and running in all directions. Ah! Help! They're killing people. Justin, meanwhile, had already left the scene under the protection of his bodyguards. Before leaving, he threw the entire mess onto Obadiah, asking him to handle the situation. Obadiah's face twisted with anger and indecision. Justin could flee, but as the primary person in charge, Obadiah had no escape. Gritting his teeth, he turned to his two most trusted bodyguards. We're going in. These two bodyguards were former Stark Industries employees Obadiah had brought over. Back when he made a deal with Umbrella Corporation, he obtained 3 doses of T-virus enhancement serum. He injected one himself and gave the remaining 2 to these trusted subordinates. Normally, the 2 served as his personal guards, but with the chaos unfolding, Obadiah decided he had to act to save his reputation, at least to minimize casualties. The 2 enhanced guards charged at one of the robots. *BZZZZZZ. Asterisk. The Gatling gun activated, turning both guards into riddled corpses within seconds. Seeing this, Obadiah shrank back and fled. Forget it, someone else can deal with this mess. My life is more important. In the audience, Pepper found herself pushed to the ground amid the stampede. Surrounded by bodies and choking on the metallic scent of blood, she felt despair creeping in. But her strong-willed nature drove her to crawl toward the exit, pulling out her phone to call Tony. At Tony Stark's seaside mansion, he was in the middle of researching a new element when his phone started ringing. Initially reluctant to answer during such a critical moment, he changed his mind upon seeing Pepper's name. Hello, sweetheart. How's the event? Enjoying yourself? Asterisk rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, asterisk. Gunshots and explosions echoed through the call. Tony frowned. Wow, Hammer really went all out on this one, huh? Tony, help me. The robots are out of control, they're killing people. Hearing this, Tony's face turned grim. Jarvis, pull up the Hammer Industries event livestream. Yes, sir. Within seconds, footage of the carnage appeared before Tony's eyes. Bodies littered the floor as robots ran amok. Tony wasted no time, heading straight for his Mark 7 armor. At that moment, Bruce Banner, who had been nearby working on zombie virus and insectoid gene research, walked over after hearing the commotion. What's going on? Hammer Industries event. The robots are rampaging. Tony didn't have time to elaborate. He installed his arc reactor, rushed to the Mark 7, and began suiting up with the help of robotic arms. Jarvis, get me in touch with Adam from Umbrella. Even flying at full speed, it would take Tony about 10 minutes to reach New York. During that time, he needed someone else to ensure Pepper's safety. The call connected surprisingly quickly. Mr. Adam, please. I beg you, protect Pepper for me. For the first time, Tony Stark pleaded with a stranger, even using the word beg. On the other end, Adam's lips curved into a faint smile. Since Mr. Stark is asking so sincerely, I'll ensure her safety. Remember, you owe me a favor. Thank you. As the call ended, Tony's helmet locked into place. Blue light emitted from his boots and shoulders, propelling him into the sky. Behind him, Banner let out a roar, his body swelling as he transformed into the Hulk. Hulk. Smash. 10 minutes later, Tony and the Hulk arrived at the event site, now a scene of utter devastation. Corpses and flames were everywhere. Tony quickly spotted Pepper and Luna surrounded by robots and dove in to help. His repulsor beam took down 2 robots. Are you two all right? Before they could answer, Tony noticed the armored fighters flanking Luna and realized his concern was unnecessary. Luna nodded at Tony. Now that you're here, Pepper is in your hands. Wait, actually, can you keep her safe a little longer? Tony's gaze shifted to the robots around them, which had ceased their slaughter and turned their attention toward him. Who are you? Why are you doing this? The robots remained still, surrounding Tony and the Hulk. Luna gestured for her team to escort Pepper to safety. As Tony's words hung in the air, a towering black steel suit descended from the sky. The 2-meter-tall figure landed heavily, its faceplate sliding open to reveal Ivan's smug expression. Tony, I told you I'd make you pay. Before Tony could respond, Pepper called again. Tony, the internet is flooded with scandals about your father. I don't care about that right now. Are you safe? Don't worry, I'm with SCCR Luna in a secure location. Good. Ending the call, Tony ignored Ivan's gloating speech and raised his hand, palm glowing faintly. Enough talk, let's settle this. Beside him, the Hulk cracked his knuckles and roared. Hulk smash. Chapter 128, Liquor 2.0. Ivan's face darkened when he saw Tony dismissing his vow of revenge. He lowered his faceplate. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With a single command, hundreds of robots around them launched an attack. *ZZZZ. Boom. Boom, *. Tony charged forward, bullets and missiles bouncing off his armor. The Mark 7 suit had been designed specifically to deal with mutated zombies. Its outer shell was made of adamantium alloy, while vibranium inside absorbed shock impacts. These regular robots were no threat to him. Bang. A single punch from Tony shattered a robot into pieces. Hulk, as always, was even more reckless. Grabbing a robot in each hand, he smashed them repeatedly into the ground. *Bam. Bam, *. Within moments, the two had destroyed over a dozen robots. However, they'd also taken heavy hits in the process. Hovering midair, Ivan sneered. Let's see how many you can handle. Soon, a 4-meter-tall robot appeared. If Justin Hammer were present, he would have recognized it immediately. It was a counterfeit Sentinel robot made to compete for the Sentinel program bid. The counterfeit Sentinel raised an arm, revealing a cannon barrel. Its chest began to glow with blue light. Boom. One shot sent Hulk flying. This imitation Sentinel was equipped with a basketball-sized arc reactor in its chest, providing it with immense energy. Its arm cannons, powered by electromagnetic propulsion, were at least 10 times more destructive than traditional explosives. But while its firepower was immense, Hulk's resilience was equally impressive. Moments later, he got back on his feet, patting his chest. Before long, more counterfeit Sentinels appeared on the battlefield. Thanks to Justin's Hammer Industries and Ophelia's backing, Ivan had been able to manufacture a large number of robots, including these Sentinel knockoffs. *Boom. Boom, *. As the counterfeit Sentinels joined the fray, Tony and Hulk were forced on the defensive, unable to mount any meaningful offense. While their defenses were nearly impenetrable, the sheer force of the explosions constantly sent them flying, preventing them from closing the distance. Tony's repulsor blasts, while effective, lacked the power to destroy these advanced robots outright. This isn't going to work, Tony muttered, watching the seams of his suit begin to strain. Even though the adamantium alloy was strong, the screws holding it together weren't made of the same material. After being blasted into a nearby lake, Tony decided to take a momentary reprieve underwater and made another call to Umbrella. This time, unlike before, the line connected quickly. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Tony. I need another favor. What kind of favor? I need your orbital weapon systems to deal with these robots. Sorry, Tony. I can't use my orbital weapons without military approval. I understand that, but I need them now. Perhaps I can offer you something else instead. Like what? Liquor 2.0. Liquor 2.0. Yes, our newly developed bioengineered warrior. Compared to the first generation, it has greater regenerative abilities and strength. Additionally, before the explanation could continue, Tony cut him off impatiently. How much? 10 million USD each. And because we're friends. Fine. 10 million each. I want 100 of them. There was a momentary silence on the line. Just as Tony wondered if they could deliver, the voice replied, I like doing business with straightforward people like you. I'll send you 100 Liquor 2.0 units right away. You can pay after the job's done. Hanging up, Tony floated slightly above the water and glanced at the distant battlefield, where Hulk was still enduring the assault. Thanks, Hulk. Consider this payback for when you and Abomination wrecked my Stark Tower. Smash. Hulk's furious roars filled the air, prompting Tony to submerge himself again, avoiding detection by Ivan. 10 minutes later, Hulk, battered and bruised, could no longer hold his ground and retreated. With Hulk gone, the robots began searching for Tony. At that moment, several helicopters bearing the umbrella logo appeared in the sky, each carrying a large container. The helicopters dropped the containers from about 500 meters away before retreating. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. 10 containers hit the ground. What's this? Ivan muttered, instructing his robots to target the containers. Asterisk zzz. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Gunfire and explosions tore through the containers, sending debris flying everywhere. Inside the containers were 10 frozen creatures. Each was about 3 meters long, with exposed brain tissue and no skin. What are these? Ivan sneered, dismissing the threat. Umbrella thinks these flesh and blood creatures can challenge my iron army. Watching the frozen monsters get blasted to bits, Ivan chuckled coldly. After I deal with Tony, I'll pay Umbrella a visit. Even Tony, hiding underwater, shook his head in disappointment. Is this it? 10 million each for this junk. What a ripoff. But then something unexpected happened. The shattered pieces of the creatures began to regenerate, reassembling themselves in moments. Roar. With a deafening howl, the Licker 2.0 units turned toward Ivan and his robots before charging like arrows. Bang, boom, crunch. Back at Umbrella's headquarters, Adam observed the battle through a satellite feed, his interest piqued. The Lickers had always been sidelined since their creation. In a world like this, full of extraordinary beings, their capabilities seemed insufficient. But a turning point came last year when William had successfully deployed them during a conflict in the Middle East. Chapter 129, Adamantium Alloy Armor. Back when S.H.I.E.L.D. Sam led Logan and Victor to the Middle East in search of Barrow Village, Adam had already anticipated their arrival. He brought along a group of Lickers to intercept them and simultaneously divert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. What he hadn't expected, however, was for one of the Lickers to evolve after consuming a piece of Logan's flesh. Its regenerative capabilities and strength increased significantly. This breakthrough led to the creation of the Licker 2.0. After extensive research, Adam finally succeeded in mass-producing Licker 2.0. He had been waiting for an opportunity to test them in real combat when Ivan's rampage presented itself. Adam saw this as the perfect chance to profit from the chaos. I wonder just how effective the Lickers are in real combat. At the press conference, Ivan stood with a dark expression. The Lickers moved with astonishing speed, dodging bullets and missiles with ease. Even when struck, their regenerative abilities allowed them to recover almost instantly. As they closed in on the robots, they extended razor-sharp claws or tongues to tear the machines apart with brute force. The robots, devoid of any regenerative capability, were reduced to scrap once destroyed. Boom. The battle escalated, and soon, over 30 robots were annihilated. The Lickers, feeding off the remains of the destroyed machines and fallen foes, showed no signs of death, regenerating continuously. Seeing this, Ivan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He descended swiftly, wielding a plasma whip, and sliced a Licker cleanly in half. Howl! The bisected Licker let out a blood-curdling scream. Its upper body struggled to rise, while the lower half remained motionless. Interesting, Ivan mused. The core must be in the upper body. Without hesitation, he swung his plasma whip again, severing the creature's head. Yet, to his surprise, the headless body continued to writhe, and the severed head snapped its jaws as if trying to bite. What is this monster's true core? Ivan muttered, puzzled. Just as he prepared to conduct further tests, Tony Stark, who had been submerged in water, finally made his move. Boom. 2 palm beams struck Ivan, sending him flying. Ivan, if you have any real skills, come at me. Ivan rose again, his eyes blazing with rage. Stark, you thief's descendant, you've finally shown yourself. Ivan, I deeply regret what happened to your father, but involving innocent people is not the answer. Since learning of his father's actions, Tony had wrestled with guilt. His sense of justice compelled him to try and help Ivan find redemption. Even now, as Ivan stood before him, Tony hoped to turn him back from the brink. But Ivan's eyes burned with even deeper hatred. Innocent. When my father was framed, not one of these so-called innocents spoke up for him. Instead, they conspired with your robber father to ruin him. These people, none of them are innocent. Ivan's rampage during the conference was meticulously planned to gather these capitalists in one place and annihilate them. Before Tony could reply, a streak of green appeared in the distance, hurtling toward them. Boom. With a deafening crash, Hulk re-entered the fray, tackling Ivan with immense force. Ivan was sent tumbling hundreds of meters, rolling through rubble before rising once more. Dusting off his adamantium armor, he sneered, Stark, I should thank you. If not for your designs, I wouldn't have perfected my arc reactor or forged this adamantium armor. With that, he charged forward, plasma whip in hand. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. Tony dodged nimbly, but Hulk wasn't as fortunate. The plasma whip coiled around him, sending powerful electric shocks through his body. *ZZZZ. *. The intense voltage rendered Hulk temporarily immobile, his green skin charred and emitting a burnt smell. "Hulk!" Tony shouted. Hulk roared in pain and fury, straining to break free. But the plasma whip, made of adamantium, didn't budge. Ivan smirked. "This is adamantium, you green brute. Just give up and die." Before he could finish, a missile struck him squarely, sending both him and Hulk flying. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Tony lowered his left arm, a sheepish expression on his face. That wasn't intentional. Switching to his palm repulsors, Tony unleashed a barrage of attacks on Ivan, but the energy blasts had no effect on the adamantium armor. "Stark, is that all you've got? I'm disappointed. Time to send you to join your parents." Ivan lashed out again with his plasma whip, but this time, Tony didn't move. *Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, *. After a few strikes, Ivan looked down at his plasma whip, confused, then back at Tony. Finally, Tony spoke. "Sorry to break it to you, but my armor is made of adamantium too." Ivan froze in disbelief. He had tested his plasma whip on his own armor and found it impervious. Now, he was faced with the same unyielding material. Hulk. As Ivan struggled to comprehend the situation, he increased the voltage to the plasma whip. "Stark, if you want to save your friend, take off your armor. Otherwise, I'll electrocute him." Tony shrugged. "If you think you can kill him, go ahead." Ivan growled, upping the voltage. Hulk writhed and roared, but his immense durability and regenerative ability kept him alive, albeit in visible agony. Meanwhile, the battle around them was reaching its climax. Most of the robots were destroyed, leaving only a few Sentinel replicas. However, as the lickers consumed the remaining corpses, their energy reserves dwindled, leading to inevitable losses. Without fresh meat or nutrient solutions, even their extraordinary regenerative powers had limits. Chapter 130, Savage Hulk. The distant sound of sirens echoed through the air. A fleet of police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances arrived at the scene of Hammer Industries' press conference. Even an anti-terrorist special forces unit arrived in helicopters, surrounding the chaos. Justin Hammer, caught in a web of officers, desperately tried to absolve himself of any involvement. "This has nothing to do with me. It's all the fault of the weapons design team, especially that Russian Ivan. And Obadiah. He's the one in charge of this press conference." No matter how much he explained or shifted blame, the police escorted him to a waiting vehicle for further investigation. Meanwhile, the officers surveyed the ongoing battle in the distance but hesitated, unwilling to approach. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters in New York, Maria Hill had just received word of Tony Stark and Ivan's clash. She was weighing whether to deploy agents to assist Tony when the door suddenly slammed open. Nick Fury stormed in, his face grim. "Tony is in danger. Dispatch a team immediately to support him." Maria remained seated, her expression conflicted. "I want to, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is under heavy internal scrutiny right now. Everyone's being monitored. If we act rashly, critical intel might leak." Nick wasn't having it. "Now. Immediately. Send someone to back Tony up." As a S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran, Nick had a close friendship with Tony's father, Howard Stark. Howard's deep connections in Washington had long shielded Tony, no matter how reckless he became. Even now, Nick felt saving Tony was paramount, more so than dealing with internal S.H.I.E.L.D. matters. But Maria stood firm, refusing to back down. It was their first major ideological clash. The stalemate was broken when Natasha Romanoff entered, striding in her black tactical suit and heels. She hesitated momentarily upon seeing Fury but quickly delivered her report. "Director, Umbrella Corporation has deployed helicopters to the scene and sent bioweapons to assist Tony." The ambiguous director left both Nick and Maria assuming she addressed them, a strategic move by Natasha to avoid offending either side. Nick reacted first. "What's Tony's current status?" "Tony is engaged in a standoff with Ivan. Both are using adamantium armor, so neither has gained the upper hand." Before Nick could press further, Maria interjected, "Any unusual activity within S.H.I.E.L.D.? One agent recently disabled concealed surveillance in the restroom. It's unclear what they were doing." Nick turned incredulous. "You're bugging the bathrooms. Are you insane?" Maria and Natasha exchanged a brief, embarrassed glance. Indeed, monitoring such areas was controversial, even against their own agents. Maria cleared her throat to dispel the awkward tension. "That's not the issue right now. Natasha, come with me to investigate." "Yes, ma'am." As the two women left, Nick opted not to follow. S.H.I.E.L.D. was no longer his responsibility, and he saw no need to meddle further. At the press conference site, Tony and Ivan continued their fierce standoff. However, as Ivan ramped up the electricity coursing through the plasma whip restraining Hulk, the green giant began to change. Hulk. With a roar, Hulk's skin darkened to a deeper green. His body swelled further, muscles bulging grotesquely. Faint gamma radiation rippled off his form, visible to the naked eye. Ivan noticed the change immediately. Something was wrong. His arc reactor seemed to be draining rapidly. Before he could react, Hulk yanked hard on the plasma whip, snapping it with ease. Grabbing the other end, Hulk swung Ivan like a rag doll and slammed him into the ground. Boom. The impact left a massive crater, cracks radiating outward from the point of collision. Hulk. Hulk's deafening roar shattered the clouds above, revealing the bright moon. The next moment, Hulk tugged Ivan close via the severed whip and clamped a massive hand around his throat. "What are you?" Ivan croaked. Crack. Hulk answered by twisting Ivan's neck with a slight squeeze, snapping it effortlessly. He discarded the limp body without a second thought. Tony, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. "Hey, buddy, you okay there?" Hulk turned his gaze toward Tony, his eyes radiating bloodlust and chaos. That look sent shivers down Tony's spine. It wasn't the Hulk he knew, this was something far more savage and terrifying. Over the years, Bruce Banner's consciousness had managed to influence Hulk, taming his more destructive tendencies. But now, Tony saw no trace of Banner in Hulk's eyes, only an unrelenting predator. And the strength, how had Hulk snapped adamantium so easily? Before Tony could process further, Hulk appeared before him in an instant, fist raised. Boom. The punch sent Tony flying like a meteor, crashing into the distance. As Hulk prepared to pursue, the remaining lickers swarmed around him, attempting to stop him. Hulk. With another roar, Hulk charged into the fray. Despite their enhanced abilities, the second-generation lickers were no match for the Berserk Hulk. They were torn apart like paper. In a military base on the outskirts of Washington, General Ross stared at the footage of Hulk's rampage. After multiple failed attempts to capture Hulk, resulting in civilian casualties, Ross had been reassigned to a more obscure post. Now, watching the screen, Ross stood abruptly from his chair. Savage Hulk. This was the Hulk he had been chasing, the ultimate weapon. Years ago, Ross had nearly cornered Hulk during a massive operation. But just when victory seemed within reach, Hulk transformed, growing stronger and greener. With a single punch, he obliterated a mountain and escaped, leaving Ross's forces in shambles. Today, that nightmare had returned. Chapter 131, Abnormal Spatial Fluctuations. Inside the Umbrella Tower in New York. Adam, holding a glass of red wine and enjoying the unfolding spectacle, observed Hulk's transformation with a slight ripple of emotion in his gaze. But it was only a flicker, he soon regained his composure. Red Queen, send Emil out. That guy's been clamoring for an upgrade every day. Since I injected him with the T4 virus last time, it's time to test its effects. Understood, Master. At the press conference, the lickers were quickly obliterated by the Savage Hulk. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been sent flying, couldn't afford to mourn the destruction of the $10 billion equipment he'd just acquired. Staring at the dent in his chest plate, he felt a chill of fear. Luckily, he had reinforced it with a layer of vibranium, or else he'd already share the same fate as Ivan. But how do I deal with this monster? Looking at the rampaging Hulk searching for targets, Tony grew increasingly anxious. He feared that an out-of-control Hulk could harm innocent civilians, shaking his sense of justice to its core. Just then, a dark green figure appeared beside him. Mr. Stark, looks like we'll be fighting side by side again. Tony turned to see the spiked, monstrous-looking Emil and frowned slightly. Though they'd worked together a few times, he disliked Emil's arrogant demeanor. But now, there wasn't a better ally in sight. I'll lure him to an unpopulated area. You follow me. With that, he took off, continuously firing lasers to provoke the Savage Hulk. The barely intelligent Hulk roared in anger and abandoned everything to chase after Tony. Soon, Tony led Hulk to a deserted suburb, with Emil close behind. Emil attacked from behind, striking Hulk's back. But the moment Emil's fist connected, it felt like hitting a wall of reinforced concrete, leaving his arm numb. Hulk. With a deafening roar, Hulk casually swung a massive fist, swatting Emil away like a fly. Then, with a leap, Hulk lunged at Tony in midair. The speed was so immense that it caused a sonic boom. Though Tony couldn't react in time, JARVIS guided him to narrowly evade the attack. Watching Hulk soar into the atmosphere, Tony shook his head, still shaken. Looks like the anti-Hulk armor needs another upgrade. I also need to get my hands on the adamantium formula. Though his suits were coated with a thin layer of adamantium, it was less than a millimeter thick. Ivan's suit had been the same, a mere coating that Hulk easily tore through. Moments later, Hulk, unable to fly, plummeted back to Earth like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a deafening boom that left a 100-meter-wide crater. By then, Emil had returned, now in his second form. Seeing Hulk in the crater, he charged again, engaging the rampaging beast. But even with the T4 enhancements, Emil's strength was no match for Hulk's. He could barely hold his ground. If not for Tony's occasional high-altitude attacks diverting Hulk's attention, Emil might have already been killed. Despite their efforts, Hulk grew stronger with every battle, and Emil soon found himself on the defensive. Just as Emil was on the verge of defeat, Hulk disdainfully swatted him aside and leaped towards Tony again. Tony evaded, but Hulk showed no intention of returning. Instead, he ran off without looking back. That's odd. Why's he running all of a sudden? Moments later, a helicopter appeared, carrying none other than the revived Elizabeth. Inside the umbrella tower. Watching Elizabeth's appearance and Hulk's retreat, Adam shook his head in frustration. Just like in the story, terrified of his wife. He's easily the biggest wife-fearer in the Marvel universe. Across Marvel's plotlines, whenever Hulk became too powerful for the narrative to handle, Elizabeth would appear, calming Hulk and transforming him back into Banner with her white moonlight presence. Adam had initially thought that with Natasha in the picture, Banner might no longer fear Elizabeth. But it seemed old habits died hard, like a mouse running from a cat. Adam understood Banner's reasoning. Hulk's uncontrollable nature made avoidance his only solution. Just as Adam prepared to return to his research, the Red Queen appeared again. Master, spatial anomalies detected. Where? United Kingdom. U.K. Could it be the convergence of the 9 realms and the arrival of the Dark Elves? But the timeline didn't match, Thor hadn't even made his first appearance yet. How could it jump to Thor, the Dark World? Monitor the situation with the Sky Eye. Report any updates immediately. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, in the distant Himalayas. Here, the high altitude left the mountains snow-covered most of the year. On one mountainside stood a mysterious structure, Kamartaj. This was Earth's largest sanctuary for sorcerers. Each year, dozens of sorcerers were sent from here to guard the 3 sanctums, protecting Earth from dimensional deities. At its heart, the Ancient One sat in meditation, resisting the pull of the dark dimension. Moments later, she opened her eyes, gazing westward. She sensed a spatial ripple, as though a mighty being was about to arrive. After a brief pause, she closed her eyes again. A being capable of destroying Earth has come from another dimension. But my duty is to guard against dimensional deities. The fate of Earth is not my concern. Her words were cold but truthful. The universe held billions of galaxies, each with billions of stars and countless planets. Compared to that, Earth was insignificant. She remained on Earth only because the 3 sanctums were here. An hour later, a knock sounded at her door. Come in. The door opened, and a black-haired man in a yellow cloak entered, bowing respectfully. Ancient One, the sanctum in the London City reports detecting abnormal spatial fluctuations. Chapter 132, Another Suicide. Hearing the mage's report, the Ancient One didn't open her eyes. She simply nodded faintly. I see. The visitor hesitated for a moment, seeing such a nonchalant response from her. Should we take action? He asked cautiously. If you wish to act, I won't stop you, the Ancient One replied. Her response carried no encouragement nor dissuasion, leaving the men slightly disappointed. Understood, he said, lowering his head before leaving the Grand Hall. Not long after his departure, several mages approached another figure in the hallway. Master Caecilius, what did the Sorcerer Supreme say? Can we intervene? Reports from the U.K. indicate significant spatial disturbances this time. The enemy seems formidable. Without the Sorcerer Supreme's aid, we might not stand a chance. Caecilius lowered his head, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his eyes. The disciples and younger mages surrounding him fell silent, sensing the lack of an affirmative answer. After a moment, Caecilius finally spoke. It doesn't matter. We'll face the enemy ourselves. Rest for now. If invaders from another realm appear, I'll need all of you to give your best. Yes, Master Caecilius. Understood, Master. Master, I have some questions about magic. May I seek your guidance? Caecilius typically never declined such requests, given that the Ancient One often secluded herself in meditation to hold Dormammu at bay. But this time, he shook his head. Apologies, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's discuss it tomorrow. With that, he headed toward the library. If the Ancient One chose not to intervene, he would have to rely on his own strength. The next morning. Last night was tragic. A terrorist group disrupted Hammer Industries' press conference, resulting in heavy casualties, including several high-profile executives and board members. Currently, Hammer Industries chairman, Mr. Hammer, and Mr. Obadiah Stane are under investigation by the police, the newscaster reported. Tony Stark clicked the remote, turning off the television. The dark screen reflected his weary face. He had spent the entire night searching for Bruce Banner but had come up empty. Maybe it's time to launch my own satellites, like Umbrella Corporation, Tony muttered. Suddenly, a frantic knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Jarvis. Who's outside? It's Dr. Banner, sir. Tony froze in surprise before rushing to open the door. Sure enough, Bruce stood there awkwardly, wearing only his tattered, ever-resilient shorts. Hey, Tony. Bruce said sheepishly. Without a word, Tony pulled him inside, glancing outside to ensure no one else was around. Once safely inside, Tony turned to Bruce, who had settled on the sofa. Bruce, how did you get back here? Bruce scratched the back of his head. Umbrella Corporation's helicopter brought me back. Umbrella. Tony frowned. When did they become so generous? Never mind that, where were you last night? And what was up with your transformation? Transformation? You mean the usual Hulk thing? Though, I admit this time felt different. I usually don't remember much, but this time, it's all blank, Bruce replied, unease creeping into his voice. Tony fell silent before asking, where did you wake up? Bruce's expression grew stranger. In the ocean. That's a first for me. Tony nodded, realizing why his searches had yielded nothing. Well, whatever happened, at least the Hulk took out Ivan. That saved us from a bigger mess, Tony said. Bruce, however, noticed Tony's exhaustion and asked cautiously, was the transformation really that unusual? Yeah, you were unstoppable. You almost killed me. Tony recounted the events of the previous night, leaving Bruce visibly shaken. I need to get this under control, Bruce muttered. Wait, you said Elizabeth showed up later. Yeah, but she's back home now. Her father's got her on lockdown, she can barely leave the house, Tony replied. No wonder I couldn't reach her. I'll go change, Bruce said, heading upstairs. As Bruce disappeared, Tony's expression darkened, looks like I need to secure the formula for adamantium. At SHIELD headquarters in New York. Maria Hill, flanked by Logan and Victor, strode briskly through the halls, the clatter of her heels echoing against the sterile walls. When they reached the holding cells, Maria's expression turned grim. Inside the cell, a man lay in a pool of blood, a dagger clutched in his hand, its blade plunged into his chest. Though it appeared to be suicide, the reverse grip suggested otherwise, a mocking message from the true perpetrator. What happened here? Where's Natasha? Maria demanded. Director, Agent Romanoff mentioned needing the restroom last night. She hasn't been seen since, one agent replied nervously. We only discovered the body during the morning shift, another added. Maria's frown deepened. Search for her. Now. We already did. She's not in the building, the agent reported, his tone heavy. The unease in Maria's chest grew. Could something have happened to Natasha? Director, is it possible Agent Romanoff betrayed us? One agent suggested hesitantly. She is from the Red Room, after all. Maybe she. Enough. Maria snapped. Natasha wouldn't betray SHIELD. She turned to the others. Secure the scene and wait for forensics to arrive. Yes, ma'am. As Maria stormed off, the remaining agents exchanged wary glances, their unease mirrored in their eyes. Chapter 133, Searching for Memories. On the streets of New York, Maria drove with one hand while holding her phone with the other. You want the formula for adamantium? No way, we don't have the formula. Who does? Go ask Colonel Stryker. We've always just bought it from him. Maria wasn't Nick Fury, she didn't have the same connections with Tony's father, so she casually brushed him off. Just as she finished speaking, a truck sped up from the side and slammed into her car. Bang. Maria's car was sent flying by the collision. Thankfully, it was a bulletproof vehicle, and while the glass cracked and the body dented, the structure held firm. Maria, feeling a sharp pain, quickly grabbed her handgun, ready to defend herself, her eyes scanning for further threats. A group of armed men surrounded her vehicle, raising their rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, striking the bulletproof glass and body of the car, leaving spiderweb cracks and deep dents. This car, however, was built to withstand such attacks, being a specially armored vehicle for SHIELD directors. But then, Maria noticed one of the attackers preparing a rocket launcher. Her heart sank. At that critical moment, a motorcycle roared into the scene. Its rider, a bald black man with a single eye, took aim and shot the rocket-wielding assailant before they could fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The man on the motorcycle opened fire, scattering the attackers. He screeched to a halt in front of Maria's vehicle. Get out now. Recognizing Nick Fury, Maria didn't hesitate. She scrambled out of the car and onto the back of the motorcycle. Fury gunned the engine, and the two sped off. Though they encountered several more ambushes, they narrowly escaped each time, thanks to Fury's driving and marksmanship. Half an hour later, they arrived at a safe house, finally able to catch their breath. Maria collapsed into a chair, dropping her empty handgun, and gulped down some water. Who were those people? She asked between breaths. Fury shook his head. No idea, but it's clear they're tied to the people we're looking for. He began reloading his weapons, his movements calm and deliberate. I warned you last night not to push too hard. You didn't listen. Maria remained silent, reflecting on his words. She had indeed recognized the risk but had refused to back down. Sitting in the director's seat without achieving anything tangible was unacceptable to her. Once Fury finished reloading, he tossed Maria a freshly loaded pistol. The good news is, whoever's targeting you clearly has resources and access. That narrows the suspects down to a few key players. Maria nodded as she inspected her weapon. But who can I still trust? Me, Natasha, Barton, Sharon, Sam. Fury listed a few names before hesitating. Finally, he added, and Logan and Victor. Maria raised an eyebrow. Those two. They're new, sure, but their solitary nature and straightforward personalities make them trustworthy. Maria didn't argue and pulled out her secure communicator. Then let's call them in. Fury stopped her, placing his hand over the device. If the enemy has infiltrated high enough to organize this attack, contacting anyone directly could expose us. Then what do? We seek outside help. From whom? Stark. He's the only one left who can assist us. That evening, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Logan and Victor were growing increasingly uneasy. They noticed they were constantly being watched, and every move they made was shadowed by agents. Their personal communicators had been confiscated long ago. Victor, I think it's time for us to leave, Logan said. Victor looked puzzled. Why? It's been a year. We found all the information we can hear. It's time to focus on recovering our memories. Victor shrugged. If you say so. Logan nodded decisively. The brothers packed their belongings and prepared to depart. As they stepped outside, two agents immediately blocked their path. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Logan, having made up his mind, didn't bother with pleasantries. He shoved past them. Stop following me. The agents reached for their sidearms, but Victor acted faster. He grabbed one by the throat and slammed him against the wall. You want to live? Then back off. Victor's menacing glare froze the agents in their tracks. Satisfied, he released them and followed Logan out of the building. After retrieving their documents and money from home, the brothers headed for the airport. But as they exited their apartment, they suddenly felt lightheaded. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves standing at the entrance of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Victor. How did we get here? Logan asked, confused. Victor didn't answer. He simply walked forward, his instincts telling him to follow the path ahead. The doors opened automatically, and lights flickered on, illuminating a path. They followed the lights to the top floor, where they found themselves in a luxurious office. Behind the desk sat a man, Adam. You're here, Adam said, his tone calm but commanding. Logan and Victor's eyes glazed over briefly before clarity returned. Memories flooded back. They remembered being captured by Adam, who had extracted samples of their blood and tissue. Rather than imprison them, Adam had offered a suggestion: seek answers about their past through S.H.I.E.L.D. To ensure their cooperation, Adam had planted a mental suggestion to forget their encounter with him. Now, that suggestion was lifted, and everything became clear. Chapter 134, Visitors from Another World. At this moment, under the influence of mental suggestion, Logan and Victor sensed the chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D. and decided it was time to leave. Unknowingly, they found themselves arriving at Umbrella Corporation. Thank you. We already know where to go next. Upon hearing their gratitude, Adam didn't even lift his head. Oh. Seems like you found some clues within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes. Then go ahead. Logan nodded but hesitated for a moment before asking, how is Rogue doing? Do you want to see her? After some thought, Logan nodded again. Go ahead. The Red Queen will guide you. Soon, a beam of light appeared at the door, guiding Logan and Victor out. A few minutes later, Logan found Rogue in the basement, preparing to go to bed. Compared to their first meeting, Rogue now seemed free of her former insecurities, exuding a cheerful and radiant demeanor. Logan, you're finally back. You've been gone so long. How was it outside? Was it fun? Logan approached her, wearing gloves, and gently patted her head. The outside world is great, but it's too dangerous for you. For Rogue, who couldn't yet control her powers, the outside world wasn't just dangerous for her, it was dangerous for ordinary people, too. Staying in Umbrella Tower was probably the best option for her right now. The two chatted for over half an hour before Logan left with Victor. Seeing that Rogue was living well, Logan felt much more at ease. As they exited Umbrella Tower and prepared to head to Michigan, the Red Queen's holographic projection suddenly appeared in front of them. There's a mission available. You can accept it or decline it. What's the reward? T3 virus enhancement. Hearing this, Logan nodded in satisfaction. What's the mission? Travel to the U.K. and locate the visitor from another world. Visitor from another world? Yes. Last night, our satellite detected unusual spatial fluctuations in the UK. We need someone to investigate and find this visitor. Why us? Can't you send someone else? Because we don't know who this visitor is or their temperament. To avoid unnecessary conflict, the Master prefers to approach them cautiously. After some thought, Logan nodded in agreement. Fine. While searching for his memories was important, he was far more curious about who this otherworldly visitor might be. He turned to Victor. Are you coming? If you're going, so am I. Let's move, then. Shortly after, under Umbrella's arrangements, the two were on their way to the airport. At the top floor of Umbrella Tower, Adam stood by the window, watching as Logan and Victor departed. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, Luna appeared. Boss, why send them? Wouldn't our people be more suitable? Our people might provoke this woman. A mutant approach is less likely to escalate the situation. Who is she? Cassandra Nova. Miss Nova, here's your drink. Cassandra accepted the glass from the bartender with a faint smile. The bartender, utterly entranced, turned away without even collecting payment. Thank you for the tip, he murmured as he walked off. Cassandra sipped her drink, her gaze sweeping across the bar. It was daytime outside, a glaringly sunny afternoon. Due to the time difference, when she crossed over into this world, it had been midday. She didn't immediately flaunt her powers or attempt to dominate the world. Instead, she spent her time gathering information. She learned that this country was called the Sunset Empire, and the world was vastly different from the one she knew. Here, there were individuals like Iron Man, organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Umbrella Corporation, as well as something called the Mutant Registration Act. Most intriguing of all, in this world, it seemed that her twin brother, who had killed her in the womb, was alive. Her existence, however, had been erased entirely, replaced by someone named Charles Francis Xavier, also known as Professor X. My dear brother, I didn't expect this world to be one where you survived. Smiling faintly, she drained her glass and left the bar. As she passed the entrance, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in a mirror, a striking, bald woman in her 30s or 40s. She touched her head, satisfied with her appearance. Before arriving in this world, she had been on the verge of dominating her original planet. Using her telepathy, mind control, and immense psychic powers, she had become the first Omega-level mutant. But a single mistake had nearly cost her life when a certain loudmouthed mercenary almost killed her. In desperation, she shattered the space stone. Combined with the quantum realm's energy, she opened a portal to another world and escaped here. Not long after she left the bar, golden energy circles appeared before her, and multiple portals opened. More of these sorcerers. How tedious. Cassandra sighed in disdain, raising her hand toward the figures emerging from the portals. Whoosh. With a mere gesture, a man in a yellow sorcerer's robe was instantly stripped of all his flesh, collapsing to the ground without a sound. The other sorcerers, including Caecilius, recoiled in fear, hastily erecting magical barriers. She's a monster. She's killing people. A mutant is attacking. Nearby pedestrians fled in panic as Cassandra's actions unfolded before their eyes. The sorcerers, lacking mastery of the mirror dimension, were unable to hide the battle. She's an evil enemy. Attack together. Caecilius shouted, summoning magical weapons. The others followed suit, conjuring mystical blades and staves before charging forward. Cassandra shook her head, exasperated. No matter the world, sorcerers always think they're warriors. With effortless movements, she twisted the bodies of the attacking sorcerers into grotesque shapes, killing them instantly. To her, they were no more than insects. Terrified by the deaths of his comrades, Caecilius opened a portal in desperation and fled. I don't want to die. I still have vengeance to seek, he cried as he vanished. Chapter 135, Standing Still. Thud. Caecilius stumbled out of the portal, slipping and crashing onto the floor of Camartage. Compared to the bold ambitions he had when he left with his apprentices, he now appeared utterly defeated. As the portal behind him closed, he finally exhaled in relief. Huff, huff. He panted heavily for a few moments, then picked himself up off the ground. I need to become stronger, he muttered to himself, determination lighting up his eyes as he headed toward the library. Meanwhile, in U.K. Cassandra watched indifferently as one of the sorcerers fled. She felt no need to pursue him. After all, she wasn't sure if that other bald woman, her counterpart, was truly dead. Gazing around at the now empty streets, she raised her right hand. Snap. With a soft sound, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was seated in a bar. One plate of spaghetti. The waiter, momentarily dazed by the sudden appearance of a customer, quickly regained his senses and nodded before heading to inform the chef. Cassandra smiled faintly. This world is worth cherishing. No more reckless use of nukes this time. Can't survive on a diet of sand forever, she mused. In the previous world, though she had become the ruler of the globe, her widespread use of nuclear weapons had turned the planet into a desolate wasteland. Her material luxuries were fewer than those of ordinary citizens in this world. Regret lingered in her heart. But now, she had a chance to start over, a fresh opportunity she wouldn't squander. After finishing her meal, Cassandra roamed the streets of London, absorbing information and enjoying the sights. It wasn't until nightfall that she encountered two mutants, Logan and Victor. She observed them from the shadows as they walked down a street, scanning their surroundings. What exactly are we supposed to find? Logan muttered. No idea, Victor replied. They just said to look around. Cassandra, recognizing the two figures from her own world, felt a flicker of old hatred. Her first instinct was to kill them on the spot. But then she remembered, these weren't the Logan and Victor she knew. These were different versions from a different world. Perhaps they could even be useful. Her lips curled into a sinister smile as she stepped forward. Without hesitation, she reached out and plunged her hand into their heads, literally. Her hand seemed to merge into their skulls as though dipping into water, stirring their thoughts and memories. Who are you? Logan growled, panic flashing in his eyes. What are you doing to us? Victor snapped. Cassandra ignored their protests, rummaging through their minds. Her expression darkened as she encountered a strange mental force within their brains, a presence seemingly trying to communicate with her. Who's there? She demanded aloud. A calm male voice echoed in her mind, why the hostility? It's unnecessary. Cassandra's sharp eyes darted around, but she saw no one. Who are you? Show yourself. I'm not physically present, the voice replied. Then where are you? New York. Impossible. No one can communicate across such a distance like this. I didn't contact you to argue over unnecessary things, the voice interrupted. I'm simply here to suggest you proceed with caution. This world is far more complex than you realize. Are you threatening me? Cassandra snarled, her frustration mounting. But the voice didn't answer. She could feel its presence retreating, leaving her alone once more. Turning her gaze back to Logan and Victor, she studied them thoughtfully before releasing them from her mental grip. You're from New York, aren't you? She asked coldly. Their stunned silence was all the confirmation she needed. Smirking, she extended her mental reach into their minds once more. Moments later, her expression shifted. She let go of them and said, "Follow me." The psychic connection had revealed information about this world's mutant politics and the emergence of a mutant nation in Baghdad. Intrigued, Cassandra decided to investigate it personally. Logan and Victor hesitated, reluctant to follow this terrifying woman. But fear of her power kept them compliant, and they silently trailed behind her. Both regretted accepting this mission. Dealing with Cassandra was far more harrowing than they'd anticipated. In New York, where dawn was just breaking. Inside a luxurious Manhattan penthouse, Adam stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dim morning light as he opened the curtains. So it wasn't an interdimensional powerhouse, he mused. Just a traveler from another corner of the multiverse. And, fortunately, not one with an inherently evil nature. In his previous life, he had encountered true interdimensional powerhouses, beings who slaughtered entire planets or even destroyed worlds on a whim. Especially a certain warrior race, infamous for their habit of transforming mid-fight. The thought made him sigh. Raising his hand, Adam summoned a golden energy that quickly shifted into the violet hue of destructive power. He dismissed the energy with a flick of his wrist, sensing a pulse from the umbrella tower that slightly amplified his strength. Oh! Another technological breakthrough. Intrigued, Adam donned his coat and prepared to head to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Elsewhere, at a coastal mansion in New York. The doorbell rang urgently, disrupting the quiet dawn. Ding dong. Ding dong. Tony Stark, clad in pajamas and looking half asleep, shuffled to the door. His arc reactor glowed faintly beneath his rumpled shirt. This better be important, he grumbled, opening the door to reveal Maria Hill and Nick Fury. The sight of the two agents startled him awake. We're being hunted, Maria said bluntly. Tony's expression turned serious. Jarvis, initiate Level 1 security protocols. Alert me to any intruders. Understood, Mr. Stark. You two, come in, Tony said, stepping aside. He couldn't ignore their plea for help, no matter how much they had irritated him lately. Chapter 136, Shield Crisis. In the living room. After a while, Tony learned from Maria and Nick what had happened. This made him lower his head in silence, deep in thought about a countermeasure. Clearly, he didn't want to get involved in this situation. Although his palladium poisoning had temporarily been alleviated, without the constant protection of the arc reactor, he couldn't face any unexpected dangers. Simply put, if an enemy aimed a sniper rifle at him from a distance, his fate would be no different from that of an ordinary person. Nick noticed Tony's hesitation and stood up, his expression grim. "Tony, the safety of S.H.I.E.L.D. concerns the order of the entire human race. If S.H.I.E.L.D. falls into the wrong hands, human society will spiral out of control." Hearing this, Tony's eyes flickered slightly. Maria lowered her head, guilt written all over her face. "I'm sorry. It was my fault for not following the director's instructions the other night. I should have sent someone to assist you." As voices filled the living room, Banner descended from upstairs. "Who's here so early?" "Maria." "Director Fury? What brings you here?" Another round of explanations followed. Banner's reaction was far more agitated than Tony's. "We absolutely can't let those villains take control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who knows what chaos they'd unleash." Tony smiled wryly after hearing this. He was just about to say something when Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. "Sir, 3 vehicles are rapidly approaching the house." Tony's expression changed, and a sense of crisis instantly arose in his mind. "Banner, protect Pepper. Jarvis, get my armor and the arc reactor." As he spoke, Tony removed the wires connected to his chest, took the arc reactor handed to him by one of his mechanical arms, and placed it into his chest. He then dashed into the basement to suit up. Banner, without hesitation, ran upstairs to shield Pepper. Meanwhile, Nick and Maria reacted quickly as well, drawing their handguns and taking cover behind the counters. Moments later, a loud boom shook the room as an explosion blasted a large hole in Tony's villa. Bullets soon rained inside. Outside the villa, 3 vehicles had come to a halt. A man wearing a metallic mask with a left arm entirely made of metal tossed aside a portable rocket launcher and picked up a rifle, firing as he advanced toward the house. Rat-a-tat-tat. The man, Bucky Barnes, known as the Winter Soldier, remained emotionless as he approached. At that moment, a red and gold figure shot out from the villa, Tony, clad in his armor. Emerging from the villa, Tony immediately fired a repulsor blast at the nearest enemy. Boom. Bucky raised his metal arm, blocking the attack. The other henchmen responded by lifting their rocket launchers, aiming them at Tony. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis, equipped with rudimentary AI, instantly deployed decoy flares from the Mark 7 armor. However, these weren't ordinary rockets. They were Hydra's latest innovation, capable of bypassing the flares entirely and striking their target. In disbelief, Tony watched as the missiles hit him directly. Boom. The explosion hurled Tony backward, sending him toward the cliff by the sea. Tony. Pepper, stepping out of her room at that moment, screamed in despair upon seeing Tony fall. However, a second later, Tony soared back up, entirely unharmed. The missile's force had merely pushed him back but couldn't scratch the adamantium mesh of his armor. What followed was a one-sided battle. Neither bullets nor rockets could harm Tony, and Winter Soldier's henchmen were swiftly taken down. Realizing the dire situation, Bucky led the remaining few in retreat. When the dust settled, Tony surveyed the nearly demolished villa and turned to Maria and Nick. "You're paying for this." Maria and Nick immediately nodded in agreement. After all, they were funded by public expenses, and the compensation wouldn't come out of their own pockets. "Tony, we now need to." As Nick and Maria discussed their next move to uncover the mastermind and thwart the enemy's plans, Natasha and Barton sensed something was amiss. In a secret room, Natasha carefully peered outside to ensure no one was around before speaking. "Maria is missing." Barton nodded, checking his handgun. "We need to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. "Agreed. Let's go now." "Should we bring anyone else?" "There's no one else. Sam's on leave, and Logan and Victor left last night." "What about the new recruit, Quake?" Hearing the name, Natasha glanced at Barton skeptically. "A rookie. Are you sure she's not a spy?" "I have a feeling. But let's not involve her now." Both being decisive, they made their move quickly, evading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and security cameras as they exited the building. Once outside, they sped through New York in a car, only to be blindsided by a speeding truck. Bang. The violent collision sent their car flying. Unlike the director's armored vehicle, theirs was an ordinary sedan, offering no bulletproof protection. The crash left the car mangled, with shattered glass everywhere. Despite their injuries and numerous wounds, the duo retrieved their firearms, unbuckled their seatbelts, and kicked open the car door to escape. Moments after they fled, a rocket blasted the car. Boom. The explosion's shockwave threw them to the ground. Had they hesitated even a second longer, they would have perished with the car. Yet the relentless assault continued. Before they could recover, a group of black-clad attackers surrounded them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, leaving them with no chance to retaliate. Just as they were about to be riddled with bullets, shadows emerged around them. Ah! Help! Monsters! The attackers screamed as these shadows unleashed their tongues, swiftly killing several Hydra operatives. The sudden assault left the remaining operatives in disarray, forcing them to retreat. Only 2 Hydra operatives, their expressions cold and devoid of fear, continued firing at the shadows. Rat-a-tat-tat. These 2 were Winter Soldiers, emotionless and unrelenting. Chapter 137, Assassination Mission. The Winter Soldier was created by Hydra as a counterpart to Captain America's Super Soldier program. Each Winter Soldier underwent the most brutal training and brainwashing by Hydra, which erased their emotions and memories. When 2 Winter Soldiers saw that the bullets from the rifles had no effect on these monsters, they discarded their weapons after running out of ammo and charged forward. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. Before the 2 Winter Soldiers could even reach their target, they were thrown back by an immense force. Their adversaries were the second generation of Lickers. Although the second-generation Lickers were powerless against the Hulk, they were no match for Winter Soldiers, who were only enhanced to 2 or 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. These 2 Winter Soldiers were quickly impaled and torn apart by the Licker's tongue. Seeing this, the surrounding Hydra agents quickly fled the scene. Once the Licker saw that the enemies had disappeared, it also vanished into the streets. Natasha and Barton exchanged glances. Umbrella saved us. Why? Why would they help us? I don't know, maybe we should go find them. At that moment, a Licker appeared in front of them and threw a note before leaving. Maria and Nick are at Tony's place. Looking at the note, both were puzzled. But after some thought, they realized that finding Maria and Nick was their top priority. They quickly borrowed a car from the streets and headed out. In a hidden underground base in the Middle East. Baron Zemo stared grimly at the screen displaying the footage sent by his subordinates. The sudden appearance of these Lickers had completely disrupted his plans. Umbrella. Zemo muttered. A few days ago, he had attempted to contact Umbrella Corporation, but their management was so strict that they had refused him any access. If I can't cooperate with them, then I'll destroy them. After thinking for a moment, Zemo picked up the phone and began calling the politicians who were supposed to be his allies. However, after several minutes, Zemo's expression darkened further as he hung up the phone. Most of the politicians had refused him, unwilling to cross Umbrella, who had offered them more. The few that had agreed were insignificant, powerless figures with no real influence. Since I can't get them politically, I'll have to resolve this with force. He turned to the monitors, where a boy and a girl appeared. The boy looked around 12 or 13, with silver hair, and his body appeared to move from one corner of the room to another at incredible speeds. The girl, about 10 years old, had red hair. She held a floating Rubik's Cube in one hand while dark red energy swirled around her. These 2 were the reason Zemo had come to the Middle East in recent years. Their abilities will be useful to me. Once I have them, no one in the world will be able to stop me. That night, at the edge of New York, Tony, Pepper, Banner, Nick, and Maria arrived at Tony's secluded villa. Their previous one had been destroyed, so they had to find a new location. After setting down their things, Tony removed his helmet. Though the energy from the arc reactor had kept him energized throughout the day, he could feel the effects of palladium poisoning worsening. This is my secret villa. The enemy won't find us here for a while. He took out his monitoring device and checked his palladium levels. Sure enough, they had increased by 0.3%. He immediately detached the arc reactor from his chest and connected it to a wire. Meanwhile, Pepper and Banner were heading upstairs to set up their rooms, while Nick and Maria were securing the perimeter, placing pistols and rifles in various corners. Half an hour later, the group reconvened. Knock knock. A sudden knock at the door. Who is it? Maria and Nick immediately grabbed their handguns and tightened their grips, looking toward Tony. Didn't he say they'd be safe for a while? Tony shrugged. Don't worry. If they're knocking, they're probably not the enemy. Even though he said this, he still donned his gauntlets and made his way to the door. Who is it? It's us. Hearing the familiar voice, Tony breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. Standing outside were Natasha and Barton. Nick, hearing the voices, lowered his gun and quickly approached them. How did you find us? The people from Umbrella told us to come here. Natasha quickly recounted the events of the morning. After hearing the story, Nick nodded and walked inside. Come in. Maria, who was nearby, added, it seems like Umbrella isn't our enemy after all. The group exchanged information and devised a plan for tomorrow's mission. Several hours later, as it was getting late, they all went to bed. In the middle of the night, Jarvis' voice suddenly echoed above them. 7 cars are heading towards this location. Be alert. At this, Natasha, Barton, Nick, and Maria quickly grabbed their weapons and went to the windows. Tony, Pepper, and Banner also woke up immediately. Pepper and Tony headed straight for the basement. Pepper hid away while Tony donned the arc reactor and his armor. After waiting for a while, there was no sign of movement outside. The enemy seemed to know they had been discovered, as the cars only parked in the distance, not making any attempt to attack. A few minutes later, a low rumbling sound filled the air. Natasha and Barton's faces turned pale. Careful. Helicopters. In the next moment, several rockets were fired. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful explosion rocked the villa, setting it ablaze. The helicopters hovered for a moment before one attempted to leave, but suddenly, a green figure leapt from the wreckage, crossing over 100 meters, and landed on the helicopter. The helicopter immediately became unstable. The Hulk grabbed the chopper and used his brute strength to rip open the door, tossing several black-suited figures out of it. Ah! Ah! The sounds of their screams filled the air. Moments later, the helicopter crashed. Seeing this, the other two helicopters quickly began firing rockets at the Hulk. Boom. But the Hulk ignored the rocket blasts and leapt again, only to be caught by a net fired from one of the helicopters. The helicopter began flying towards the sea and released the net. Hulk. Soon, the Hulk plunged into the ocean, unable to resurface for the time being. Chapter 138, Blacklight Deadpool. When Tony was ambushed by Hydra assassins, Adam was in the middle of a crucial experiment at the Umbrella Tower. In the underground research facility, Adam stood amidst the bustling activity of researchers and scientists, watching as Philia, his chief scientist, directed the team with precision. Philia, how confident are you in the success of this Blacklight virus experiment? Adam asked, his tone calm but laced with curiosity. They had already conducted one experiment on the Blacklight virus some time ago. Like most experiments, failure was the norm, with success being an elusive rarity. Philia glanced up from her tablet and responded with composure, "Boss, based on Red Queen's calculations, there's a 27% chance of success." A 27% success rate might not sound impressive, but in the world of experimental science, it was already a significant improvement. Many trials began with probabilities below 10%. "Proceed," Adam said decisively. "Understood." Moments later, as preparations were finalized, a pale-skinned test subject was wheeled into the room. The man's muscular build caught Adam's attention, prompting a slight smirk. "When did we start getting such high-quality test subjects?" Adam asked, intrigued. Philia checked her notes. This subject wasn't purchased or captured. He volunteered for the experiment. "Oh. A volunteer." Adam raised an eyebrow. "Yes, his name is Wade Winston Wilson. He's a former Canadian Special Forces soldier who became a mercenary after leaving the military. After being diagnosed with terminal cancer, he volunteered for the experiment, hoping to find a cure." Wade. Deadpool. That chatty guy. Adam's thoughts raced as he studied the man. It was him. "Did you tell him we've already cured cancer?" Adam asked, turning to Philia with a wry smile. Philia shrugged, a hint of mischief in her expression. "There are over 100 types of cancer, boss. Unfortunately, the specific cure for his type isn't scheduled for release until 3 years from now. It's still under regulatory review." Adam chuckled. He understood the art of creating demand. Releasing a cure bit by bit, building anticipation and scarcity, was a strategy he admired from his previous life. As Philia gave the signal, the experiment began. Inside the sterile white laboratory, Wade looked around nervously at the mirrored walls. He knew the scientists were watching him from behind the one-way glass. "Hey, I can see you guys. What kind of experiment are you running here?" Wade called out, his voice tinged with both bravado and apprehension. No one responded. "Come on, at least tell me when we're starting. I hate waiting." Suddenly, a mechanical arm extended from the ceiling, its syringe glinting ominously under the bright lights. Wait. That needle's too big. Can we talk about this?" Wade protested, struggling against the reinforced restraints that held him in place. The needle pierced his arm, injecting a vivid blue liquid into his veins. Almost immediately, a bone-deep chill spread through his body, as though he had been thrown naked into a frozen wasteland. What did you inject me with?" Still, no one answered. One by one, more mechanical arms descended, injecting various serums into his body. He cycled through waves of excruciating cold, searing heat, unbearable itchiness, and searing pain. Despite the relentless agony, Wade's remarkable willpower kept him conscious. He clenched his teeth, refusing to scream, even when the pain left him trembling and soaked in his own sweat. Outside the observation room, Philia turned to Adam, her curiosity piqued. "Boss, how did you know his willpower was so strong? You didn't let me sedate him beforehand." Adam smiled faintly. "A hunch. After all, this was Deadpool, a man who had survived Francis's torturous experiments and awakened his regenerative abilities. As the experiment progressed, Philia announced, "Prepare to inject the Blacklight 2 serum." The earlier injections were mere primers, nutritional supplements, fortifiers, and stimulants, designed to optimize the subject's condition for the main event. Inside the lab, Wade had become numb to the constant intrusions of mechanical arms. But when the syringe containing the inky black serum penetrated his skin, a profound sense of dread overwhelmed him. Moments later, he felt as though he were drowning, his body convulsing violently as every nerve screamed in torment. Arg. For the first time, Wade's scream echoed through the laboratory. His body felt as though it were being torn apart and reassembled at a molecular level. Time lost meaning as his organs were pulverized and rebuilt, his cells torn apart and regenerated in an endless cycle. Eventually, Wade noticed something different. His body felt altered. He raised his left hand, only to watch in astonishment as it dissolved into a puddle of black liquid before reconstituting into its original form. Did it work? Is my cancer gone? Sliding off the examination table, Wade inspected his limbs, marveling at his newfound abilities. Then he looked up, his gaze locking onto the mirrored wall. In his reflection, he could see the researchers on the other side, the very people responsible for his transformation. His eyes narrowed, the memory of his agony fueling an overwhelming wave of fury. "You're all going to pay for this." Clenching his fist, Wade punched the bulletproof glass, only to recoil as pain shot through his hand. Moments later, his hand healed, good as new. Grinning, he grabbed the metal examination table and hurled it at the glass with all his strength. Bang. The glass cracked, its surface spiderwebbed with fractures. Wade chuckled darkly, "I'm coming for you." With that, he began pounding the glass relentlessly, each strike more forceful than the last. Chapter 139, Seeking Water Sources. Outside the laboratory. As the bulletproof glass began to crack, the scientists inside promptly followed emergency protocols. They swiftly packed their belongings and started evacuating in an orderly manner. Outside the lab, the security team armed themselves with electromagnetic rifles and riot shields, quickly forming a defensive line near the entrance. Bang. With a loud crash, the bulletproof glass shattered. Wade climbed out of the broken window and lunged forward. The security team, seeing this, immediately pulled their triggers. Zzzzzzz. The electromagnetic rifle's energy projectiles pierced through Wade's body, hitting the walls and glass behind him. However, the places where Wade was hit morphed into black liquid before reverting to their original form as he continued his advance. Nearby, Adam raised his hand and froze Wade midair. No resistance to mental abilities. "Looks like Philia deemed it unnecessary and removed it," Adam muttered. Suspended midair, Wade returned to his normal form. "Hey, buddy, can you put me down? I admit I was wrong." This was Deadpool, a chatterbox who could bend and adapt to situations, but he would never forget a grudge. When Adam released him, Wade instantly lunged again, only to be restrained once more. "I really know I was wrong. Can't you just let me go?" Adam ignored him and turned toward Philia. "He's all yours now." Philia, while diligently recording data, nodded. "Got it, boss. But this place is compromised. We need to move to another lab." She then instructed the security team to attach an X-gene suppressor around Wade's neck. The Blacklight 2 virus was developed using X-gene research, so Philia instinctively assumed the suppressor would be effective. Wade, as the suppressor was fastened around his neck, flashed a strange expression for a moment but quickly masked it. "Wait," Adam called out as Philia was about to escort Wade out of the lab. "Red Queen, summon Sentinel X," Adam commanded. "Yes, Master," the AI replied. Moments later, a towering 3-meter-tall robot, its body gleaming with black and silver metal, walked into the room. Philia was stunned at the sight of Sentinel X. "Boss, when did you develop this?" "Last week. I built it myself. Unfortunately, due to material limitations, it's the only one in existence." Adam's gaze lingered on Sentinel X, a trace of satisfaction in his expression. Regrettably, mass production was impossible without access to large quantities of vibranium or the formula for adamantium. In another laboratory, Philia led Wade into a new lab. Although the X-gene suppressor had little effect on him, the presence of Sentinel X made Wade feel inexplicably uneasy. "Here, try using your abilities on this," Philia instructed, presenting a small white mouse. Wade looked at the mouse, then back at Philia, confused. "What do you want me to do?" "Absorb it." "Absorb? You mean, eat it?" "No way. It's such a cute little mouse, that's too cruel." Philia gave him a cold glance, clearly not in the mood for his antics. "Absorb it." Glancing at Sentinel X, Wade reluctantly muttered, "At least take off this suppressor." Philia agreed, stepping outside to disable the X-gene suppressor via the Red Queen. With the suppressor deactivated, Wade hesitantly picked up the mouse. Just as he closed his eyes and brought it closer to his mouth, his arm turned black and transformed into a liquid-like substance, engulfing the mouse. Moments later, Wade opened his eyes to find the mouse gone, confusion etched on his face. But then, faint and fragmented memories surfaced in his mind, memories that seemed to belong to the mouse. Additionally, he noticed a slight restoration of his stamina. Could it be? Further experiments confirmed his suspicions. Philia brought in various animals for him to absorb. Each time, Wade gained snippets of memories and a small boost to his physical state. This forced him to confront a harsh reality: he might no longer be human. Elsewhere in Baghdad. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Baghdad, it was a late afternoon. Lorna, accompanied by a group of mutant subordinates, patrolled the city. After the Mutant Sovereignty Declaration, most of the world's mutants had gathered here. While this eased her burden in some ways, it also made management more challenging. Fortunately, with Adam's assistance, she managed to stabilize the situation. For now, the United Nations remained entangled in bureaucracy, unable to take action against the mutants. This had created an uneasy calm in the city. Baghdad was surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. However, thanks to mutated zombies capable of controlling the ordinary ones, mutants could live relatively safely within the city. To support the mutants, Lorna also recruited ordinary humans to help produce resources. After completing her patrol, Lorna returned to the best hotel in the city, which now served as her residence. As soon as she arrived, a man and a woman, both civilians, approached her. "Miss Lorna, our water supplies are running low. Please make preparations as soon as possible," the woman said. Lorna frowned. "How can that be? We don't have that many people, and our daily consumption shouldn't be that high." Currently, Baghdad housed over 1,000 mutants and more than 20,000 ordinary humans. The man explained, "Although we don't have many people, there's been no rainfall recently, and much of the water supply has been contaminated. Usable water is scarce." The woman added, "We could use the contaminated water, but that risks turning people into zombies." Lorna shook her head firmly. "That's out of the question. The risk of infection is too high." "Then what should we do about the water supply?" After a moment of thought, Lorna instructed, "Summon Ms. Monroe." Shortly after, Aurora Monroe, clad in silver-white attire with flowing white hair, arrived. Under Adam's mental control, Aurora had forgotten about the X-Men and Professor Charles Xavier. She now resembled a soulless automaton. "Miss Lorna, what are your orders?" "Ms. Monroe, we need you to summon a storm to replenish our water supplies." Without a word, Aurora nodded. Her pupils disappeared as she gazed at the sky, preparing to unleash her weather-controlling abilities. Chapter 140, Omega's Power. Rumble. The sky darkened as a strong wind began to howl around the hotel. However, despite the thickening clouds and intensifying winds, there was no sign of rain. After a while, Lorna could only ask the other party to stop using their powers. "Can't your ability summon a rainstorm?" Hearing this, Aurora looked at her in confusion, unsure how to respond. Seeing Aurora's reaction, Lorna could only shake her head in disappointment. "Never mind, you can go." Recently, several X-Men mutants who came to help had similar limitations, leaving Lorna deeply unsatisfied. Still, she understood that this was Adam's way of supporting her, so she couldn't complain too much. After Aurora left, Lorna began pondering other ways to generate water. Just as she was lost in thought, a bald woman descended from the sky and landed outside the hotel. It was Cassandra. Behind her were Logan and Victor, both under her control. Upon arriving in the ruins of Baghdad City, Cassandra surveyed her surroundings with a slight frown. "So, this is the so-called mutant kingdom. It looks more desolate than the aftermath of a nuclear apocalypse." Indeed, ever since the zombie crisis, Baghdad City resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Burnt buildings, explosions, abandoned vehicles, and corpses scattered the streets painted a bleak picture. The scene left Cassandra disappointed. After a moment, her gaze fell on the still intact hotel, and she started walking toward it. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her high heels echoed on the concrete ground. Logan and Victor followed closely behind, their expressions blank. The group's presence was soon noticed. "Stop. Who are you? I don't recognize you." A young man stepped forward to block Cassandra's path. He had a cocky demeanor, short green hair with a shaved middle, and heavy makeup. His whole look screamed punk. Cassandra's eyes lit up with faint interest at the sight of him. "What's your ability?" In her previous world, after the apocalypse, no one cared about appearances anymore. People fought to the death over basic necessities, with no time for such flamboyance. This was one reason she'd grown tired of her old world. The young man perked up at her question. "My ability. I can change the color of my hair. It's super cool. Green's my favorite, it's eco-friendly, and my friends love it. Even my girlfriend says it suits me." As he rambled on, Cassandra waved her hand impatiently, using her powers to control him. Take me to your leader. The green-haired man nodded blankly. Yes. Moments later, the four of them entered the hotel. Hey, Shar, new friends. Shar, your girlfriend's busy on the 4th floor. Haha, good afternoon, Shar. It was clear the hotel's mutants were familiar with the young man. Many greeted him along the way, though their expressions carried a hint of mockery. Cassandra paid no mind to these trivial details. Soon, they reached a high floor where Lorna sat, deep in thought. At this point, Shar stopped and pointed toward Lorna. She's our leader. As he spoke, he snapped back to his senses, looking around in confusion. Huh? How did I get here? Lorna's subordinates, noticing Cassandra's group, immediately grew alert. Who are you? What are you here for? Cassandra ignored the insignificant voices and turned her attention to Lorna. You're Lorna, the leader of this group. Lorna looked up, puzzled. Yes, who are you? Are you here to join us? Lately, many mutants had come seeking refuge, so she didn't think much of Cassandra at first. But in the next moment, her eyes fell on Logan and Victor behind Cassandra. What happened to you two? Why aren't you saying anything? Wait, you're under her control. Cassandra smirked confidently at Lorna's quick realization. Not bad, you're sharp. I am the ruler of this world. Kneel before me. After delivering her dramatic line, Cassandra extended her hand, attempting to seize control of Lorna's mind. But before her powers could take hold, a metal helmet suddenly flew through the air and landed on Lorna's head. In an instant, Cassandra's psychic influence was blocked, as if hitting an unyielding wall. Huh. Interesting. Before she could say more, Lorna raised her hand. Kill her. The surrounding metal surged forward, aimed directly at Cassandra. Logan. Victor. Logan and Victor immediately moved to shield Cassandra, obeying her commands. Lorna, knowing their regenerative abilities, didn't hold back and continued her assault. The other mutants present joined the fray, unleashing vines, fireballs, ice spikes, and more. Lorna's subordinates were no weaklings, their abilities were far beyond those of ordinary mutants. But in the next moment, all their attacks stopped and turned against Lorna's metal barrage. Cassandra had taken control of everyone nearby in an instant. With her allies turning on her, Lorna quickly found herself at a disadvantage. While Logan and Victor could withstand heavy attacks, the others couldn't. Lorna hesitated, unwilling to fatally harm her own people. In this dire situation, she shouted, "Father, help me." The entire hotel began to tremble as steel beams emerged from its walls. Cassandra reacted swiftly, using her psychic powers to contest control over the metal. Though manipulating objects wasn't her specialty, her power as an Omega-level mutant rivaled even that of Lorna and Magneto. Soon, she began to gain the upper hand. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel before me now. Lorna felt immense pressure, sweat forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, in the top floor of the hotel, Magneto, now a mutated zombie, began to falter under the strain. Chapter 141, The Middle East Alliance. Just as Lorna was about to collapse, a sudden flash of lightning struck outside the window, directly hitting Cassandra. Boom. The thunder rolled in, a moment late, but the damage was already done. Cassandra's body jerked violently, momentarily paralyzed. From the staircase, a figure slowly descended, Aurora. Her expression was cold and unfeeling, and her eyes glowed a pure white, void of any pupils. Seeing her, Lorna let out a breath of relief. Die. In an instant, every piece of metal in the room hurtled toward Cassandra with deadly force. Crash. The assault was so powerful that the floor shattered, leaving a gaping hole into the level below. But just as Lorna prepared to confirm Cassandra's defeat, a figure emerged from the floor behind her. It was Cassandra, who reached out and placed her hand on Lorna's head. Did you really think you could kill me with something like that? Lorna tried to summon her powers again, but a sharp, unbearable pain stopped her in her tracks. Ah. Cassandra smirked, a glint of malice in her eyes. Stubborn, aren't you? Let's see how long you can last. She pulled off Lorna's helmet and unleashed her mental control. Lorna struggled desperately, but under Cassandra's overwhelming psychic pressure, she eventually lowered her head. Master, Lorna muttered, her voice hollow. Seeing this, Cassandra burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. New York City. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, the battle had finally ended. Tony Stark removed his helmet and stared at the ruins of his second mansion, his face filled with frustration. He turned to glare at Nick Fury and Maria Hill. Ever since he had met them, he hadn't had a moment's peace. From the fight against Apocalypse to now, his life had been one disaster after another. And now, his house was gone. Feeling the weight of Tony's stare, Nick coughed awkwardly. Let's focus on digging Pepper out first, he said, trying to change the subject. Tony glanced at Maria, who was busy tending to Natasha and Clint's injuries, and could only sigh in resignation. Maria, though the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was more of a strategist and administrator. Her combat abilities were subpar, and during last night's battle, she had been injured and forced to hide until the fighting ended. Only then did she re-emerge to provide first aid. As Nick and Tony cleared debris from the mansion's wreckage, a hand suddenly reached up from the edge of the cliff. "Did none of you think to come save me?" It was Bruce Banner, having climbed back up after being thrown into the ocean during the fight. Natasha quickly ran over to help him up. "Bruce, are you okay? Why didn't you transform into the Hulk to get back sooner?" Bruce coughed out a few mouthfuls of seawater before shaking his head. "I don't know, it's like the Hulk enjoyed the water too much to come back up." A short while later, the group managed to rescue Pepper from the basement. But as they surveyed the wreckage, they realized they had a bigger problem: they had nowhere to go. If their enemies had found this location, they could easily track them down again. "What do we do now?" Natasha asked. Nick furrowed his brow. "We can't keep running. We need to strike back." "But how?" "We don't even know who our enemy is," Clint replied. "I have a lead," Nick said, his tone grave. "Who?" "Alexander Pierce." "Pierce?" "Him." "Yes. If anyone could infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. so thoroughly, it would be him. But what's his endgame?" "I don't know yet, but we can start by questioning him." At that moment, Jarvis's voice interrupted. "Mr. Stark, you might want to see this." A holographic screen appeared before them, displaying a news broadcast. On the screen stood a bald woman, her posture proud and commanding, her eyes filled with disdain for the world. "My name is Cassandra," she declared. "I am the new leader of the mutant forces in Baghdad. Today, I announce the formation of the Middle East Alliance. As the first ruler of this alliance, I decree that all nations within this region will now answer to me." The broadcast shifted to show the leaders of various Middle Eastern nations, all standing silently behind Cassandra. Their vacant expressions and robotic movements betrayed the fact that they were under her psychic control. As the video ended, the room fell into a heavy silence. "This woman is trouble," Maria finally said. "We need to resolve the S.H.I.E.L.D. crisis as quickly as possible." Nick stood up, nodding firmly. "Agreed. We'll find Pierce and get to the bottom of this." Then, Tony spoke up. "Let's go to Adam." The room turned to him in surprise. Nick immediately shook his head. "No. What if Adam is the mastermind behind all of this? Walking into his headquarters could be a trap." Pepper, however, interjected. "I don't think so. I've worked with Adam before. He struck me as nothing more than a businessman. A pragmatic one, sure, but not someone with malicious intent." Tony nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Adam's actions so far have shown he's willing to help anyone, for the right price. He helped me during the Obadiah incident and again during Ivan's uprising." Nick hesitated. Was he letting his suspicions cloud his judgment? Before he could argue further, Maria nodded. "All right. Let's approach Adam." Natasha, Clint, and Bruce all agreed. "If he is the mastermind, then it'll make things easier, we'll take him down," Clint said matter-of-factly. With no other option, Nick reluctantly agreed. An hour later, the group arrived at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation, Adam's company. However, as they approached the entrance, they were stopped by security personnel. Nick pulled out his phone and called Sharon, one of their inside contacts working within the company. Moments later, Sharon appeared, dressed in a sharp business suit. She pulled Nick aside into a quiet corner. "What do you need?" "I'm swamped with paperwork. Don't call me unless it's urgent." Chapter 142, I am the strongest agent. Seeing Sharon's workaholic demeanor, Nick squinted and looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong with you? We sent you in as an undercover agent, not as an employee." Hearing this, Sharon glanced at Nick as if he were an idiot. "If I don't work, how will I gain the boss's trust? Without trust, how can I be an undercover agent? All right, I'm not going to waste time explaining. I need to go upstairs and handle some files." Nick felt that what she said made sense but still found it odd. "Wait." Just as Sharon was about to leave, Nick quickly grabbed her arm. "What is it?" she asked impatiently. "I need you to take us to meet your boss." "No way. If I do that, I'll blow my cover as an undercover agent. Do you know what I've endured this past year to stay hidden? I've been drinking 3 to 4 cups of coffee a day, taking supplements, and sleeping less than 4 hours each night. It's either paperwork or more paperwork. I've just been promoted to senior assistant, and I'm so close to becoming a manager, which would give me access to Umbrella's classified files. You can't ruin this mission." Maria, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, "Didn't you say last time that being a senior assistant would give you access to classified files?" Sharon gave Maria a look that screamed, "You just don't get it. Senior assistants can only access pricing-related classified files. To access higher-level documents, I need to be a manager." Nick sighed, clearly seeing Sharon's stubborn attitude. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. "Your mission is over. I'm giving you a new one, take us to meet your boss." Sharon felt a wave of indignation wash over her. "You can't do this. I was so close to completing my mission." Nick stepped forward and placed his hands on her shoulders. "Listen, Sharon. Right now, I'm giving you a more critical mission, take us to your boss." Seeing Nick's serious expression, Sharon reluctantly nodded. "Fine, follow me." With Sharon, a senior assistant, leading the way, the guards at the entrance didn't stop them. Shortly afterward, the group arrived on the top floor of the Umbrella Corporation building. As they passed the reception desk, Tony couldn't help but ask, "Where's Luna?" Every time he'd been to Umbrella before, Luna had been at the reception desk. Her absence piqued his curiosity. "She's on a business trip out of town. She's been traveling a lot lately," Sharon replied casually. Soon, they reached the door to the chairman's office. "Knock, knock." "Come in," said a calm voice from inside. Sharon took a deep breath, steadied herself, and opened the door with her head lowered. "Boss," she said softly. Keeping her eyes on the ground, her heart pounded wildly in her chest. She prayed silently that her boss wouldn't discover she was a spy. She needed to stay at Umbrella a bit longer. "Who are they? What's going on?" Before Sharon could think of how to introduce them, Tony stepped forward. "Mr. Adam, it's me, Tony." As he spoke, Tony removed his disguise, his hat and fake beard, meant to avoid detection. Adam, seated behind his desk, looked at the group with a faint smile. However, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh, Mr. Stark. What brings you here all of a sudden? Is it about those 100 liquors from last time? If so, I'm afraid I have to apologize. All 100 liquors are dead, so there won't be any refunds." Tony shook his head quickly. No. I'm not here for a refund. I'd like to purchase more of your products." "Oh. What else do you need?" Adam asked, raising an eyebrow. Tony was about to speak when Pepper lightly tugged his sleeve, stepping forward to interject. "What products do you offer, Mr. Adam?" "Products? We have plenty. It depends on your needs," Adam replied with a calm smile before waving his hand. "Red Queen, show them the products we have available for sale." The next moment, a holographic image of the Red Queen, a virtual, childlike avatar, appeared before the group. "Yes, Master," she responded sweetly. Moments later, the air filled with projections of various products, liquors, tyrants, advanced battle armor, sentinels, electromagnetic rifles, and more. While the Red Queen introduced the products, most of the group's attention wasn't on the items but on the AI itself. "Is this an artificial intelligence?" one of them asked. "I thought Jarvis was the only AI." "I didn't expect to see another one," Tony muttered, his expression unreadable. Yeah, no wonder Umbrella rose to prominence so quickly in just a few decades. The rumors are true. They say Mr. Adam is a genius on par with Stark himself. Adam simply smiled at their praises but didn't respond, remaining seated calmly. He could tell their flattery was just a ploy to gather information. As the group struggled to continue the small talk, the Red Queen spoke again, her tone playful. "Well, do any of the products catch your eye? If not, I'm leaving." Her human-like personality made everyone pause, but it was Tony who looked the most serious. Even Jarvis, his own AI, lacked such a highly developed personality. Could this little girl really be the one who disabled Jarvis during his first visit to Umbrella? It seemed likely. Putting the thought aside, Tony exchanged a glance with Banner. Banner nodded and spoke up. "We'll take one of each product to test their capabilities." Their goal wasn't just to purchase, it was to collect genetic samples for further research. They'd long suspected Umbrella had ties to the mutated creatures they'd encountered, but they needed proof. After completing their purchase, Maria turned to Adam and removed her hood. "Mr. Adam, I'd like to buy some information." "What kind of information?" Adam asked, leaning back in his chair. "Who's behind the traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Adam gazed out the window, as if lost in thought. "The Cassandra of the Middle Eastern Alliance. Be careful of her." The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why he was suddenly talking about the Middle East. Adam continued, "Cassandra possesses the ability to control minds and manipulate atomic structures." Before he could finish, Maria interrupted impatiently, "What does that have to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Adam turned his gaze back to Maria and said evenly, "The crisis in S.H.I.E.L.D. is your own doing. You've pushed too hard. Go to the Security Council, and your problems will be resolved. But the Middle Eastern Alliance, that's your real crisis." Chapter 143, I don't want to be in sales. A while later, Nick and his group left in a daze to collect the products they had just purchased. Sharon, seeing this, wanted to follow them but was stopped by Adam and left alone in the office. She watched Adam sitting behind his desk, his head lowered as he busied himself with something, and her heart sank with anxiety. Her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, unsure if her true identity had been discovered. After a while, Adam finally lifted his head and looked at the restless Sharon. Sharon. Why yes. There's nothing wrong. I'm not nervous. I don't know why the boss called me in. I know what you're thinking. Hearing this, Sharon immediately clenched her fists, her face pale as a sheet. It's over. She's been found out. A whole year's worth of work, wasted. Seeing Sharon's panicked expression, Adam smiled slightly. Relax. No need to be so tense. I know you don't want to be a senior assistant or an assistant manager. You'd rather be a salesperson. That's why you ran to bring those people in earlier. How about this? I'll grant your wish. Starting tomorrow, you'll be a salesperson, beginning at the ground level. I'll hire a new assistant to replace you. Hearing this, Sharon's eyes widened in shock. No. That's not what she wanted. And starting from the bottom. Boss, Oh, by the way, stay away from those people you were with earlier. They're agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for your diligent work over the past year, I might have suspected you were a spy they sent in. Adam's voice was calm, but every word hit Sharon like a sledgehammer. What did you want to tell me earlier? Sharon opened her mouth, her brain buzzing with chaos, struggling to form a coherent thought. After a moment, her expression dimmed, and she lowered her head. It's nothing. I wanted to say how much I appreciate the boss understanding me. I'm so touched, sniff. Adam chuckled with satisfaction and patted her on the shoulder. Look at you, so happy you're crying. But honestly, it's rare to have a boss as understanding as me. Tell you what, tomorrow, I'll have them assign you the toughest account from the European division. If you can deliver satisfactory results, I'll promote you to regional supervisor. Perform even better, and a managerial position isn't out of the question. Thank you, boss. Sharon didn't know how she made it downstairs or how she got through the rest of her day. She only knew her future seemed even darker now. But at least her identity as a spy hadn't been discovered, a small blessing amidst the misfortune. Nick and his team left Umbrella Corporation with a shipment of bioweapons. Since the bioweapons were grotesque in appearance, they were sealed in containers and frozen. They even rented a large truck to transport them. At this moment, Nick was driving the truck out of the city. Where are we headed now? Maria, sitting in the passenger seat, asked. Nick, his eyes on the road, replied, to the World Security Council. The Council? Yes. Adam was right. We need the Council's support to clean up these traitors discreetly. Otherwise, if this gets out, it'll damage S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. But if we escalate this to the Council, what about me? Maria hesitated. She had just taken over as director, and now this was happening. How would the Council view her? Her position might not survive this scandal. Nick glanced at her and said in a flat tone, "Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility." Reassured by Nick's promise, Maria remained silent. She wasn't being cold-hearted, she understood that as long as she was in the director's seat, S.H.I.E.L.D. would remain loyal to the United States. If someone else took over, the agency might shift allegiances, especially since the Council wasn't solely controlled by the U.S. The truck entered the city, but traffic slowed them down. After a few minutes of stop-and-go, Nick was starting to regret this route. Sure enough, it wasn't long before armed helicopters appeared in the distance. Seeing this, Tony Stark couldn't help but curse. These guys are insane, using attack helicopters in a populated area. Do they not care about civilian casualties? Tony began suiting up, lowering his faceplate. They didn't hesitate to attack me directly. Why would they care about civilians? He turned to Bruce Banner. Hulk, I need you to protect Pepper. Bruce nodded, his skin already turning green as he transformed into the Hulk. Hulk. Natasha and Clint readied their weapons, though Clint regretted not bringing his bow. If he had it, he could have taken down the helicopter by now. As the helicopter neared, a rocket was fired directly at the truck. Nick floored the gas pedal, ramming the cars ahead and pulling off a sharp turn to evade the explosion. Boom. The vehicles behind them were engulfed in flames, and the sound of screaming civilians filled the air. Help! We're under attack. Is it a foreign invasion? The armed helicopter hovered above the truck. Natasha and Clint tried firing at it, but their bullets barely scratched its armor. Just as another rocket was about to launch, Tony flew out of the truck's window. Bang. Suddenly, a massive impact slammed him to the ground. Not far away, 3 more vehicles approached. Standing atop the lead car was Bucky, holding a rocket launcher, the one who had just shot Tony down. Seeing this, panic gripped the group. Hulk held Pepper tightly, prepared to shield her from any explosion with his body. At this critical moment, a man with metallic wings appeared in the sky. It was Falcon, Sam Wilson. From his pack, Sam fired 2 missiles, striking the armed helicopter dead on. Boom. The helicopter exploded in midair, crashing down in flames. Clint didn't waste a moment. Loading another arrow, he aimed at the oncoming cars and fired. Nick swerved sharply, using the truck's reinforced container as a shield. Boom. The explosion revealed the monstrous bioweapons inside, lickers. Maria, activate the lickers. Yes, sir. Chapter 144, Sunfire takes action. The 3 activated lickers, following Maria's command, tore off the cooling equipment attached to their bodies. Then, they leaped out of the truck and charged toward the convoy chasing them. One of the lickers lunged toward a car. In this clash of raw power, the licker was sent flying, but the pursuing car was also wrecked. Unfazed, the licker quickly got up, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing speed, and resumed its charge toward the enemy. Meanwhile, just a few streets away, a group of foreign tourists was exploring the city. Their guide, holding a small U.S. flag, was enthusiastically explaining the local sights and culture. The United States is a stunning and diverse country, full of rich experiences and vibrant culture. This trip will surely bring you countless unforgettable surprises. Just as the guide spoke, a panicked crowd came running toward them. There's a monster. Run. Get out of the way. The guide, unfazed by the chaos, turned to reassure the tourists, there's no need to panic guys, I think this is just a movie shooting, by the way it seems so real, doesn't it? He was determined to keep the group calm, after all, if the tourists stopped shopping due to the commotion, he'd lose his commissions. Bang. But then, a licker was hit by a missile and sent flying toward them. The tourists froze in shock as the grotesque creature appeared. Holy, it's a real monster. The guide wasn't lying, New York really does have surprises. Hey guide, is this really a movie shooting? I am getting some really bad vibes. Hearing the commotion behind him, the guide couldn't help but turn around. When he saw the licker getting back up, its wounds healing rapidly, and its long, grotesque tongue extending, the guide dropped his flag in terror. Ah, a monster. The licker, hearing the sound, lashed out with its tongue, piercing the guide's chest from several meters away. It pulled him in and devoured him with a sickening crunch, the sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing echoing in the air. The licker's wounds healed even faster after the gruesome feast. The tourists, now completely terrified, scattered in all directions. Help! We're going to die. Fuck, I can't die a virgin. Among them, however, one man seemingly Japanese stood still, his eyes filled with resolve as a flicker of flame danced within them. As he prepared to act, Bucky appeared from the distance. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Dual-wielding rifles, Bucky fired relentlessly, the bullets raining down on the licker. When his ammunition ran out, he tossed the rifles aside and charged forward, his metal arm delivering a powerful punch that sent the licker flying. Boom. The men watched in awe, muttering, so this is a superhero, incredible. The licker, however, quickly got back up, its wounds healing once again. When Bucky charged forward to attack, the licker shot out its tongue. Bucky raised his metal arm to block it. Clang. The bone-spiked tongue clashed against the metal arm, producing a sharp, metallic sound. Although Bucky managed to block the attack, the force of the impact sent him flying. This second-generation licker was far stronger, faster, and more resilient than its predecessors. Against a first-generation licker, Bucky would have had no trouble. As the licker prepared to finish him off, the Japanese man's entire body ignited in flames, and he charged forward. I'll save you. This man was Yoshida Shiro, also known as Sunfire. He possessed powers similar to the Human Torch, but his flames were not ordinary, they were high-temperature plasma, akin to the energy emitted by the sun. Unlike traditional flames, his didn't rely on oxygen to burn. In an instant, a blazing stream of plasma struck the licker as it leapt onto a car. Roar. The licker screeched as its body was consumed by the intense flames. Though its wounds attempted to regenerate, the rate of recovery couldn't keep up with the destructive power of the plasma. Within moments, the licker was reduced to a charred husk. After dealing with the threat, Yoshida Shiro landed in front of Bucky. You okay? Bucky glanced at him, saw he wasn't a target, and turned away, heading back to his convoy. Yoshida, feeling slightly awkward, withdrew his outstretched hand. Wait for me. I can help you fight these monsters. 10 minutes later, Nick drove the truck into Manhattan's east side. The United Nations headquarters was located here, and the Security Council operated within its walls. When the truck reached within 3 kilometers of the UN building, a group of 12 individuals in green combat suits appeared in their path. In a nearby luxury car, Ophelia watched coldly as the truck approached. So, Umbrella Corporation has intervened to help them after all. It seems we'll have to add them to our list of targets for suppression. The 12 members of the Viper squad began their assault. Streams of venom sprayed out, and countless snakes, cobras, pythons, and more, slithered forward. Green venom struck the truck's windshield, instantly corroding a hole. Nick swerved sharply, avoiding a direct hit, but the maneuver caused the truck to crash into the curb and then a wall, forcing it to a halt. Hulk. The Hulk kicked the door open and jumped out first, followed by Tony, Natasha, Clint, and Sam. Nick and Maria also exited quickly, leaving Pepper behind in the truck for safety. The Viper squad held back, allowing their army of snakes to charge first. From the truck's rear, a towering, 3-meter-tall creature emerged. The tyrant, with its grotesque musculature and oversized arms, tore off its chains and leapt down. Nick, holding a tablet-like device, gave the command, "Tyrant. Attack." Receiving the order, the tyrant charged into the snake army. Snakes tried to bite or constrict it, but their efforts were futile. The tyrant's lack of blood rendered the venom useless, and its immense strength made constriction attempts laughable. Behind it, 3 more lickers leapt out of the truck, joining the carnage and slaughtering the snake army. The snake controllers in the Viper squad winced in pain as their serpentine allies were decimated. Seizing the opportunity, Nick's team retrieved advanced electromagnetic rifles, exoskeleton armor, and other high-tech equipment from the truck. Chapter 145, The Retreat of Hydra. After a brutal battle, more like a one-sided massacre, Ophelia's serpent squad was completely wiped out. Seated inside the vehicle, Ophelia's expression revealed a hint of sorrow. These were her personally recruited subordinates, and many of them were quite powerful. But against Iron Man and the Hulk, the venom and physical prowess of the serpent squad were inherently countered. Meanwhile, Barton examined the electromagnetic rifle in his hands with satisfaction. This was far superior to a conventional rifle. It had a magazine capacity of 100 rounds and significantly enhanced firepower. If he could equip it with specialized rounds, he might not even need to rely on his bow and arrows anymore. Natasha, Nick, and Maria shared similar thoughts. Maria, in particular, was already considering issuing these rifles to every SHIELD agent once this crisis was over. As Nick and the others boarded their vehicle to continue their journey, Ophelia hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to remain inside. "Dr. Faust, I've already sacrificed an entire serpent squad for you. Consider my debt to you repaid." With that, she turned to the driver. "Drive." That same night, Nick and Maria returned to SHIELD headquarters with orders from the World Security Council, accompanied by a military unit. Their first move was to strip all department heads of their positions, detaining dozens of individuals suspected of corruption. Next, they purged compromised agents from within the agency. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Pierce had already fled SHIELD with his core personnel. Thus, the internal Hydra coup was far from completely resolved. However, Nick and Maria finally uncovered the true force behind it all: Hydra, the organization they had believed to be eradicated. Hydra's resurgence left them deeply unsettled, yet they had no clear path to eradicating it entirely. Late at night, a secret underground base in the New York suburbs. Dr. Faust sat in his chair, his expression dark as he glared at the returning Pierce. "You botched the entire operation." Pierce casually set down his weapons and tactical gear before taking a seat. "I warned you from the start. You were the one who insisted on going through with it." As a former SHIELD director, he knew better than anyone how cunning and difficult Nick Fury could be. When Dr. Faust proposed assassinating Nick and Maria, Pierce had advised against it. But Faust, overconfident in his plan, ignored his warnings. "If you had cooperated, my Winter Soldier would have eliminated them already. SHIELD isn't my personal playground. How exactly was I supposed to help you? You should be grateful I kept the intel from leaking. Now I'm on the run, and years of careful planning have gone to waste." Pierce slammed his fist on the table, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Faust, a man with slick-back red hair. "I should be asking you for compensation." Hearing this, Faust took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "What about the Insight Project? Has it been compromised?" The Insight Project wasn't solely his endeavor, it involved nearly all of Hydra's top brass. If his actions jeopardized its success, he knew the consequences would be severe. "Relax. Before I left, I put certain contingencies in place. While there's been some disruption, the project remains undetected." "Good." After a brief pause, Faust's expression turned cold. This failure wasn't just due to SHIELD, Umbrella Corporation also intervened. "We can't let them off the hook." Pierce nodded in agreement without hesitation. "I warned you before, Umbrella would become a problem, but you wouldn't listen. However, it's not too late. Tomorrow, we'll convene a meeting with Hydra's high command to discuss how to deal with them." "Agreed." Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." A burly security officer stepped inside. "Dr. Faust, during his mission, the Winter Soldier captured a Japanese guy." Faust waved his hand dismissively. "Kill him." Make sure no one traces this base. But sir, the guard hesitated before continuing, this man is a mutant. He assisted the Winter Soldier in eliminating Umbrella's bioweapons. Oh. Pierce's interest was piqued. Take me to him. Yes, sir. 3 days later. Under Maria and Nick's leadership, the internal purge of S.H.I.E.L.D. was nearly complete. They had initially planned a deeper investigation, but time was against them. Because that day, the Middle East Alliance issued another declaration. On television, the familiar bald woman, Cassandra, once again addressed the world. The Middle East Alliance does not welcome U.S. troops. Nor do we welcome Russian forces. In fact, we reject all foreign military presence. I am giving you 3 days to withdraw every soldier from the Middle East. Otherwise, we will personally help you remove this garbage, free of charge. Click. Maria switched off the television and turned to face the gathered officials, her expression grim. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. government has given us a direct order, Cassandra must be eliminated, and stability must be restored to the region. If we fail, the U.S. military will intervene in full force, reminding the world who truly calls the shots. Across the table, Tony Stark raised a hand. Withdrawing from the Middle East and allowing its people their sovereignty, what exactly is wrong with that? Bruce Banner nodded in agreement. Yeah, we're outsiders. It's natural that they don't want us there. Bang. Maria slammed her palm onto the table. Do you two even hear yourselves? The U.S. fully supports Middle Eastern freedom, but Cassandra has taken control of their leaders. How is that freedom? Cough. Nick Fury cleared his throat loudly, interrupting her. Let's not get into philosophy. Our mission is clear, eliminate or capture Cassandra and free the regional leaders from her control. Unlike Maria, Nick had a more pragmatic approach. Even he found some of her rhetoric excessive. A heavy silence filled the room. S.H.I.E.L.D., after its internal purge, was left significantly weakened. However, some of its key field agents had returned. Among them was Phil Coulson, who had been absent for quite some time. Sensing the tension, Coulson raised a hand and spoke up. I think we should consider purchasing some assets from Umbrella Corporation. That Tyrant unit you deployed last time was quite effective. Chapter 146, Genetic Code. Yeah, and those lickers, if we had 1,000 of them, we could sweep through the Middle East. Exactly. But I prefer the Tyrant. It's expensive, sure, but its strength is incredible, even rivaling Iron Man. And those electromagnetic rifles, they're far superior to our gunpowder-based firearms. I want that exoskeleton armor. If I had a Sentinel robot as my partner, I'd take on an entire Middle Eastern brigade by myself. Listening to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents making their wish lists, Maria felt a headache coming on. All these things they were talking about weren't cheap. The ones they had purchased before were paid for by Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a considerable budget, but after the recent rebellion, the Security Council had tightened its control over funding approvals. Getting money as easily as before. Impossible. Knock, knock, knock. As the agents' requests grew increasingly outlandish, Maria had no choice but to knock on the table to interrupt them. Everyone, I understand your enthusiasm for Umbrella's products, but we can't rely on others for everything. Now, let's discuss our operation plan. Just as Maria was about to continue, Tony raised his hand. Sorry to interrupt, but when will I get my money back from 3 days ago? While Tony wasn't short on cash, dropping over $2 billion all at once was still a bit much, even for him. Especially since the money hadn't been spent on himself but on S.H.I.E.L.D. Maria looked embarrassed upon hearing Tony's words. I have to wait until after this operation to get reimbursement from the Security Council. Hearing this, Tony immediately stood up. Then talk to me about the Middle East after you get your reimbursement. He had never been interested in a Middle Eastern situation, and now he had the perfect excuse to stay out of it. Seeing Tony leave, Banner quickly followed. Maria reached out as if to stop them, but after opening her mouth, she didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only watch as the two men disappeared before turning back to the remaining agents. Let's continue with the briefing. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Tony got into his luxury car, and Banner slid into the passenger seat. Are you sure you're not joining their operation? As the engine roared to life, Tony expressionlessly drove out of the parking garage. His silence was the answer. A few moments later, Tony's car pulled onto the highway, but instead of heading toward his seaside mansion, he took a different route. Banner noticed and immediately asked, "Where are you going?" "To Umbrella. I need to see Mr. Adam." "What for?" "Have you studied the Licker and Tyrant genes?" "Of course, we analyzed them together. There's nothing unusual, no signs of connections to zombies or insectoids. But I suspect there's a genetic code." "A genetic code?" "Yes, something theoretical, an encrypted gene sequence that doesn't alter the genome itself but rearranges its composition, making it appear completely different." Banner's expression grew serious. You mean? Umbrella has developed genetic programming. Only genetic programming could explain the existence of such an encrypted genetic sequence. Tony nodded. Why do you think Umbrella would develop genetic programming and encrypt their gene sequences? Obviously, to prevent others from cracking the Licker and Tyrant DNA. And what else? Banner turned to look at Tony, who was focused on the road. To hide something. Exactly. More than the Middle Eastern conflict, I want to know what Adam is hiding. But even if you go there, what can you do? Simple, I'll buy more products. With my research skills, I'll crack the Licker and Tyrant genomes in no time. A confident smirk appeared on Tony's face. And rightfully so, he had been a genius since childhood. There was nothing he couldn't figure out, only things he didn't want to bother with. Meanwhile, at the top floor of Umbrella's headquarters, Adam was meeting with another man. Holding a file in his hand, Adam glanced at the visitor and spoke casually, Reed Richards. Harvard graduate. What brings you here? The young man standing before him, Reed, was still in his early 20s. Though he was Caucasian, his short black hair and slightly reserved expression made him stand out. At this point in time, Reed was not yet the renowned scientist known as Mr. Fantastic. He was just a fresh graduate chasing his dreams. After a moment of hesitation, Reed took a deep breath. Mr. Adam, I saw your Young Genius Fund initiative. Yes, I support young minds who dare to think and create. So, what's your dream? Adam had invested significant time and effort into preparing for this meeting. The Young Genius Fund was the bait he had thrown to lure Reed in. I want to go to space. Interesting. I've met many young geniuses, but you're the first one who wants to meet God so soon. Reed panicked and waved his hands. No. I meant, I want to build rockets and explore outer space. Adam chuckled. Relax, I was just joking. Your ambition is commendable. The future belongs to the stars and beyond. I assume you're interested in our Starship company. After all, Umbrella's reusable rocket technology was currently the most advanced in the world. Reed nodded, yes, Mr. Adam. But I'm not focused on the rocket reuse technology. Oh. Then what are you interested in? Electromagnetic launch systems. Hearing this, Adam's expression turned slightly intrigued. Go on. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Chapter 147, A Heart-to-Heart with Banner. Half an hour later. Knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted Reed's explanation. Adam frowned in displeasure. Apologies, but it looks like our conversation has to end here. His subordinates wouldn't disturb him unless it was something important, so either something had happened, or someone significant had arrived. Reed immediately stood up upon hearing this. No worries, no worries. Talking with you has been incredibly enlightening. During their half-hour conversation, Reed had gained significant insights from Adam, recognizing his own flaws and weaknesses. You can report to Starship Company right away. I'll have them provide you with full support. Thank you for your support, Mr. Adam. I won't let you down. With those words, Reed, feeling both excited and eager, left the office in a hurry. Moments later, Tony and Banner walked in. As Tony glanced at Reed's departing figure, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. For some reason, his head tingled slightly. However, he dismissed it as an illusion, shook his head, and walked toward Adam. Mr. Adam, I'm here to bother you again. Saying this, he casually made his way to the liquor cabinet, grabbed a bottle of red wine, and poured himself a glass, without the slightest hesitation. He even poured one for Banner. This wine keeps getting better. I suppose that means your cloning technology is improving. Adam ignored Tony's teasing, simply crossing his hands and leaning back in his chair with a lazy posture. What do you want? He asked indifferently. Tony took a sip of wine and slouched into the couch, mirroring Adam's relaxed demeanor. What else? I came to buy some of your toys. Seeing Tony's attitude, Adam shook his head. I'm not selling to you. Tony paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Why not? No particular reason. I just don't want to. If that's all, you can leave now. Come on, man. You can't do this to me. I just want to buy a couple to play around with. Adam gave Tony a meaningful look. You fight for justice. I can help you, but that doesn't mean I'll sell my products to just anyone. What about the Middle East? Tony locked eyes with Adam, searching for any sign of guilt or evasion. Adam remained calm. Apart from you and S.H.I.E.L.D., my only other client is the military. If you don't believe me, use your connections and check. It was true, whenever he had sold to the Middle East, it was always to U.S. military forces stationed there. What those forces did with his products afterward was none of his concern. Seeing that Tony was about to argue further, Adam raised his hand to interrupt. If you have nothing else to say, leave. I need to have a private conversation with Banner. Tony hesitated for a moment but, seeing Adam's serious expression, sighed, put down his glass, and left. Bang. The office door shut behind him. Banner suddenly felt uneasy. What do you want to talk about? His feelings toward Adam were complicated, neither good nor bad. After all, Adam had revived Elizabeth, but he had also created Abomination, a being that held deep hostility toward him. At the same time, Adam clearly had a sense of justice. He had helped fight Apocalypse last year and assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. this year. Yet he was also a businessman, selling his creations for profit. And those creations, like the lickers and tyrants, looked absolutely terrifying. This contradiction left Banner feeling conflicted. Noticing Banner's unease, Adam smiled, relax. I'm not going to do anything to you. I just want to have a conversation. He swirled the red wine in his glass and took a sip before continuing. I've noticed something. You and Tony both pursue justice, but your justice is different from his. His is absolute, while yours is self-serving. What do you mean by that? Banner's expression darkened. He felt as though Adam had struck a nerve, exposing something he didn't want to admit. Adam leaned back and casually continued. I admire Tony. I truly do. He's willing to give up almost everything for what he believes is right. His company, his wealth, even his life. If it serves his version of justice, he'll sacrifice without hesitation. But you. You may be willing to fight for justice, but you're not willing to sacrifice your own interests for it. That's why you've spent all this time running from General Ross. It's not just because you fear the military's greed, it's also because you don't want anyone else to have your power. Banner's face darkened further. He abruptly stood up. You don't understand anything. You ignore human greed. Do you even realize what would happen if the US military got its hands on gamma radiation power? Oh. Adam smirked. Are you suggesting they'd take over the world? Come on, Banner. Let's be real. Even the Hulk wouldn't survive a nuclear strike. Humph. Banner knew he couldn't argue with Adam, so he merely snorted and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Adam's voice rang out again. Aren't you curious about how Blonsky became Abomination? Banner stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? I studied your DNA, well, the Hulk's DNA, to be precise. I modified it and then implanted it into Blonsky. That's how Abomination was created. Hearing this, Banner immediately turned around, glaring at Adam. You experimented with my DNA. What are you trying to do? Adam remained unfazed. What am I trying to do? If I had any malicious intentions, don't you think the world would already be crawling with green monsters? But I didn't. Not because I'm merciful, because I realized your DNA is too unstable. Sooner or later, it will become a problem. Banner didn't respond. He simply stared at Adam, his expression grim. Of course, he knew how uncontrollable the Hulk was. Every time he transformed, he had only the slightest influence over it, enough to avoid hurting allies, but not much more than that. Do you want to get rid of the Hulk? Do you have a way? Of course. If you agree, we can start right now. Let me think about it. With that, Banner turned and left the office. Outside, Tony saw Banner's lost, dazed expression and immediately walked over. What happened? What did he say to you? Banner shook his head. Nothing. Let's go back. I'll tell you later. Moments later, Adam stood by his floor-to-ceiling window, watching as Tony's car drove off. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't provoked Banner for no reason. No, he had planted a seed in his mind. And he was confident that, before long, that seed would bear fruit. Chapter 148, The Network Base Station. The time for reaping the rewards came even sooner than Adam had anticipated. Perhaps to show that he wasn't simply greedy for power, Banner arrived at the Umbrella Tower alone the next morning. I want to seal away this power, he stated firmly. Adam set down his cup of coffee, his gaze calm as he looked at Banner. Are you sure? Once your gamma-ray genetic structure is neutralized, it will be nearly impossible to restore. You may never be able to regain it for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Banner hesitated again. He hated the Hulk's existence, but he couldn't deny that Hulk had saved his life multiple times. Are you absolutely certain that Hulk will never return? Adam nodded. Yes, I'm quite confident in that. What I need isn't your confidence. Of course, Banner didn't say this out loud. Instead, he frowned, deep in thought. Seeing this, Adam took another sip of coffee before speaking again. If you're not ready to give up this power, go back and think it over carefully. Banner immediately raised his head and replied with determination, No, I've made up my mind. Please proceed. All right, then follow me. A short while later, Adam led Banner down to the underground laboratory, where he began the gamma-ray neutralization experiment. 30 minutes passed. Adam studied the data before him, a slight frown on his face. Strange. The genetic structure and gamma radiation levels remain unchanged, so why did he still transform into the Savage Hulk? He had lured Banner into this experiment mainly to analyze why he had transformed into the Savage Hulk last time. But surprisingly, when comparing his current genetic data with previous samples, there was no discernible difference. Could the difference between the regular Hulk and the Savage Hulk really just be a matter of anger? No. Last time, even when Elizabeth died, Banner didn't turn into the Savage Hulk. That means there's another factor at play. As he pondered this, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be an energy issue? Maybe Banner had gone too long without transforming into Hulk, and the built-up energy met the conditions necessary for the Savage Hulk to emerge. Looks like I'll need more experiments to verify this. A short while later, Banner slowly regained consciousness on the lab table, the effects of the anesthesia wearing off. Is it over? Adam set down his notes, turned to face him, and smiled. The experiment was a complete success. You can test it yourself, try transforming into the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Banner immediately raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. A loud smack echoed throughout the laboratory. The force behind the slap was evident. But as he stared at his unchanged hands, Banner's face lit up with joy. I didn't transform. He then proceeded to slap himself several more times. Asterisk smack. Smack. Smack, asterisk. The heart rate monitor on his wrist began beeping, registering over 200 beats per minute, but still, there was no transformation. His excitement only grew. Haha. I'm finally free. 30 minutes later, wrapped in a thick coat, Banner left Umbrella Tower. Outside, light snow had begun to fall. But inside, his heart burned with an intense warmth. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows of his top-floor office, Adam watched Banner's car disappear into the distance, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Just then, Philia approached him. Boss, I've stored all of Banner's blood samples. Good. Adam nodded before turning to another matter. White Queen, how's the base in Russia coming along? A moment later, a young girl with long brown hair, dressed in a white outfit, appeared before him. Compared to the Red Queen, the White Queen looked far more innocent and pure. Even her voice was softer and more gentle. Master, the base in Boli City is nearly complete. Only the last batch of defensive weaponry remains to be installed. As she spoke, her image flickered occasionally, a sign of poor signal reception. Adam sighed. Even though it was already 2010, the world was still running on 3G networks. The cost and complexity of upgrading cellular infrastructure made it a slow process for telecom operators. I see. Have your sister handle the transportation of the weapons. Safety is the top priority. Since the White Queen was created after the Red Queen, it was only natural that she was considered the younger sister. Understood, Master. With that, the White Queen disappeared. Adam then turned to another matter. Red Queen, how's Luna's task going? As the White Queen vanished, the Red Queen materialized in a different spot. Whether it was his imagination or not, Adam couldn't help but feel that the Red Queen didn't particularly like the White Queen. She even deliberately kept her distance. Master, Miss Luna has successfully convinced the major network operators. Umbrella will provide them with a 10-year free patent license in exchange for adopting our 4G standard. At present, the largest telecom company in America was Qualcomm. Last year, Qualcomm had aggressively marketed 4G technology to the country's 4 major telecom operators. However, as mentioned before, upgrading cellular base stations was an expensive and complex endeavor. Even when 5G was on the horizon, many rural areas in the US still lacked 4G coverage. That was simply how capitalism worked. Corporate executives weren't fools. Why build 4G towers in sparsely populated areas where they wouldn't see a return on investment for 100 years? But Adam had leveraged the power of free patents for a decade to secure the standardization of 4G under Umbrella's control. Though he wouldn't immediately profit from patent fees, the control over 4G standards would bring massive long-term benefits. Well done, Adam nodded approvingly before returning to his other tasks. An hour later. After navigating through heavy traffic, Banner finally arrived at Tony Stark's Manhattan penthouse. At that moment, Tony was lounging around, dragging cables across the floor while watching TV, clearly bored out of his mind. When he saw Banner's excitement, he immediately raised an eyebrow. You seem awfully cheerful. Where did you disappear to this morning? Since his mansion had been destroyed, Tony hadn't been able to continue his research, leaving him with little to do except watch TV. Banner shook the snow off his coat, stepped inside, and grinned. Haha. I'm finally free. I've rid myself of the Hulk, I'm free. Before Tony could react, Banner rushed forward and hugged him. Hey. Watch it. I've got wires hooked up to my chest. Ah. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Banner quickly released him, apologizing profusely. A few moments later, Tony processed what he had just heard. Wait, you said you're free. That you got rid of the Hulk. What do you mean? Banner immediately recounted the morning's events. By the time he finished, Tony's expression had turned serious. So you're telling me that Adam already had your genetic samples and secretly developed a cure to remove the Hulk? That meant his 2 months of work on the Hulkbuster armor had been for nothing. The realization hit him hard. 2 whole months of research, completely wasted. He suddenly felt a deep, inexplicable frustration. Chapter 149, The Shield Meeting. I've returned to normal. Aren't you happy for me? Seeing Tony looking somewhat unhappy, Banner felt a bit puzzled. If he knew that his supposed best friend was actually upset because his Hulkbuster project had become obsolete before even being deployed, he might not know what to think. Tony quickly waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm happy for you. Really? So, what's next for you? I'm going to find Elizabeth. I want to propose to her and live a simple, ordinary life together. That sounds great, but are you sure she wants that kind of life? Tony's expression turned skeptical. He hadn't known Elizabeth for long, but from the way she carried herself, he sensed a certain restlessness, an unwillingness to settle down. It reminded him of Pepper. She always said she wanted a peaceful life, but deep down, she had a restless heart. If he truly stepped away from the spotlight, he wasn't sure she would still love him the same way. But Banner, oblivious to this perspective, nodded firmly. Of course she does. She's always told me she wants a quiet life. Besides, her father wouldn't have accepted me before, knowing I could lose control at any moment. But now, he has no reason to object anymore. Seeing Banner's conviction, Tony sighed and shook his head. When are you planning to see her? I'll pack my things and leave this afternoon. With that, Banner turned and walked toward his room. Tony watched him go, hesitated for a moment, then decided not to say anything. Maybe Banner needed to face reality for himself. After a moment, he slumped back onto the couch and flipped on the news. Breaking news. The Middle Eastern Alliance has officially abolished its electoral system, replacing it with a monarchy. Experts warn that this is a step backward for civilization and a direct challenge to global democracy. Cassandra Nova has declared herself the first queen of the alliance. Tony frowned. Things are getting messy over there. Wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle it. The news continued. Umbrella Pharmaceuticals has announced the development of a new cancer treatment, its second anti-cancer drug this year. Reports indicate that over 1 million people have already benefited from Umbrella's medical advances, hailing the company as a beacon of hope for humanity. Tony's opinion of Umbrella softened, slightly. As the head of Stark Industries, he knew these numbers weren't fabricated. But he also knew how much Umbrella loved to push these stories into the media, likely as a PR move. Another headline flashed on the screen. Umbrella Starship Company has appointed a fresh college graduate as the head of a new project. Industry leaders praised the company for giving young talent opportunities in cutting-edge research. A familiar face appeared on the screen, Reed. Tony suddenly felt a strange sense of unease, as if someone had cracked open his skull and poured information into his brain. He shook his head, trying to shake the feeling, and refocused on the news. Life Foundation has announced a breakthrough in rocket recovery technology in collaboration with Blue Origin and Umbrella Starship Company. Experts predict that in 2 years, satellite launch costs could drop to just $1 million. Osborne Enterprises chairman has been indicted for conspiracy to murder members of the board of directors. Pioneer Technologies claims to have found a cure for mutants, with clinical trials expected next year. Tony took a deep breath. He had been so caught up dealing with Banner and S.H.I.E.L.D. that he hadn't worked on any new innovations for Stark Industries in weeks. And with Stark Industries' energy projects now closely tied to Umbrella Energy, it felt like Umbrella was dominating every sector. If this keeps up, they're going to steal all the spotlight. The next day, the sun was just beginning to rise in the east. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier had reached the western border of Egypt, a nation bordering the Middle Eastern Alliance. While Egypt remained neutral, many neighboring countries had already been pulled into the alliance's sphere of influence. Jordan, for example, hadn't officially joined the alliance, but due to religious and political ties, it had become a natural ally. Maria Hill, acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had no intention of sending forces into Babayon's territory. Instead, she kept the helicarrier positioned at the Egypt border while gathering intelligence. She had contacted the U.S. military presence in the region to assess the situation. The response had been deeply unsettling. Today marked the 3rd day since Alliance troops had begun surrounding U.S. military outposts. They were preparing to forcefully eject them from the region. Meanwhile, the U.S. government remained all talk and no action. Despite their threats of military retaliation, they had yet to make any decisive moves. Maria frowned. The lack of response from the military meant that all the pressure was now falling on S.H.I.E.L.D. And after the crisis 2 days ago, the World Security Council had started questioning whether S.H.I.E.L.D. even needed to exist anymore. If she didn't handle this correctly, S.H.I.E.L.D. could be disbanded, or, at the very least, stripped of its autonomy. Inside the helicarrier's command room, nearly every senior agent was present. Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Sam Wilson, Phil Coulson, Daisy Johnson, Melinda May, and other top operatives were gathered around the table. Maria surveyed the room, her expression grim. The situation is deteriorating quickly. We have to find Cassandra Nova before this escalates further. We need to capture or eliminate her, immediately. Melinda May, ever the seasoned agent, was the first to speak up. What do we know? Where is she? Who's protecting her? And what are her abilities? Maria nodded to Natasha, who took control of the briefing. A projection appeared on the screen, showing multiple images of Cassandra Nova. This is our target. Cassandra Nova. Age unknown. Place of birth unknown. Even her name might be fake. She appeared out of nowhere about a week ago in Britain. No one knows where she came from. We ran her features through every global database, no matches. Eyewitness reports suggest that several assassination attempts were made on her shortly after she appeared, but all of them failed. Instead, she killed her attackers. Then, for several days, she did nothing but frequent high-end restaurants and bars, indulging in fine dining and luxury. Then, just as suddenly, she showed up in Baghdad. Within hours, she had taken control of Lorna and a group of mutants. We still don't know how she did it. The room fell silent as the agents absorbed the information. One thing was clear, Cassandra Nova was a major threat, and time was running out. Chapter 150, This is Life. After gaining control over the mutants in the city of Baghdad, she continued appearing near the leaders of major Middle Eastern nations, using the same method to take control of them. That was how the Middle Eastern Alliance, as we know it, came to be. Based on our intelligence, Cassandra Nova's known abilities include mind control, telekinesis, and teleportation, Natasha explained. However, there's a high chance she possesses other abilities she hasn't revealed yet, possibly even more powerful ones. Silence filled the room as the briefing ended. Despite Natasha providing a wealth of information, the key details they wanted, her exact location, her full range of powers, and the extent of her forces, remained unknown. After a moment, Coulson raised his hand. I want to know where Nova is. Where do we go to deal with her? Natasha glanced at Maria Hill, who let out a sigh before answering, no one knows. She's been extremely elusive, likely to avoid an assassination attempt or a missile strike. This is our biggest problem right now. Agent May suggested, maybe we should request help from the UN Security Council. If they had any leads, they would have told me already. What about the CIA? They're supposed to be the world's top intelligence agency. I've already checked with them. They have nothing. The room fell silent again. Then, from the corner of the room, Daisy spoke up. What about Umbrella Corporation? They have the Sky Eye surveillance system. If anyone knows, they do. Maria considered this for a moment before nodding. Natasha, contact Umbrella and see what they have. Unlike Nick Fury, Maria didn't have a deep-seated distrust of Umbrella. In fact, the corporation had provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with significant support, making her view them in a more favorable light. Natasha gave a nod and left for the command center. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continued their discussions, though without knowing Nova's location, her full capabilities, or the strength of her forces, their planning was largely hypothetical. A short while later, Natasha returned. Seeing the cold expression on her face, Maria immediately asked, did Umbrella have anything? Without hesitation, Natasha nodded. They confirmed Nova is still in Baghdad. They also provided some unexpected intel. Oh. What kind of intel? Nova isn't alone. Aside from Lorna and Eric, she has several powerful mutants at her side, Juggernaut, Colossus, Logan, Victor, and some members of the Hellfire Club. And one more thing, Nova has 2 additional abilities, matter disintegration and matter reconstruction. We need to be extremely cautious. The room fell silent as everyone processed this revelation. So Lorna and Eric were under her control all along. I always thought Umbrella was just another corporation, but it seems we were wrong. Yeah, turns out they're the kind of capitalists with a conscience. Looks like Nick was wrong about them after all. With this new information, the team returned to strategizing. After much discussion, they finally drafted a rough plan. Meanwhile, in Baghdad, Cassandra lounged in the grandest hotel in the city, holding a glass of wine in one hand and a drumstick in the other. She took a large bite, completely unconcerned with manners. What the hell was wrong with me in my last life? Why did I ever want to destroy the world, she muttered. She swirled her wine glass, taking in its strange yet pleasant aroma. In my previous world, I ruled everything. The Avengers were dead, and no one could challenge me. And yet, the best meal I ever had was a stale cake and some rat meat. What a joke. She took another bite of the chicken, chewing thoughtfully. A world like that. Anyone who wants it can have it. The resources in that hellhole weren't even as good as the poorest country here. Looking around, she smirked. Keep playing. Keep dancing, she ordered, raising her glass high. Now this is life. The grand hall was filled with musicians, dancers, and entertainers, all performing for her pleasure. Some of the guests in the room were representatives from the Middle Eastern Alliance, while others were singers and performers summoned to entertain Cassandra. Music filled the air once more as musicians played, singers performed, and dancers moved in perfect rhythm. Outside the main hall, the political representatives exchanged uneasy glances. What do we do? One of them asked. The US and its allies are increasing their military presence nearby. And our blockade around the American military bases, should we engage? With no direct orders from Cassandra, none of them dared to act on their own. Just then, the doors to the hall swung open. A man stepped forward, his face lighting up upon seeing them. There you are. The Queen is looking for you. Hearing this, the representatives quickly straightened up and rushed inside. They assumed Cassandra had finally decided to discuss military strategy. However, as they entered, they found her swaying slightly, her cheeks flushed from alcohol. She walked up to them with a lazy smile. I told you to bring that singer, what's her name? The one with the amazing voice. Where is she? The representatives nearly groaned in frustration. One of them, a burly man with a thick beard, stepped forward. Your Majesty, cows fled to the west the moment she heard you were looking for her. We've already sent people after her. She should be captured soon. Cassandra frowned. She ran. How ungrateful. She snapped her fingers. Azazel. A cloud of crimson smoke erupted before her, and a tall, red-skinned man with pointed ears and a spaded tail emerged. The scent of sulfur filled the room. The man, known as Azazel, bowed slightly. You called, my queen. Unlike many of Cassandra's subordinates, Azazel wasn't under mind control, he followed her willingly. Cassandra waved a hand in front of her nose. Next time, don't show up smelling like a damn volcano, or I'll throw you out. Azazel merely smirked. Cassandra stretched, then pointed at the bearded representative. Go bring me that singer. I don't care how far she's run, get it done. Chapter 151, The Great Battle Begins. Upon hearing the name, the Red Devil was momentarily speechless. If the person before him weren't Cassandra, he would have slapped them without hesitation. But, unfortunately, she was someone he couldn't defeat, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to the representatives of various nations. Seeing this, the representatives immediately began explaining the situation. After listening, the Red Devil felt even more exasperated. All this trouble over a mere singer. And they wanted him to take action. However, under Cassandra's predatory gaze, he reluctantly nodded and disappeared from sight. Wait for my good news. Hearing this, Cassandra finally smiled and glanced at the people around her. Why did you stop? Keep dancing. Keep playing the music. The crowd immediately resumed their singing and dancing. Satisfied, Cassandra continued drinking and indulging in the feast before her. The representatives of various nations, however, shook their heads in disappointment. But with their leaders under Cassandra's control and the formation of a Middle Eastern alliance to free themselves from American influence, something they had long desired, they were willing to overlook her extravagance. As long as she could drive the Americans out, the future of the Middle East would be in their hands. This woman. All she needed was fine food, good wine, and entertainment. How much could one person possibly consume? That was the consensus among the alliance's leadership. They would keep Cassandra satisfied and let her fight at the front lines, securing their freedom. If she succeeded, it would be ideal. And if she failed, they could simply abandon her and continue their carefree lives. With this mindset, the representatives displayed great tolerance toward Cassandra's whims. Nightfall arrived quickly. After watching a full day of performances, Cassandra felt a rare sense of exhaustion and dismissed the entertainers. Though her psychic power was formidable, her physical body remained human, something that annoyed her greatly. Has Azazel returned? A subordinate quickly and respectfully replied, Boss, he hasn't come back yet. Cassandra waved impatiently, I'm going to sleep. If he returns, tell him to wait until I wake up. With that, she staggered toward the stairs, still tipsy. But just then, the entire hotel shook violently, sending her tumbling to the ground. Am I that drunk? She shook her head and stood up. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, panicked, Boss. Bad news, someone's attacking us. Hearing this, Cassandra instantly forced the drunken haze from her mind, her eyes flashing with fury. Who? Where? In the sky, right outside. Cassandra immediately extended her vast psychic power beyond the hotel's walls. In the next moment, she sensed it, a massive airborne warship hovering above. She disappeared in an instant. Seconds later, a barrage of missiles rained down, striking the hotel. Boom. Explosions roared as the structure began to collapse. Screams filled the air as civilians and weaker mutants scrambled in panic. Help! An earthquake! Somebody save me! From a safe distance, Cassandra's expression darkened as she watched her hotel crumble. Among the falling debris, she noticed a mutant with color-changing hair desperately clutching a woman and two men as they plummeted. Ah! People have gotten that adventurous these days. More missiles followed, bombarding the remains of the hotel. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. The once grand structure was reduced to rubble. Cassandra knew, without a doubt, that all the civilians inside, including the representatives, were dead, damn bastards. I swear, I'm about to destroy this planet again. She didn't care about the celebrities or the diplomats. She cared about the food and wine she hadn't finished. All those rare delicacies, wasted. A few minutes later, several mutants gathered around her. Among them were Logan, Victor, Lorna, Eric, and Juggernaut. But under Cassandra's psychic control, their minds were dulled, their expressions blank. They stood in complete silence. Several more minutes passed. Helicopters appeared overhead, slowly descending. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disembarked. However, after previous conflicts, their numbers had dwindled, and their movements were no longer as disciplined. Most of them were fresh recruits. Then, from the helicopters, familiar figures emerged: Natasha, Barton, May, Daisy, Coulson. Each of them wore a specialized headpiece, an Umbrella Corporation device designed to block psychic manipulation. Before Natasha could speak, the experienced May stepped forward. Miss Nova, surrender now. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I can offer you a pardon from the death penalty. Cassandra laughed in pure rage. You destroyed my hotel, killed my people, and now you have the audacity to demand my surrender. She scoffed, her expression darkening. Have I gone too long without killing anyone? Is that why you think I've gone soft? She raised a hand toward a nearby agent. Squelch. In an instant, his flesh was stripped from his bones, leaving only a skeleton standing. The agent's final expression was one of sheer disbelief. The remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives immediately raised their electromagnetic rifles and fired. Zap zap zap. But before the bullets could reach their target, they froze midair. Lorna and Eric had intervened. Maria turned to Daisy. It's your turn. Daisy nodded, her body crackling with power. She punched the ground, sending a devastating shockwave straight toward Cassandra. But Cassandra simply vanished, evading the attack. Instead, the powerful tremor struck Lorna and Eric. Their delayed reaction cost them. Despite hastily forming a metal shield, they were blasted dozens of meters away, losing consciousness. With the two metal manipulators down, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents resumed firing. However, they deliberately avoided aiming at Logan and Victor, knowing they were merely being controlled. But when the two feral mutants charged forward, Natasha had no choice but to act. She raised her electromagnetic rifle and pulled the trigger. Zap zap zap. The energy round struck Logan and Victor, sending them flying. Chapter 152, Barton's Sacrifice. Boom. As the fierce battle raged on, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Turning their heads, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent saw a towering man, over 2 meters tall, with a massive and burly physique, wearing a gigantic metal helmet, charging toward them. It's Juggernaut. Get out of the way. Like a living tank, Juggernaut bulldozed through the crowd, completely ignoring the bullets fired at him. Some agents who couldn't dodge in time were sent flying instantly. Seeing this, Barton immediately drew an arrow from his quiver, took aim at Juggernaut's eyes, and fired. The arrow shot forward, but Juggernaut merely tilted his head slightly, allowing his helmet to absorb the impact. Though Barton's archery had proven invaluable countless times before, its limitations became evident when facing an enemy of this magnitude. It was completely ineffective. From above, Sam flapped his wings and swooped down, dual-wielding rifles and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. But when he realized that bullets had no effect on Juggernaut, he swiftly abandoned the attack and flew toward Logan and Victor, who had been blasted away. Logan. Victor. It's me, your best friend. Logan and Victor, still lying on the ground, were rapidly regenerating from their wounds. However, having just been shot in the head with heavy gunfire, they had finally broken free from Cassandra's control. Since Cassandra had been controlling too many people at once, the strength of her hold over each individual had weakened. Shaking their heads as their clarity returned, they spotted Sam in front of them. Seeing their old friend, their instincts took over, and they reached out, hoping for his assistance. But as soon as Sam saw Logan and Victor reaching toward him, he clenched his teeth and pulled the trigger again, unleashing another burst of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Logan, Victor, don't blame me, this is for your own good. Wake up already. As he spoke, he continued firing. Watching them collapse again, his face twisted with pain. You guys okay? I'm here to save you. Logan tried to speak, but his throat had been torn apart by the bullets, making it impossible to form words. A bullet was lodged in his throat, so he extended his claws, attempting to dig it out. However, upon seeing Logan unsheathing his claws, Sam instinctively took a few steps back and pulled out a grenade. Sorry, brother, but I have no choice. Logan saw the grenade being thrown toward them and cursed inwardly. Boom. The explosion sent Logan and Victor flying once more, leaving their bodies tattered and broken. Victor, lacking Logan's adamantium-laced skeleton, had his arms and legs blown off completely. Seeing his brother's tragic state, Logan crawled toward him, desperate to offer some comfort. But to Sam, this horrifying scene looked like a zombie relentlessly dragging itself forward, refusing to die despite the brutal attack. With a pained expression, he pulled out 5 more grenades. Brother. I'm doing this for your own good. He tossed them all at once and quickly retreated. Logan stared wide-eyed at the incoming explosives. Are you trying to erase all traces of us? Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. A series of violent explosions erupted. Victor's body was blasted in half, and he let out a painful scream. Oh. Some time later, Logan regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Victor's horrifying condition, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. This is too much. All for one mission under Umbrella, he and his brother had first been tortured by a bald woman, then controlled against their will. Just when they finally regained their freedom, they were attacked like this. What the hell did I do to deserve this? As his healing factor finally repaired enough of his injuries, Logan struggled to his feet, intending to check on Victor. But the moment he lifted his head, he was met with the barrel of a gun. Sam stood before him, rifle in hand, his expression full of pain and sorrow. Brother, everything I've done is to help you recover faster. Rat-a-tat-tat. A fresh hail of bullets rained down. Though Logan's adamantium skeleton made it impossible to kill him, the impact still left him dazed and unable to fight back. Seeing Logan finally lose consciousness, Sam sighed in relief and lowered his rifle, his face heavy with emotion. You'll thank me for this. Everything I did was to help you recover. With that, he turned toward the agonized Victor, hesitating for a moment. After all, they had fought together in the Middle East, investigating the origins of the zombie outbreak, forging a deep friendship through countless battles. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Juggernaut's relentless charge sent more and more people flying, their fates uncertain. Watching the carnage, Natasha couldn't help but miss Banner. If only he were here, Hulk's strength would surely be enough to stop Juggernaut's rampage. Boom. At that moment, Maria Hill ordered air support, calling in attack helicopters to fire rockets at Juggernaut. The rockets struck their target directly. But the next moment, Juggernaut emerged from the flames, completely unharmed. It was hopeless. S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been weak when it came to handling superhumans. That was why Nick Fury had been so determined to assemble the Avengers. But after Fury stepped down and Maria took over, the Avengers' initiative had never gotten off the ground. Watching the battle unfold, Maria suddenly understood why Nick had been so insistent. Sometimes, technology simply wasn't enough against mutants. To make matters worse, Lorna had regained consciousness. She raised her hand toward the helicopters hovering above. In the blink of an eye, one of the gunships crumpled as if crushed by an invisible force. Boom. As the first helicopter exploded, the others scrambled to gain altitude and retreat. But it was too late. One after another, they burst into flames, raining debris from the sky. Seeing this, Cassandra, who had been hiding underground, finally stepped forward with a calm smile. Insects. You couldn't even defeat my subordinates, and yet you dare challenge me. With a casual wave of her hand, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were instantly stripped of their flesh, reduced to nothing but bones. Barton, standing nearby, drew his bow and fired an arrow straight at Cassandra. Caught off guard, Cassandra was struck in the chest. But she merely looked down at the arrow, slowly pulled it out, and smirked. Blood trickled from the wound, only to flow back into her body moments later. I can control all matter, including my own cells. Splurt. In an instant, Barton's flesh vanished, leaving behind only his bones. The first high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. officer had fallen. No. Barton. The nearby agents cried out in grief. Chapter 153, A Moment of Despair. Seeing Barton perish, Natasha immediately discarded her empty electromagnetic rifle, drew the handgun strapped to her thigh, and pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. However, the bullets all halted a few inches away from Cassandra, suspended in midair. Natasha kept firing while steadily approaching her. When the handgun ran out of bullets, she lunged forward, delivering a flying kick. Cassandra merely sneered in contempt and extended a hand, effortlessly catching Natasha's leg. A feisty one, aren't you? With a flick of her wrist, she hurled Natasha away like a rag doll. Such a fine waist and legs, perhaps I'll keep you around to dance for me. As she spoke, Natasha's mental shielding device detached from her head and floated into the air. The next moment, her expression turned blank as she succumbed to Cassandra's psychic control. Without hesitation, she stepped behind Cassandra, standing motionless like a puppet. Witnessing this, Maria and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Only now did they remember, Cassandra wasn't just a telepath, she had telekinetic abilities as well. Their so-called mental shields were completely useless against her. Just then, Daisy emerged from behind Cassandra, her fists crackling with vibrational energy as she struck forward. But before she could land the blow, her body froze midair, held in place by an invisible force. No matter how much power surged in her fists, she couldn't move an inch. Let me go. Damn it. Die. Cassandra chuckled at Daisy's futile struggle. With a mere gesture, Daisy's mental shielding device was ripped away as well. Like Natasha, she was instantly subdued and took her place behind Cassandra. The remaining shield agents felt their last vestiges of hope crumbling. Maria staggered back a few steps, despair washing over her. This can't be happening. Oh God, please, strike down this demon before us. But there was no God to answer her prayers. Cassandra laughed mockingly. God. Ha. I am your God. Now, die. As Cassandra prepared to finish them off, Lorna and Eric, now fully under her control, raised their hands, manipulating massive chunks of metal into the air. With S.H.I.E.L.D. on the verge of annihilation, Coulson could no longer hold back. Maria. We have to use our last resort. A flicker of determination reignited in Maria's eyes. Yes, we still have a final card to play. Deploy them now. She glanced at May, who remained silent, her expression filled with dread. Moments later, several helicopters approached the battlefield, each carrying a massive shipping container. The pilots, fully aware of Lorna and Eric's powers, dropped the containers from a distance before quickly retreating. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. The containers crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Cassandra's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Oh. What trick do you have up your sleeve this time? Whatever it is, it won't save you. She signaled to Lorna and Eric. Like programmed machines, the two extended their hands toward the containers. With an eerie creak, the containers began collapsing in on themselves, crushed by their overwhelming magnetic force. Had Lorna and Eric still been in control of their own minds, they might have recognized what was inside. But alas, they were nothing more than Cassandra's puppets now. As the last container was flattened, Cassandra turned to Maria with an amused smirk. And now? What else do you have left? Maria didn't respond. Instead, she and the few remaining agents cautiously backed away. In just a matter of minutes, more than 50 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been reduced to a mere 7 survivors. Even if they managed to complete their mission, this battle was already a catastrophic failure. Cassandra observed their retreat, a bored expression on her face. To her, this wasn't even a battle, it was a game. Her frustration at the beginning had long faded, replaced by amusement. These people posed no real threat to her. She could have stood still and let them attack, and it still wouldn't have made a difference. Daisy had been the only one with any real power, but even she had been subdued with ease. Just as Cassandra prepared to finish them off, a deafening roar erupted from the crushed containers. Boom. Dark silhouettes emerged from the wreckage, rapidly approaching the battlefield. Cassandra raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Within moments, a swarm of creatures surrounded them. Lickers. However, Cassandra had never seen such beings before, and she tilted her head in curiosity. Where did these things come from? I don't recall anything like them in my world. She thought for a moment before dismissing the notion. After all, her previous world had been plunged into an apocalypse the moment she arrived. Perhaps such creatures had existed there too, but they had never had the chance to appear. Shrugging, she waved a hand dismissively. Kill them. Lorna and Eric obeyed without hesitation. Jagged shards of metal shot toward the lickers, but the creatures were incredibly fast, dodging with unnatural agility. Even when they were hit, they quickly regenerated, undeterred by their wounds. As the battle raged, the lickers drew closer and closer. Seeing this, Cassandra calmly sank into the ground, disappearing once more. But at that moment, something massive dropped from the sky. A towering figure landed with a thunderous crash, its enormous arm plunging into the ground, yanking Cassandra back into the open. Ha! For the first time, surprise flickered across Cassandra's face as she found herself restrained. Before her stood a monstrous being, over 3 meters tall, its body a mass of grotesquely overdeveloped muscle. A metallic helmet covered its head, adding to its menacing appearance. It was a tyrant, a second-generation bioweapon engineered by Umbrella. Stronger, more resilient, and possessing unparalleled regenerative abilities. But Cassandra was unfazed. She raised a hand, and the massive claw grasping her disintegrated in an instant, stripped down to bare bone. Impressive muscle density. That actually took some effort. As she stepped back, countless metal shards surged forward, striking the tyrant. The beast raised its remaining arm, morphing it into a blade to shield itself. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. The relentless assault of metal battered its body, crushing its helmet and leaving deep gashes in its flesh. But even as its bones were exposed, its wounds began knitting back together at an alarming rate. Even its skeletal hand, stripped of all flesh, rapidly regenerated. Chapter 154, Requesting a Nuke. As Lorna and Eric fought against the tyrant, the surrounding lickers seized the opportunity to rush forward. But at that moment, a towering figure charged in, sending the creatures flying one after another. It was Juggernaut. Like a real tank, no licker could withstand his impact. They were all thrown aside with brute force. From a distance, Maria watched as the tyrants and lickers she had deployed were being overwhelmed. Her face darkened. She had been reluctant to use these creatures initially, mostly because May found it inhumane. After all, the lickers and tyrants were clearly once human. Their very existence was pure evil. Because of this, they had agreed that these creatures should only be used as a last resort. But now, even this last resort was failing. She turned to May and spoke in a low voice, "If this doesn't work, we need to request a nuke." May was momentarily stunned, then looked around. This is still a city. The implication was clear, there would be civilian casualties. Maria knew this too, but she averted her gaze and continued, "Baghdad has long become a paradise for the undead. There are no civilians left here." As she spoke, she avoided looking at May or anyone else. Because by saying this, she was essentially admitting that all the people here were already dead. May stared at Maria in disbelief. "How did you become like this? Have you forgotten S.H.I.E.L.D.'s original purpose? Have you forgotten why you joined in the first place?" May had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. before Maria and had watched her grow step by step into the director's position. Though she had taken a long break last year after the death of a little girl, the Maria she had known was once smart, wise, but also kind. Maria's eyes turned slightly red at those words. "May, we can't keep going like this. Last year, during the apocalypse crisis, we lost over 100 agents. Then came the zombie outbreak, and now the Hydra crisis. S.H.I.E.L.D. is running out of resources and manpower. If we die here too, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will cease to exist." May fell silent. She understood the immense weight on Maria's shoulders, a burden heavier than anyone could imagine. But she still couldn't accept sacrificing so many lives. Maria continued, "The Security Council has already sent me a warning. If we can't resolve this crisis, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will be deemed unnecessary. They're looking for an excuse to dissolve us. But if we disappear, do you know what will happen to the world? Chaos. Riots. Death. Crime. A never-ending stream of supercriminals wreaking havoc." In her mind, the stability of the world was built on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sacrifices. She wasn't just carrying the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. on her shoulders, she was carrying the safety of the entire world. After a long pause, May finally nodded. "I'll persuade the Security Council." S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have the authority to launch a nuclear strike. Only the council members did. And May understood what Maria was doing. She didn't want to bear the responsibility of using a nuke. Only May was in the right position to make that request. She didn't blame Maria for making her the scapegoat. Because right now, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't afford to lose Maria as its director. Otherwise, no one could guarantee that the next leader wouldn't be someone from Hydra. "Thank you." Maria bowed deeply. On the battlefield, the fight between the Lickers and Juggernaut continued. But most of the Lickers had abandoned the fight and rushed toward Cassandra. Lorna and Eric exerted their full strength to control the surrounding metal, shielding themselves and those nearby. After a while, something unexpected happened. The tyrant, which they had assumed was dead, suddenly shoved aside the metal pinning it down. Roar. A deafening roar made Cassandra turn her head in surprise. Such incredible vitality. She had personally witnessed this creature's head being crushed. Yet now, it has completely regenerated. Even its limbs, stripped to bare bone, had regrown their flesh. Looks like this world just got a lot more interesting. She reached out again, ready to strip all its flesh away and see if it could still regenerate. But freed from the metal's hold, the tyrant grabbed a nearby licker and stuffed it into its mouth. There was a sickening crunch. Like a person snacking on chips, the tyrant chewed through its supposed ally with no hesitation. And it didn't stop at just one. One after another, the lickers were devoured. Meanwhile, in New York, inside the Umbrella Corporation building, Adam leaned back in his chair, a look of exasperation on his face. I never expected the tyrant to break free like this. His control method was simple: implant a chip in the creature's brain, transmitting commands that made it perceive its handler as an even stronger predator, ensuring obedience. As a result, the tyrant saw enemies as food and attacked on sight. But once Eric crushed its head, the chip was destroyed. And while the tyrant's regeneration restored its body, the chip remained broken. Looks like I need to develop a more advanced control method. He raised his head and gazed at the rising sun in the distance. At the bustling city streets below, where people were starting their day. A faint smile appeared on his lips. I will never allow anyone to destroy my playground. Back in Baghdad, the moonlight was gradually obscured by dark clouds, shrouding the battlefield in darkness. The Lickers, using the night as cover, moved even more unpredictably. But the battle was spiraling out of control. With the tyrant feeding on them, the number of Lickers rapidly dwindled. A force that had started with over 100 was now reduced to just a handful. Lickers had excellent regenerative abilities, but they couldn't resurrect after being digested. Cassandra noticed this and smirked with mild amusement, motioning for Natasha and Daisy to stand back and enjoy the show. But then, something caught her eye. In the distance, a helicopter was evacuating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operatives. TCH, just a few insects. Let them run. As the battle continued, fewer and fewer Lickers remained. Then suddenly, Cassandra noticed something in the sky, a missile. In the pitch-black night, its fiery exhaust trail was particularly striking. At first glance, it seemed like it was simply passing by. But the next moment, Cassandra felt time around her come to a halt. Chapter 155, Sibling Alliance. As Cassandra stood frozen in shock, a voice echoed beside her. Is it fun? Turning her head, she saw an Asian man with black hair standing next to her. Who are you? The man simply lifted his head, gazing at the missile in the sky with a sorrowful expression. Who I am doesn't matter. What you should be worried about is how you're going to survive that nuclear warhead. A nuclear warhead. Cassandra's eyes widened in shock. She immediately looked up at the missile. Thanks to the reminder, she swiftly extended her psychic senses over it and instantly detected the nuclear payload inside. Her face darkened. She could burrow underground to avoid the immediate explosion, but eventually, she would have to resurface and face the radiation. They dare to launch a nuclear weapon first. Do they really think I won't destroy the world in return? Seeing her manic expression, Adam shook his head slightly. You really are hopeless. Hearing this, Cassandra lowered her gaze, scanning her surroundings before glaring at Adam. You pulled me into a psychic realm, and I doubt it's just to have a chat. Speak. Who exactly are you? Does it really matter who I am? What matters is that your actions in this world have gone too far. Too far? Heh. Cassandra let out a mocking laugh. This world follows the law of the jungle. Everything I've done is simply abiding by that rule. Are you sure that's what you truly believe? With a faint wave of his hand, Adam altered the surroundings. When Cassandra regained her senses, she found herself inside a dimly lit chamber. In front of her sat a bald man in a wheelchair. The bald man furrowed his brows upon seeing Adam. You again. When are you going to let me out? Adam ignored him, glancing between Charles and Cassandra. Both of you. One devoured your sister in the womb, and the other devoured your brother. Yet, you chose completely different paths. Both Charles and Cassandra snapped their gazes toward each other. You're my sister. You're my brother. As exceptionally gifted mutants, they had always carried an inexplicable feeling, a lingering sense that they had a missing relative. A presence they had absorbed before birth. But the truth was too cruel to face, so they had buried it deep within their hearts. Cassandra quickly shook her head. No. That's impossible. You, a crippled weakling in a wheelchair. If I truly had a brother, he would be a mutant of unimaginable power. Charles's face stiffened at her words, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his features. It was true. He had lived too passively all these years. First, the Brotherhood's actions forced him to form the X-Men, playing the peacemaker to appease humans. Then, the Mutant Registration Act had him constantly negotiating with senators, attempting to overturn the law. Despite all his efforts, the arrival of Apocalypse accelerated the Act's enforcement worldwide. To make matters worse, he was killed by Jean. Even after his resurrection, he remained in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to act, only to be confronted by Adam instead. In short, his life had been full of compromises and setbacks. Adam continued, our world is different from yours. In your world, you stood by and allowed Sebastian Shaw to defeat Magneto. As a result, the US and Russia launched nuclear missiles, leading to the apocalypse. In this world, Charles prevented that disaster. But the explosion left him paralyzed. Truthfully, Cassandra hadn't been the mastermind behind that apocalypse at first. She had merely let it happen. However, later on, she did command her followers to launch the remaining nukes, escalating the destruction to its full extent. Hearing Adam's explanation, Cassandra suddenly burst into laughter, ha ha ha. I knew it. I should never have saved anyone. See. Good people never get good endings. Adam nodded in agreement. Indeed, being good doesn't always lead to good outcomes. And being bad doesn't always lead to punishment. But tell me, Charles, do you regret it? Charles lowered his head, but his eyes held no trace of regret. Adam smiled slightly. Of course, he doesn't. Despite his paralysis, his students and friends are still alive. Over time, he gained more allies and pupils. But you. In your world, you rule as an absolute monarch, don't you? Are you happy? At the mention of happiness, Cassandra forced a smile. Of course I am. I am the ruler of everything. Oh. And what about your friends? Your loved ones? Your family? Each word deepened the darkness on Cassandra's face. Friends. Family. Why would I need those when I rule the world? Are you truly happy? Under Adam's piercing gaze, Cassandra opened her mouth, but this time, she couldn't say the words. Happy? Perhaps. At the beginning, ruling was exhilarating. She was the queen. Everyone who remained had to obey her every command. But as time passed, the novelty wore off. All that was left was an endless, crushing emptiness. So she sought new thrills to stave off the boredom, killing, torture, anything that kept her entertained. But eventually, even that lost its appeal. No fine food or wine. No music, no movies. Every day, she saw the same few faces. As for friends. Impossible. The survivors feared her. No one dared to come close. People don't live just to become rulers or conquerors. History has recorded countless kings and emperors. But tell me, who among them was truly happy? So, why do people live? Why indeed? Cassandra fell into deep thought. She remembered her childhood. Her parents had never truly loved her. Her mother had even resented her, saying that if not for her, her brother would have been born instead. Her childhood had been miserable. No love from her parents. No friends. Just loneliness, sitting in a corner with her dolls. Even those dolls were eventually destroyed by cruel children. Thinking about this, she suddenly glared at Adam. Why I live has nothing to do with you. The next moment, the walls and furniture around them flew towards Adam, propelled by her psychic and telekinetic abilities. But Adam merely waved his hand, and everything instantly returned to its original place. Your psychic and telekinetic powers are impressive, but they are no match for me. Then how about with me as well? At that moment, Charles wheeled himself beside Cassandra. Chapter 156, The Rampaging Tyrant. In the city of Baghdad. With Cassandra's sudden disappearance, everyone under her control instantly regained their senses. Natasha and Daisy looked around in confusion. What just happened? It didn't take long for the memories to come rushing back, and their gazes quickly shifted to Lorna and Eric. Lorna and Eric had also recovered, but Eric, now a zombie thanks to Lorna's handiwork, had reverted to his primal instincts. Without Cassandra's control, his true nature emerged. Not only did he unleash a barrage of metallic projectiles in a wild, indiscriminate attack, but he also began grabbing nearby corpses and devouring them. The tyrant, not far away, noticed someone stealing its food and immediately locked eyes on Eric. Roar! A guttural snarl echoed through the air. The two monsters clashed. A massive chunk of metal soared through the air toward the tyrant, but it deftly leapt to the side, dodging the attack. With Cassandra's control lifted, the tyrant's innate combat instincts erupted in full force. It weaved and darted, dodging attack after attack, steadily closing the distance to Eric. Roar! The tyrant let out a thunderous roar, the sound wave so powerful that even Eric, a zombie, wobbled dizzily. Seizing the opening, the tyrant leapt high into the air, aiming a deadly punch straight at Eric. If that blow connected, Eric would be reduced to a smear on the ground. But before the punch landed, a chunk of metal hurtled in from the side, blocking the attack. It was Lorna. She had stepped in. Bang! The tyrant's fist smashed the metal into pieces before it crashed to the ground, its fierce gaze now fixed on Lorna. Under the weight of the tyrant's terrifying stare, Lorna instinctively took a step back. Natasha, Daisy, help me. Daisy exchanged a glance with Natasha, who gave a firm nod. In the next second, Daisy unleashed a powerful shockwave. The tyrant clenched its fist and struck back. Boom. The ground cracked open, forming a spiderweb of fractures spanning 30 to 40 meters in diameter. But the tyrant only bent its knee slightly before straightening up again, then it charged forward once more. Seeing this, Daisy swiftly manipulated a massive metal object, weighing several thousand tons, and hurled it at the beast. Boom. Another thunderous blast. The colossal, 50-meter-wide hunk of metal was shattered into fragments by a single punch from the tyrant. However, the impact did push the tyrant back a few steps. The shockwave rippled outward, sending a fierce gust of wind that swept through the area, clearing dust and debris. As the gust surged toward them, Daisy responded with another punch, channeling her shockwave ability to dissipate the incoming air blast. Even so, the lingering force still left everyone struggling to keep their balance. Natasha, witnessing this chaotic scene, awkwardly lowered the electromagnetic rifle she had just raised. Yeah, this level of combat was way out of her league. It was probably best to step back and let the superhumans handle it. Meanwhile, Sam, who was still tangled up in his brutal fight with Logan and Victor, was caught off guard by the shockwave and flung to the side, landing hard and unable to stand for a moment. His body was far frilier than Natasha's, and without anyone protecting him from the blast, he sustained serious injuries. Logan, ever the unkillable menace thanks to his healing factor, finally staggered to Sam's side. Grabbing Sam by the leg, he dragged him along as he advanced toward Victor once more. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, the SHIELD helicarrier was speeding away from the area. But as Maria noticed that the nuke still hadn't detonated, a deep sense of unease crept over her. What's going on? Why hasn't the nuke exploded? Her subordinates quickly huddled over their computer screens, typing furiously. Moments later, a visibly shaken agent rushed over. Director, bad news. We've lost all contact with the nuke. It's like, it just vanished. What? That's impossible. This is a nuclear weapon. We don't know what happened. Should we send a team to investigate? Before Maria could respond, a holographic projection appeared in midair. It was a middle-aged white man with a receding hairline. He wasn't in a suit like most government officials, instead, he wore a military uniform. Abort the nuke launch. Cassandra has been captured. The sudden appearance of the projection left Maria stunned. General Silveira? What's going on? Why weren't we informed? General Silveira was a military advisor to the Security Council, a powerful figure who rarely involved himself directly in SHIELD operations. Usually, the agency only dealt with lower-ranking officials. His unexpected presence immediately set off alarm bells in Maria's mind. Silveira ignored her questions, his voice calm and cold. We've already taken action. Your mission is over. Return and await the Security Council's verdict. With that, the projection blinked out. Maria stood there, her face pale and hollow. So this was it. It seemed SHIELD had finally reached this breaking point. Sensing the tension in the air, one of her subordinates hesitantly asked, Director, should we still send a team to retrieve the nuke? Yes. Find it. Bring it back. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if the weight of the situation had crushed her spirit. Without another word, Maria lowered her head and walked out of the control room. Meanwhile, in an underground facility in New York, owned by Umbrella Corporation, Adam watched calmly as Charles and Cassandra worked together against him. He didn't flinch. In fact, he even spared a moment to check on the events unfolding in Baghdad. Seeing the tyrant unleashed, free from any external control, and watching it grow even stronger as its raw combat instincts took over, Adam's eyes flickered with understanding. So, my previous approach was flawed. Relying solely on control produces nothing but obedient machines. And machines will always be limited by their programming. No wonder my research into enhancing the tyrant kept hitting a wall, it was the control itself that stunted its growth. Just then, Cassandra launched a telekinetic strike, reaching out with her mind to grasp Adam's brain directly. Alongside her talent for mental manipulation, Cassandra also excelled at telekinesis, using her abilities to physically seize her enemies' minds. But Adam simply waved a hand. Cassandra's body froze midair, locked in place. Next time you fight someone, don't lift off the ground so easily. Without a point of leverage, you're helpless. With a flick of his wrist, a ceiling panel slid open, and an X-gene suppressant collar descended, clicking tightly around Cassandra's neck. Turning away from her, Adam shifted his gaze to Charles, who was still hammering at his mind with intensifying psychic force. You still want to keep trying? Charles didn't respond with words, only with the relentless pressure of his mental assault. Another collar dropped from the ceiling, locking around Charles's neck. I gave you a chance. You chose not to take it. Red Queen, Adam said softly, freeze them both. Chapter 157, Taking Matters into His Own Hands. In the city of Baghdad, the battle raged on, sending waves of air pressure rolling across the ground. The tyrant was like an unkillable cockroach, enduring the relentless attacks from Lorna and Daisy with remarkable resilience. Boom. Another violent tremor shook the battlefield. The tyrant was blasted away but quickly got back on his feet. He grabbed a corpse nearby and swallowed it whole. Roar. With his body restored, the tyrant's muscles bulged again, his height growing to 4 meters. Seeing this, the group tensed up. This time, instead of recklessly charging in, the tyrant stomped on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Then, he grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it toward them. Lorna immediately manipulated metal to shatter the rock, but the tyrant's sudden approach caught her off guard. Before she could react, he was already upon her. Daisy appeared in front of Lorna, fists clenched. Bang. A giant fist collided with a much smaller one, sending a powerful shockwave outward. This time, there was no one to shield Lorna and Natasha. The two women were sent flying. Far away, Sam was awakened by the massive commotion. He saw two figures standing in front of him, blocking the shockwave. Logan. Victor. You've recovered. Logan and Victor nodded, though their expressions remained grim. Having been beaten and blasted earlier, they couldn't help but feel some resentment. However, they knew their allies had been trying to prevent them from being controlled. And as battle-hardened comrades, they chose to protect them instead. Enough talking, we need to leave, Logan said, grabbing Sam and signaling Victor to move. Lorna and Natasha noticed them escaping but didn't give it much thought. The fight in front of them was far too intense. The tyrant, despite being knocked back by Daisy's vibrations, cleverly used the stone to redirect the force and charged again. His enormous fist loomed closer, his monstrous face twisted in rage. Daisy felt as though her heart was gripped by fear. She couldn't activate her vibrational powers. Was she going to die? She had only been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few months. She hadn't developed an unshakable will for battle, nor had she become accustomed to facing death. She knew that if she unleashed her power, she could repel the tyrant. But the sheer terror paralyzed her. Lorna was too far away to manipulate metal in time. Eric, now a mindless zombie, was no longer capable of saving her. As the tyrant's massive fist descended, she shut her eyes in despair. But the pain never came. Had she been killed instantly, so fast she couldn't feel it? Then why was her consciousness still intact? Slowly, she opened her eyes and saw the tyrant's fist frozen in place. In front of her stood a man, his normal-sized hand blocking the monstrous punch. Compared to the tyrant, his hand seemed small, but it was that very hand that had stopped the attack completely. The man was dressed in black casual wear, with short black hair and a sharp, handsome face. He turned his head slightly toward Daisy, speaking with polite calmness. Apologies. My creation has malfunctioned and frightened you. I will take the tyrant back. Additionally, you will be refunded. With that, the man floated into the air and lightly patted the tyrant's head. The tyrant, like a child caught misbehaving, showed a trace of grievance in his eyes and lowered his head, arms hanging limply. The black-haired man sighed slightly and shook his head. Let's go back. In the blink of an eye, both the man and the tyrant vanished. Daisy stood frozen, her mouth agape. He. Natasha and Lorna approached. Natasha remained silent, her face solemn. Lorna's eyes, however, sparkled with deep emotion. He's here. Is it for me? Her face flushed slightly at the thought, and she felt an unexpected warmth spread through her. Daisy, still staring at the spot where the tyrant had disappeared, asked curiously, do any of you know who that was? That was incredible. She wasn't referring to his looks, but rather his composure and presence. His effortless control over the tyrant and his calm, almost indulgent demeanor made him exude an undeniable charisma. Natasha answered coldly, that was Adam, the CEO of Umbrella Corporation. I didn't expect him to be a superpowered individual as well. And from the looks of it, an incredibly powerful one. She kept that last thought to herself, a sense of unease growing within her. Nick Fury had always seen Umbrella as a threat, but if Adam possessed such overwhelming strength, blindly antagonizing him could be disastrous. She resolved to speak with Nick once they returned. Lorna nodded, her voice filled with admiration. Mr. Adam is the wisest and most intelligent person I've ever met. He's like a mentor who helped me realize what I truly want. As the three continued their conversation, the surrounding metal began to tremble and rise. Lorna reacted immediately, turning toward the figure in the corner. Eric had awakened. As a zombie, his instincts took over, he sought to kill and devour all living things. Father, no. Eric's transformation had not been Lorna's doing. He had chosen this path himself. That night, Lorna had tried to reason with him, explaining the pros and cons of the situation. She had even taken out a control spider and knelt before him. She had intended to turn herself into a zombie and have her father control her. But Eric had acted first, taking his own life before she could do it. It was a decision that still weighed on her heart. As metal fragments hovered and vibrated around them, Lorna raised her hands, green energy flashing around her. Hurry. Knock him out. She released a small metallic spider from her grasp. If they could subdue Eric, she could control him using the spider. Natasha's eyes flickered. The mutants were an unpredictable force and a serious threat. If she could use this opportunity to eliminate Eric permanently, it would be a devastating blow to the mutant faction. But unlike Natasha, Daisy had no hidden agenda. All right. I'm on it. Chapter 158, The Emergence of the Mystic Side. Natasha reached out slightly as she watched Daisy run off, but in the end, she refrained from saying anything to stop her. After all, when they had fought Apocalypse before, Lorna and Eric had been the main force in the battle. It was impossible for her to turn her back on them so soon. She was no longer the cold, heartless spy she once was. Now, she was a person with emotions. Even though she was still willing to engage in some morally questionable transactions for the sake of her goals, betraying her comrades wasn't something she could bring herself to do. As Eric and Lorna seized control of the surrounding metal, Daisy charged forward and struck down with a powerful punch. Seismic force. The zombified Eric's vacant eyes betrayed no reaction. However, just as Daisy's seismic force was about to hit him, he suddenly leaped from his wheelchair, retreating swiftly. Boom. A powerful shockwave blasted the ground, creating a massive crater 10 meters in diameter. In the next instant, metallic debris from the surroundings flew toward Daisy at high speed. Startled, she quickly retreated, but Lorna reacted in time, halting the flying shards before they could reach Daisy. At that moment, Eric made his next move. Come to me, my child. As he spoke, Eric extended his hand toward Lorna in an inviting gesture. Seeing this, Lorna's face was filled with disbelief. Father. You're... Yes, I have become a zombie, but I have also regained my memories. I am the new zombie king. With a furious roar, a massive horde of zombies suddenly emerged from the surrounding darkness. These were the zombies of Baghdad. The earlier battle had long since drawn their attention, but the overwhelming aura of the tyrant had kept them at bay. Now, at the command of their new king, they swarmed forward. Lorna should have been overjoyed to see that her father had regained his intelligence, but instead, a profound unease settled in her heart. Something told her that the man before her was not truly her father. When Eric saw that Lorna still hesitated, he showed no frustration. Instead, he began to manipulate the surrounding metal, launching a renewed assault on Daisy. However, Lorna quickly countered, seizing control of the metal once more, resulting in a deadlock. Child, stop resisting me. Eric's furious shout shook the air, making Lorna flinch. And in that moment, she finally realized the truth. You are not my father. Who are you? Heh. My dear child, if I am not your father, then who else could I be? As he spoke, Eric's eyes began to glow with dark energy, exuding a sinister aura under the moonlight. At that moment, a black shadow emerged behind him, an entity with demonic wings and curved horns, like a specter from the depths of hell. Seeing this, Lorna, Natasha, and Daisy all instinctively stepped back. Kakik. Since you figured it out, then die. With a shrill laugh, tens of thousands of zombies rushed toward them at once. Despair filled their hearts. Even if the zombies stood still and let them kill them one by one, there were simply too many to handle. Just then, 3 figures came running toward them from the distance. Help! Run for your lives! It was Logan, Victor, and Sam. After escaping the battlefield, they had discovered the zombies swarming the perimeter. Initially, they had tried to sneak away, but with no clear escape route and the sheer number of undead, they had no choice but to flee back toward the others. But even with their added strength, it made no difference. They were still vastly outnumbered. Lorna, use your powers to fly us out of here. Sam, in a desperate bid, shouted the idea. Lorna glanced at the demonic entity possessing Eric and shook her head. There was no way he would allow her to escape. At that moment, helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky above them. It was the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., searching for the nuclear warhead. Seeing them, hope flickered in Lorna's eyes. But just as quickly, despair returned. Eric lifted a hand, and the helicopters began shaking violently, metal components threatening to tear apart. In response, Lorna abandoned any thought of seizing control of the helicopters. Instead, she focused all her strength on attacking Eric with a barrage of metal shards. Her goal was simple, to force Eric to defend himself and prevent him from destroying the aircraft. The agents on board noticed the group below and began descending rapidly. Natasha, did you locate the nuke? The nuke. Natasha, climbing aboard the helicopter, looked puzzled. But then she recalled the missile from earlier and her face darkened. Wait. Are you saying that you tried to kill us with a nuke? Not you. Cassandra Nova. If she survives, humanity has no future. As logical as the explanation was, Natasha couldn't help but feel betrayed. The others who had managed to board the helicopter shared her sentiment. They had all just barely escaped death, only to learn that they had been collateral damage in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grander plan. The cabin fell into silence. Lorna was the last to board, her voice urgent. Hurry. Take off. I don't know how much longer I can hold him off. The pilot hesitated, glancing at Natasha for confirmation. She was the highest-ranking agent present. Go. Now. Yes, ma'am. Whir. The rotor blades whined as the helicopter ascended. On the ground, Eric, no, the entity possessing him, watched them go, a smirk on his lips as he turned toward the western horizon. This world is even more fascinating than I imagined. Ha ha ha. With his eerie laughter, black mist erupted from his body, spreading across the entire city of Baghdad, enveloping the countless zombies below. As they absorbed the dark energy, their eyes ignited with eerie green flames. At that moment, a golden portal appeared behind Eric. A bald woman in robes stepped out. "Lucifer, Lord of the Underworld, why have you come here?" Hearing her voice, Eric turned, his smirk widening. "These corpses exist in a state neither alive nor dead. I am merely following the essence of death itself. Why should I not be here, Ancient One?" The Ancient One's calm gaze swept over the scene before her. "These bodies are already dead." A golden sigil expanded beneath her feet, stretching over 10 square kilometers. Instantly, the zombies within began to wail, their bodies decaying into black sludge. But within seconds, black veins of energy began corrupting the sigil. The Ancient One withdrew her power and gazed at Lucifer solemnly. "How much longer can you keep this up?" Lucifer merely chuckled, his energy leaving Eric's body. Chapter 159, The Green Goblin Returns. As Lucifer retreated, the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. The Ancient One swiftly opened a portal and stepped through. However, upon seeing that even the portal was tainted with dark energy, a hint of bitterness flashed in her eyes. She wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Truthfully, if it weren't for the massive disturbance Lucifer had caused, she wouldn't have even bothered with him. Lucifer had visited Earth several times before, but he had always acted covertly, perhaps indulging in human experiences like romance and leisure. She never cared enough to intervene. But this time, he had attempted to exploit the nature of the undead to merge the underworld with Earth, something that directly crossed her bottom line. If Earth became part of the underworld, it would be the first step toward an invasion of the entire universe. With one final glance at the fading remnants of the underworld, she turned and stepped through the portal. She still had to suppress the dark energy within herself and search for a successor. There was no time to concern herself with anything else. The crisis in Baghdad gradually subsided. Meanwhile, due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s failure to eliminate Cassandra, Director Maria was removed from her position. However, a new director had yet to be appointed. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s annual funding was drastically reduced. Despite these events, the global balance of power remained largely unaffected. The Middle Eastern Alliance, after Cassandra's disappearance and increasing pressure from the U.S. military, ultimately relented and ceased demanding the withdrawal of American troops. However, the anticipated dissolution of the Middle Eastern Alliance never materialized. Those in power understood the truth: nations in the Middle East had long suffered under American influence. The only reason they hadn't united before was due to their own internal conflicts and grievances. Cassandra's emergence had finally given them a reason to form an alliance. Now that they saw a chance to escape American control, they weren't about to let go so easily. Meanwhile, the zombie presence in Baghdad mysteriously vanished, leaving only scattered remnants. As a result, the zombie crisis in the Middle East was greatly alleviated. For the first time in a long while, Earth fell into a state of relative peace. In April, Umbrella Pharmaceuticals announced the successful development of a vaccine for the Rift zombies, significantly reducing the Middle Eastern crisis. In response, multiple nations lifted their flight restrictions. 3 days later, Pioneer Tech also announced their own Rift zombie vaccine. Shortly after, pharmaceutical companies worldwide began claiming they had developed their own versions as well. Yet, despite the industry-wide breakthroughs, Oscorp remained conspicuously silent. Its stock price, which had recently begun to recover, plummeted once more, dropping back to $25 per share. However, mysterious capital continued to prop up the stock, preventing it from falling below the $25 mark. By May, Umbrella officially announced its entry into the stock market, revealing that it had acquired a 5% stake in Oscorp. On the same day, Sherlock Fund also disclosed its acquisition of a 5% stake in Oscorp. Just like that, 2 new names appeared among Oscorp's shareholders. In June, Life Foundation announced a groundbreaking technological advancement through its collaboration with Blue Origin and Umbrella, paving the way for their first satellite rocket recovery test in 2011. That same month, Norman was once again charged with the murder of an Oscorp shareholder. The court issued a summons. However, through his deep connections and vast wealth, Norman avoided an immediate sentence. That night, in the Osborne estate, Norman sat behind his desk, his expression dark as he read through the documents in his hands. A moment later, he slammed his fist onto the desk with a resounding bang. Umbrella. I will never forgive you. During his recent arrest, he had immediately sensed that something was wrong. He had already dealt with all loose ends the previous year, ensuring that no evidence remained. Yet, somehow, Umbrella had unearthed new witnesses, forcing him into a defensive position once again. Kill them. Kill them all. A sinister voice echoed in his mind, filling him with bloodthirsty rage. This voice had haunted him ever since he injected himself with the Green Goblin serum. A brilliant man like Norman knew that this was merely a side effect of the serum, a byproduct of its enhancement process. Thus, he constantly fought to suppress it. He refused to become the Green Goblin. He refused to be consumed by his own desires. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to contain his growing fury. Silence. With a furious roar, the voice in his head finally quieted. At that moment, the door to his study creaked open. "Father, are you okay?" A small head peeked in. It was Harry. Dressed in his pajamas, the boy's face was still drowsy, but his large, round eyes were filled with concern. It was clear that Norman's outburst had disturbed his son's sleep. Seeing Harry standing there, Norman's anger subsided a little. He walked over and gently ruffled his son's hair. "Sorry, did I wake you?" Harry shook his head obediently. "It's okay, but, Dad, are you upset about something?" At 11 years old, Harry was already quite tall for his age, standing at about 4 feet 9 inches. Hearing his son's concern, Norman couldn't help but smile slightly, a warmth spreading in his heart, just a little. "But I'll take care of it soon. Go back to sleep." "Okay." As Harry left, Norman's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent resurfacing. An hour later. Beneath the moonlit sky, a figure clad in green armor soared out of the Osborne estate, gliding through the air on a sleek, high-tech hoverboard. The Green Goblin had returned. Minutes later, he hovered above Umbrella Tower. Yet, instead of attacking, he swiftly passed over it and continued toward Manhattan. According to his intel, Adam usually returned to his Manhattan residence after 10 p.m. to sleep. If the lights in the top-floor office weren't on, it meant he was home. Moments later, the Green Goblin arrived at his target, a towering skyscraper over 40 stories high. Though not the tallest, it still offered a breathtaking view of New York City from its penthouse suite. And Adam lived right at the top. "So, you like living in a high-rise, huh? Let's see if you still enjoy it when it becomes your tomb." With a wicked laugh, the Green Goblin dived toward the building. Several missiles shot out from his glider, streaking through the night sky. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. A series of explosions erupted instantly. But as the Green Goblin slowed his approach, a frown formed beneath his mask. Originally, he had expected Adam, being the head of Umbrella, to have bodyguards stationed at his home. That was why he had launched the missile barrage first, to clear out any obstacles before making his move. Yet, to his surprise, the missiles had struck their target without any resistance. Ha! What a joke. Looks like he was just another weakling after all. With a sinister chuckle, the Green Goblin turned to leave. Chapter 160, Choice. Whoosh. Just as the Green Goblin turned around, several black-armored figures suddenly flew out from the ruins above, blocking his path. More figures appeared, surrounding him from all directions, front, back, above, and below. A total of 12 black-armored warriors encircled him. These figures stood about 3 meters tall, exuding a powerful presence. Their armor was adorned with intricate patterns, making them look both elegant and formidable. Before the Green Goblin could ask anything, the 12 black-armored figures moved in unison. They raised their right hands, and in an instant, beams of energy shot out. The Green Goblin barely had time to react before he was struck. Yet, the expected pain never came. The lasers had precisely targeted his goblin armor and glider. With a series of loud bangs, the armor and glider were completely destroyed, leaving Norman Osborn exposed. Without his glider, Norman plummeted downward, only to be caught midair by one of the black-armored figures, which then carried him toward an intact high-rise. Completely powerless, he could only struggle in vain. "Who are you? Let me go." Even as they passed through a window into a luxurious room, Norman continued to resist. However, he soon froze. Sitting comfortably on a sofa, dressed in pajamas, was Adam. One hand swirled a glass of red wine, while the other rested casually on his waist. Despite his relaxed demeanor, a few specks of dust clung to his clothes, evidence that the recent explosion had not entirely spared him. "Good evening, Norman," Adam greeted with a smirk. "It's quite late, what brings you to my place? And with such a grand entrance, blowing up my room without even saying hello." Seeing Adam alive, Norman's heart sank. Desperate, he turned to the black-armored figures and shouted, "I'll give you half of Oscorp's shares if you kill him." "No, 80%. 90%. He knew that being captured meant he had no bargaining power with Adam. His only hope now was to offer his entire fortune in exchange for these mysterious figures' betrayal. But the black-armored warriors remained silent, standing motionless. Norman's heart turned ice-cold. Then, laughter erupted from Adam. "Ha ha ha ha." His eyes gleamed with amusement. "Red Queen, open their helmets. Let him see for himself." "Yes, master." In the next second, the black-armored figures' helmets slid open. Inside, there were no human faces, only complex electronic circuits and machinery. They were not people. They were robots. Seeing this, Norman cursed internally. If they're not human, then why make them humanoid? Just for aesthetics. Armor is designed for people to wear. A human-like shape isn't even the most efficient form for machines. After a moment, the black armored figures resealed their helmets, while Adam stood up and approached Norman. I currently hold 10% of Oscorp's shares, Adam stated calmly. You have two choices, prison or retirement. Norman's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, realization struck. The Sherlock Fund, that was you. His voice trembled. Now that I think about it, I did hear rumors about its connection to you. He let out a bitter laugh. So, your target was always me. I was too careless, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter carried an unmistakable sense of loss, helplessness, and despair. After all, anyone would be devastated to realize they had been played from the very beginning. For someone as proud as Norman, the blow was even greater. When his laughter finally subsided, Adam leaned back onto the sofa. So, what's your answer? Norman lifted his head and met Adam's gaze. I choose a third option. With a sudden burst of strength, he twisted his leg and snapped his own arm free from the robot's grip. Then, he hurled himself backward toward the window. Crash. The glass shattered, and his body plunged from over 100 meters high. This was the only solution he could think of. Sacrificing himself. He knew exactly what Adam's two options meant. If he went to prison, Adam, who already held 10% of Oscorp's shares, would take control of the company. If he retired, he would be forced to sell his shares at a loss, leading to the downfall of the Osborn family. Either way, Oscorp would eventually fall into Adam's hands. His only option was to die, ensuring that his company remained with his family. But as he fell, only one thought filled his mind. His son, Harry, was just 11 years old. Would he be able to handle the cutthroat corporate world? Would he survive the power struggles without him? A wave of guilt and sorrow washed over him. Harry. I'm sorry. I won't be able to take you to Disneyland anymore. A heavy thud echoed through the night. Car alarms blared in response. From the high-rise, Adam stepped toward the shattered window, gazing down at the lifeless body below. He merely shook his head. He could have saved Norman effortlessly. But there was no need. After all, the U.S. had strict antitrust laws. Umbrella Pharmaceuticals was already the #1 player in the industry, while Oscorp ranked second. If Adam openly acquired Oscorp, it would trigger scrutiny from regulators. The smarter move was to control the company from behind the scenes. With Norman dead and Harry still a child, the future of Oscorp was already decided. Red Queen, begin the acquisition process. Yes, Master. June 21st, morning. At the Osborn estate, Harry stood in front of a black and white portrait of his father. Dressed in a black suit, he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. His father had always taught him that boys shouldn't cry, that they had to be strong. He wanted to tell his father that he was strong, that he hadn't cried. But now, standing here alone, he could no longer hold it in. At that moment, Peter burst in, tossing his backpack aside as he ran up to his best friend. Harry, what happened? Uncle Norman, how did this happen? Peter had been on his way to school when he got the news and had rushed over immediately. Seeing his closest friend, Harry could no longer restrain himself. Tears spilled down his face as he clung to Peter and sobbed uncontrollably. Peter, my dad is dead. The sound of his cries echoed through the grand hall. Chapter 161, Seizing Control of Oscorp. The next morning, Oscorp held a press conference. Mr. Osborn was like a guiding light, illuminating the path forward for Oscorp. Through his vast knowledge, he developed countless medicines, saving innumerable lives. A man in a black suit stood at the podium, his expression one of deep sorrow. We deeply mourn Mr. Osborn's passing. After a moment of eulogizing, the attendees lowered their heads in silence. A full minute later, the morning ended, and the men immediately transitioned to the next announcement. In addition to honoring Mr. Osborn, today we have another major announcement. Umbrella Corporation has officially entered into a strategic partnership with Oscorp. Now, let us welcome Miss Luna. A round of applause followed. Luna, dressed in a sleek black evening dress and matching high heels, walked onto the stage with a bright smile. On behalf of Umbrella Corporation, I extend our deepest condolences for Mr. Osborn's passing. It is truly unfortunate that, on his way to meet our chairman, he encountered a group of robbers. Our chairman, Mr. Adam, was devastated upon hearing this news. Out of his sense of guilt and responsibility, he has decided to strengthen the collaboration between Umbrella and Oscorp. The reporters, who had already received their envelopes of incentives, quickly erupted in applause. Mr. Adam is such a good man. Yes, truly touching. He's the greatest philanthropist in the world. Despite the excessive praise, Luna remained composed, her smile unwavering and devoid of any guilt. Shortly after, the press conference concluded successfully, and Luna, along with her entourage, proceeded to the boardroom for a shareholders' meeting. At the head of the table sat young Harry Osborn, his face filled with grief. Still reeling from his father's sudden death, he was dazed and unresponsive. Young Master Harry. Young Master Harry. After several calls, Harry finally responded. Ah. Sir, what is it? Miss Luna from Umbrella Corporation has arrived. We can begin the shareholders' meeting. Oh. Oh, okay, let's start then. The older board members around the table exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain for the 11-year-old. Soon, the meeting commenced. The first order of business was, of course, selecting a new CEO. Since Harry knew nothing about corporate matters and had no say in the voting, the position naturally fell into Luna's hands. However, instead of taking the role herself, Luna appointed one of her subordinates, a woman named Katie. Katie was a white woman with long brown hair, slightly shorter than Luna at about 1.65 meters tall, but with an exceptionally curvaceous figure. Despite being only 19, she had an extraordinary business mind. A product of Umbrella's orphanage program, she had skipped several grades and recently graduated from Umbrella University. She had spent the past year under Luna's mentorship. Though lacking extensive experience, her loyalty was unquestionable. Sitting at the head of the table, Harry had no objections to Katie becoming CEO. Throughout the rest of the meeting, he remained silent, his head bowed. Had Norman Osborn lived longer, he would have gradually groomed trusted aides to support Harry, ensuring a smoother transition in the event of an emergency. But now, at only 11, Harry was nothing more than a puppet. At Luna's suggestion, several board members even recommended that Harry focus on his studies and reduce his involvement in the company. Harry showed no reaction to this either. By the time the meeting ended, it was clear to everyone, Osborn Enterprises had changed hands. March 2011. Umbrella's military division finally unveiled its next-generation Sentinel robots. With the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men wiped out, and the Hellfire Club suffering heavy losses, the global mutant population had declined significantly. Under Senator Roberts' directive, the new Sentinels were no longer programmed to target mutants exclusively but were now focused on broader threats, including humans. As a result, the second-generation Sentinels did not feature the ability to absorb and replicate mutant powers. Instead, they were upgraded with improved flight systems, enhanced firepower, and advanced laser weaponry. Overall, the new Sentinels weren't drastically different from the first generation, apart from their increased durability, firepower, and flight speed. The price, however, was slightly higher. Each unit now cost $1.99 billion. This pricing was carefully adjusted under Senator Roberts' recommendation, as $2 billion per unit would have exceeded his procurement authority. Initially, Adam estimated that the U.S. government would purchase a maximum of 100 units at this price. To his surprise, the military immediately placed an order for 300 units. This signaled an ominous premonition to Adam. The Middle Eastern alliance had been acting increasingly defiant lately, making it likely that the U.S. was preparing to return to its old habits, war. With national debt rising, a conflict seemed inevitable as a means of shifting economic pressure. But as a businessman, Adam had no interest in politics. His only concern was ensuring that Umbrella's weapons factories in Raccoon City operated at full capacity, delivering one Sentinel per day. Of course, if he let the Red Queen AI take full control of production and fully automate the process, the factory could churn out 10 Sentinels per day. But that would be unnecessary. After all, producing 10 a day might raise too many questions. August 2011. War came even sooner than Adam had anticipated. By the time 150 second-generation Sentinels had been delivered, the U.S. accused the Middle Eastern alliance of severe human rights violations and the use of biochemical weapons against minorities. This was the strongest warning yet from the U.S. government. The message was clear: cease using biochemical weapons, or we will intervene. To strengthen its stance, the U.S. rallied its allies, leading countries like the UK, Japan, and Germany to join in condemning the Middle Eastern alliance. The accused nations, however, denied the allegations, claiming innocence and inviting international inspectors to conduct investigations. But the U.S. responded with blatant coercion. Investigations require funding. If you want us to send inspectors, lower your oil prices and cut ties with Russia and China. Then we'll have the budget for an investigation. Infuriated by this shameless demand, the Middle Eastern alliance stood firm, asserting its sovereignty and right to choose its allies. By the end of August, the U.S. formally declared war, citing the Middle Eastern alliance's alleged war crimes and treaty violations. The first wave of attacks was carried out by 100 second-generation Sentinels. On the first day alone, these machines wreaked havoc, destroying dozens of fighter jets, radar stations, and killing thousands of soldiers. As for losses, 0. Only a handful of Sentinels sustained minor damage, which was easily repaired for continued deployment. War had begun, and Umbrella's creations were proving their worth. Chapter 162, The God of Thunder appears. The success of the second-generation Sentinels instantly shocked every nation across the globe, especially Russia and China. They, too, had been researching mecha-based war machines for some time. However, due to limitations in energy sources and materials, their progress was almost non-existent. And now, before they had even figured out a proper development path, the US had already launched second-generation Sentinels, machines that reaped enemies like gods of war. How could they possibly accept such a disparity? As a result, they immediately sent diplomats to contact Umbrella, offering land and a 10-year tax exemption, hoping to persuade the company to build factories in their territories. Adam left this matter to Luna to handle. He had more important things to attend to. The Sky Eye satellite, hovering over New Mexico, detected an intense energy fluctuation. The images transmitted back showed swirling clouds converging at a single point, forming a vortex. A rainbow shimmered in the sky. Checking the timeline, Adam smirked. Looks like that unlucky Thor has finally arrived. Nightfall. A silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glow over a barren stretch of land in New Mexico. A small town, Puente Antiguo, stood in the middle of this desolate land. The town had a small population, only a few thousand people. Due to the infertile soil, farming was nearly impossible, forcing the residents to rely on imported food supplies. At this moment, inside a local hospital, a tall, broad-shouldered blond man lay on a hospital bed. His fingers twitched slightly. His eyelids trembled. Suddenly, he woke up. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Staring at the sterile white ceiling, fragmented memories gradually resurfaced in his mind. Right. I am Thor, god of thunder, son of Odin. The frost giants had invaded Asgard multiple times through unknown means, slaughtering many Asgardian warriors. Enraged, he led his comrades to Jotunheim, the frost giants' homeworld, intent on slaying their king, Laufey. However, Laufey proved far stronger than expected, and his forces were overwhelming. Thor soon found himself trapped in a desperate situation. Just as things turned dire, Heimdall intervened, opening the Bifrost Bridge to rescue them. But upon returning to Asgard, his father, Odin, furious with his recklessness, stripped him of his divine powers, banishing him to Midgard, Earth. Even his Mjolnir, the legendary hammer, no longer answered his call. Wait. Father said that if I can prove myself worthy, I will reclaim my power. Thor's eyes flashed with determination. He abruptly sat up, intent on finding Mjolnir. However, the hospital staff immediately noticed his movements and rushed to his bedside. Hey, you need to lie down and rest. We're still running tests, you were seriously injured. Stay put. Don't pull out the 4. Still disoriented, Thor saw the white-clad figures surrounding him and instinctively pushed one aside. You dare attack the son of Odin? More medical staff rushed in, trying to restrain him. Help. We need backup. Call security. Security. Emergency in room 3. Even without his godly powers, Thor was still an Asgardian, his physical strength far surpassed ordinary humans. He easily overpowered the doctors, pushing them away and making a break for the exit. Even the security guards who arrived were knocked aside effortlessly. The chaos escalated until a nurse suddenly jabbed a sedative into Thor's back. His body immediately felt weak. You dare use cowardly poison on me. His voice slurred, and darkness consumed him once more. The next morning. On a hill in New Mexico, several locals drove out at sunrise, searching for last night's meteorite impact site. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a massive crater, and inside it, a hammer embedded in the earth. The group of onlookers quickly exited their vehicle, eyes wide with disbelief. Holy hell, what did we just find? A meteorite. We found last night's meteorite. Quick, let's get a closer look. Wait a minute. Why does this meteorite look like a hammer? Oh my god. Is this a miracle? Before they could fully process the situation, the sky suddenly rumbled with the deafening thud-thud-thud of helicopter blades. Looking up, they saw over a dozen helicopters rapidly approaching. Each aircraft bore the distinctive red and white umbrella logo, and beneath them, shipping containers were being carried by cables. The bystanders barely had time to react before the helicopters arrived overhead. One by one, the containers were released, slamming into the ground with a series of thunderous impacts. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Within moments, the crater and the hammer were completely enclosed by the metal containers, cutting them off from view. At the same time, several black-armored soldiers leaped from the helicopters, landing in front of the stunned onlookers. They wielded electromagnetic rifles, aiming them at the civilians. This site is now under Umbrella Corporation's jurisdiction, the squad leader announced. All unauthorized personnel, leave immediately. The locals hesitated. They weren't the kind of people who were easily intimidated. Rugged and tough, they had seen their fair share of fights. But Umbrella's USS combat unit? That was an entirely different beast. All right. We're leaving. Without further argument, they jumped back into their car, slammed on the gas, and sped away. Watching them flee, the squad leader lifted his visor, revealing his face. William. Ha. Smart decision, he scoffed. All right, spread out. Sweep the perimeter for any remaining stragglers. Yes, sir. Several soldiers immediately moved out to secure the area. At that moment, Psylocke, twin swords strapped to her back, approached William. William, what is that hammer? Oh. You checked it out already. Not only did I look at it, I tried to pull it out. It didn't budge. Ha. That just means it's waiting for someone strong enough to claim it. Watch and learn. William cracked his knuckles and marched toward the hammer, confidence radiating off him. However, someone had beaten him to it. Standing beside Mjolnir, gripping its handle, was none other than USS Captain Frank Castle. William immediately grimaced. Damn it. I was too slow. That bastard's gonna steal the credit again. Yet, despite his efforts, the hammer refused to budge. Frank exhaled sharply and stepped back, his cold gaze settling on William. He didn't speak, but his message was clear: you won't be able to pull it out either. Undeterred, William rolled his shoulders and strode forward. The boss said that whoever lifts this hammer gets to keep it, he smirked. So don't come crying to me when I walk away with it. Chapter 163, Mission Update. William placed his hand on Mjolnir's handle and immediately tried to lift it. However, it felt as if he were trying to pull the entire planet, completely immovable. Standing nearby, Psylocke watched with a look of disdain. Captain, are you sure you can do it? Who says I can't? Of course, I can. William took a step back, raised his electromagnetic rifle, and fired at Mjolnir. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk. The bullets bounced off harmlessly, leaving not even a scratch. Frustrated, he tossed the rifle aside and stripped off his armor. Ah. With a loud roar, his muscles swelled, his body transforming into a 3-meter-tall tyrant form. Once again, he gripped the handle of Mjolnir with both hands. Still, it did not budge. This made him start doubting himself. The last time he tested his strength, his tyrant form had over 300 tons of lifting power, yet now he couldn't even lift a hammer. Unwilling to accept defeat, he activated his second form. His body bulked up even more, every muscle swelling into a near-perfect shape. Rise. Yet the result remained unchanged. Watching from the side, Frank smirked and said sarcastically, "TCH, looks like our dear captain really can't do it." He put extra emphasis on the last word, making William's temper flare. What do you mean I can't? You only outrank me because you've been with the boss longer. You couldn't even take me down with one finger. Oh. You want to test that theory? I've been waiting for this. Right here, right now. You weakling, I could beat you to death with my... Just as William was about to start another round of trash talk, Psylocke suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Annoyed, he snapped, "Don't stop me. Nobody's gonna stop me from beating him, Todd." "Who do you want to beat?" The moment he heard that voice, William shivered like a mouse spotting a cat. His entire body trembled as he turned around slowly. Boss. Why are you here?" Adam ignored him and casually walked up to Mjolnir, dressed in a simple casual outfit. After a brief moment of observation, he reached out and gripped the hammer's handle. The sky instantly darkened. Strong winds howled, signaling an impending storm. Rumble. Lightning streaked across the sky as if issuing a warning, or perhaps, a reminder. Adam glanced up at the storm clouds, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. How petty. The moment he let go, the storm vanished without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Only after Adam boarded a helicopter and disappeared into the sky did William finally exhale in relief. Beside him, Psylocke's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with stars. "The boss is amazing. Like a god descended from the heavens." William scowled, feeling a little irritated but not daring to voice his frustration. Instead, he turned his attention back to Frank. "Coward. Where are you going? Come back and fight me." Without looking back, Frank replied, "The boss just issued a new mission. Get ready." Hearing this, William finally noticed that his helmet, left on the ground, was glowing. Canceling his tyrant form, he put his armor back on and checked his helmet screen. Protect Mjolnir. So, this thing is called Mjolnir. Well, it does look the part. But why guard it? Are they planning some kind of research? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, so he chose to let it go. in the town of Puente Antiguo. After confirming he was fine, Thor returned early in the morning with Jane and Darcy to their rented house, which doubled as their research lab. Due to their limited budget, they had some equipment, but nothing truly high-end. Standing in front of a mirror, Thor examined the jeans he had put on. Back in Asgard, he had never worn such stiff clothing, especially something that provided no defensive benefits. No Asgardian would ever wear something like this. He swore the jeans had a built-in agility -1 debuff. That said, he had to admit, they did look good. Meanwhile, Jane Foster, blonde, in her 20s, with a stunning figure and beautiful features, pretended to read a book while sneaking glances at his 8-pack abs. On the other hand, Darcy Lewis, a brunette with wavy hair and glasses, openly stared at Thor with glowing eyes. For a homeless crazy guy, his body is way too perfect, she muttered dreamily. Hearing this, Jane rolled her eyes at her best friend. After changing his pants, Thor picked up a shirt and examined it with curiosity. Is this really clothing? Unlike the jeans, it wasn't stiff, but it still offered no protection. Carrying the shirt, he stepped outside. Seeing this, Darcy quickly apologized, sorry about electrocuting you last night. Thor stiffened. The mighty god of thunder, knocked out by the first mortal woman who zapped him. If word got out, he would never hear the end of it. His friends would write it down in their personal records just to mock him forever. Quickly changing the topic, he grabbed a nearby mouse and asked, "What is this?" Jane rushed over in alarm. "Don't touch that. Put it down." As she snatched it back, she took the chance to steal a few more glances at his muscular body, swallowing hard. To cover up her embarrassment, she buried her face in her book, pretending she hadn't just been ogling him. Darcy, unimpressed, rolled her eyes again. Thor, now holding his shirt again, pointed at its white label. "What is this?" Jane quickly ripped the tag off. "It belonged to my ex. He was good with patients but bad at relationships. Your build is the only one that fits his clothes." Darcy nearly gagged. Damn, Jane, that was smooth. In just 2 sentences, she managed to 1. Declare her single status. 2. Show that her ex was a doctor, aka middle class at least. 3. Blame the breakup entirely on him. 4. Prove she was sentimental by keeping his clothes. 5. Strongly hint that Thor was special enough for her to share them. Wow. She's even better than me at this. Chapter 164, Asgard. Thor, being the straightforward man he was, didn't catch the meaning behind Jane's words. He simply walked toward the refrigerator. This mortal body is too weak. I need food. After saying that, he opened the fridge to search for something to eat. Earlier, he had seen the others take drinks from the fridge, so he knew it was a place where food was stored. However, Jane and her 2 fellow astronomers weren't exactly great cooks, so naturally, there wasn't much worth eating inside. Eric, who had been reviewing some data, frowned as he watched Thor make himself at home, crossing his arms in exasperation. Had they just invited a deity into their home? Still, recalling the photos they had captured the previous night, he couldn't help but be intrigued by what Thor had said about this mortal body. It seemed like something only a non-human would say. Eric Selvig was the only man among the group of amateur astronomers, somewhere in his 40s or 50s, with strands of white hair peppering his head. Watching Thor rummage through the fridge as if he were about to tear it apart, Eric finally sighed and said, "I'll take you out to eat." But as he glanced at his nearly empty wallet, his heart ached. As amateur astronomers, perhaps, astronomy enthusiasts, was a more accurate term, they had no formal jobs or stable income. They made a living by capturing images of meteors, full moons, and other celestial phenomena, then selling the rights to their photos or submitting them to websites and newspapers for a small fee. Their earnings were just enough to scrape by, far from extravagant. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Odin stood with Gungnir in hand, his face deeply furrowed as he gazed ahead. His vision seemed to pierce through the vast expanse of the cosmos, reaching Midgard, scanning the land below. Moments ago, he had sent someone attempting to lift Mjolnir, yet that person was not Thor. Alarmed, he had swiftly used his immense power to deter the would-be wielder. Although the individual had ultimately relented, Odin couldn't shake a growing unease. Frigga, noticing her husband's troubled expression, walked over to him. "What is it, my king?" Odin withdrew his gaze from Midgard and turned to his wife. "It's nothing. I just felt someone trying to lift Mjolnir, but it wasn't Thor." Frigga raised a curious brow. "Is that not to be expected? You always said that anyone with a noble heart could lift the hammer. This only proves that there are good people on Midgard." Odin shook his head and said in a low voice, "They must also possess the blood of Asgard's royal lineage." Frigga immediately rolled her eyes. Wasn't that just another way of saying only Thor could wield it? After all, aside from Odin and Thor, who else bore Asgard's royal bloodline? But then, as if recalling someone, her gaze dimmed slightly. Odin, understanding his wife's thoughts, gently took her hand in his own and reassured her, "Do not worry. Once Thor has learned his lesson, he will understand my intentions. He will return soon enough." All right. In Asgard, Odin and Frigga weren't the only ones concerned about Thor. Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, Sif, and Loki were also troubled. Fandral was a blonde-haired warrior standing at about 6 feet tall, wielding a two-handed sword with expert skill. Hogun, with his long black hair, stood just under 6 feet and fought with a spiked mace. Volstagg, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, was a burly, bearded warrior with long brown hair, favoring a double-bladed battle axe. Sif, a striking beauty with long chestnut hair, stood at around 5'7". Her gleaming white legs and well-endowed figure made her presence commanding. She wielded a single-handed sword, clad in a short breastplate and fitted battle pants that left much of her pale skin exposed. Her metal boots accentuated the strength in her long legs, exuding both grace and power. She was known as Asgard's Shield Maiden, though the title was somewhat honorary. She was Heimdall's sister, not one of the legendary Valkyries. Those warriors had perished long ago, leaving only one surviving somewhere in the vast cosmos. The four of them paced restlessly in a grand chamber, lost in thought. Some sat in golden chairs, others leaned against the walls, all pondering the same question. How could they bring Thor back? Finally, Volstagg, who had been sipping from a golden goblet, let out a guilty sigh. We should never have let him go. By him, he meant Thor. When Thor had first decided to venture to Jotunheim, they had been the first ones he turned to. Instead of stopping him, they had eagerly joined his reckless mission, leading to the disastrous events that followed. Sif, seated in another golden chair, said in a low voice, no one could have stopped him. Having grown up alongside Thor, she knew better than anyone how stubborn he was. Like a bull charging forward, once he made up his mind, nothing could turn him back, not even Odin himself. Hearing their dispirited conversation, Fandral, who had been pacing the room, snapped impatiently, he was banished, not killed. Hogun, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. Had Heimdall not informed Odin of our departure, we might all be dead. As the guardian of the Bifrost, Heimdall had the authority to oversee all travel in and out of Asgard. At that moment, Loki, who had been standing silently against the wall, glanced down at his arm. He still remembered how, in Jotunheim, he had been surrounded by frost giants, only to suddenly manifest the same powers as them. That moment had planted a seed of doubt in his mind. Who was he, really? Rumors had long whispered that he was not Frigga's trueborn son but had been found elsewhere. After all, when Frigga gave birth to him, she had never been pregnant. One day, a child had simply appeared, giving rise to endless speculation. Volstagg, deep in thought, suddenly asked, how did Heimdall know where we were? Loki, seizing the moment, smirked. I told him. The others stared at him in shock. Why? I told him to inform Odin of our journey the moment we left. He was too slow. He should have done so before we even reached Jotunheim. Hearing Loki's smug tone, Volstagg finally lost his patience. You betrayed us. Loki remained unfazed. I saved all of us. Including Thor. He hesitated briefly before adding, I just didn't expect Father to banish him. Chapter 165, Odin faints from anger. Sif couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up from her seat and walked straight to Loki. Loki, you must persuade your father to take back his order. I can try, but what difference will it make? I love Thor more than any of you. But you all know what kind of person he is, proud, arrogant, reckless. You saw what he did today. Is that the behavior befitting a prince of Asgard? Loki scanned the faces of those before him, but their expressions remained unchanged. Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he turned and walked away. He had hoped to win over the warriors Three and Sif. After all, they were among Asgard's strongest fighters, and Sif, as Heimdall's sister, held considerable influence. Gaining their support would be invaluable to his plans. But now, he saw no chance of that happening. As Loki left, Sif couldn't help but speak. Loki claims to care about Thor, but he has always been jealous of him. Having grown up with Thor, Sif had deep feelings for him. Her words reflected her loyalty. Volstagg glanced at his injured palm and chuckled bitterly. But he wasn't wrong. He did save our lives. Hogun suddenly spoke up. Laufey said there was a traitor in Odin's house. Someone powerful enough to smuggle 3 frost giants into Asgard. The others fell silent. They all knew who he was referring to. But still, they found it hard to believe. Loki may joke around, but he wouldn't make such a mistake on serious matters. Yes, I don't think he would betray Asgard. Exactly. Besides, he has no reason to do so. While the warriors Three and Sif continued their discussion, Loki had already left the hall, unseen. Using his magic to turn invisible, he made his way into Odin's vault, stopping before a particular artifact. It was a relic about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters high, pulsing with an eerie blue light. The casket of ancient winters, the sacred treasure of the frost giants. During the battle in Jotunheim earlier that day, Loki had felt something strange. A power that was both unfamiliar and yet eerily familiar, like that of a frost giant. Now, he was here to test the truth of an old legend. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and grasped the casket, lifting it in his hands. A surge of power coursed through him, foreign yet oddly intimate. Despair gripped him. He shook his head, eyes filled with disbelief. He had a connection to the casket. He had the blood of the frost giants. Put it down. Odin's voice rang out behind him. Loki turned sharply, finding his father standing there, his face solemn. Odin had been discussing matters with Frigga when he sensed the disturbance in the vault. Without hesitation, he had transported himself here. Hearing his father's command, Loki, devastated, did not obey immediately. Instead, he clung to a desperate hope and asked, "Am I cursed?" "No." Odin's answer shattered the last bit of hope in Loki's heart. Slowly, he lowered the casket. The moment he let go, his skin turned blue. His eyes glowed red, his ears sharpened, he looked exactly like a frost giant. But as soon as he stepped away from the casket, his appearance reverted to normal. Turning to Odin, he demanded, "Then who am I?" Pain flickered across Odin's face, but his voice was full of fatherly love as he said, "You are my son." Loki, however, did not see the sorrow in Odin's eyes. As he placed the casket back, he stepped forward, his voice filled with accusation. "But that's not all, is it? The casket of ancient winters wasn't the only thing you brought back from Jotunheim, was it?" Odin's heart ached at Loki's cold gaze. "That's true," he admitted. "After the war, I entered the temple and found a child, an abandoned infant. A frost giant's offspring, cast aside to die. Laufey's son." The memory came flooding back. Over 1,000 years ago, Odin had waged war across the 9 realms, cutting down countless foes. His final campaign was against the frost giants. After defeating Laufey and entering the temple, he had found the abandoned Loki. Using his divine power, he had altered the child's appearance to resemble an Asgardian and brought him home, claiming him as his own. He had done it with an ulterior motive, he had hoped to use Loki to make Laufey submit. But as time passed, Odin had truly come to love the boy. Loki, hearing this, was filled with disbelief, confusion, and a refusal to accept the truth. "Why?" His voice trembled. "You slaughtered countless frost giants, why would you take me? You were an innocent child." "No." Loki's voice cracked. "There was a reason." "What was it?" Odin hesitated, and Loki's anger burned brighter. "Answer me." Pain filled Odin's heart. He could not believe that the boy he had raised now looked at him with such hatred. Was it the frost giant blood in him? Seeing Odin's silence, Loki's fury exploded. "So, I was nothing more than a stolen relic. A trophy to be kept here until I could be useful to you. Why do you twist my words?" Odin's voice was strained. "You could have told me from the beginning," Loki snapped. "Why didn't you?" "Because you are my son," Odin said softly. "I only wanted to protect you from the truth." "You mean, protect me from knowing that in Asgardian bedtime stories, my kind are the monsters used to frighten children?" Odin's heart wrenched at Loki's words. He had always tried to shield the boy from pain, yet here he was, breaking before his eyes. His exhaustion caught up with him. The strain of delaying his Odin sleep, combined with the emotional turmoil, overwhelmed him. He collapsed onto the steps, breath unsteady. But Loki, caught up in his rage, did not notice at first. "Of course, you always favored Thor," he continued, voice shaking. "No matter how much you say you love me, you would never let a frost giant sit on Asgard's throne." Then he turned to look at Odin, only to see him slumped on the steps, unconscious. Panic flickered in Loki's eyes. He crouched down, reaching for Odin. Despite everything, despite the truth, he still cared for the men who had raised him. But as he stared at Odin's still form, another thought took root. An opportunity. The throne of Asgard was now within his grasp. "Guards," he called out. Chapter 166, The Meteorite's Whereabouts. In the town of Puente Antiguo. Inside a bar, Thor was devouring his meal with enthusiasm. Sitting across from him, Jane rested her chin on one hand, gazing at him with infatuation. No matter how she looked at him, Thor perfectly fit her ideal type, exactly the kind of men she liked. Beside her, Darcy rolled her eyes as she watched her best friend practically drooling. Here comes the lovesick fool again. But Darcy hadn't forgotten the real reason they were here. "You were inside that cloud, weren't you? And also, how are you able to eat an entire box of pastries and still be starving?" Last night, in the photos she took, a figure had appeared inside the storm clouds before crashing onto their car. There was no doubt now, it had been him. But what baffled her was how he had been up in the clouds in the first place. At the table, Eric also looked at Thor with curiosity but remained silent. Thor, however, didn't bother answering Darcy's questioning. Instead, after finishing his food, he lifted his cup of coffee and took a deep sip, savoring the taste. This bitter yet aromatic drink gave him a flavor he had never experienced before. "I like this drink," he said. Darcy nodded. "Yeah, it's pretty good. I like their coffee too. Bring me another." Thor then slammed the cup onto the floor. In Asgard, this was a customary way of expressing appreciation. But here on Earth, it was anything but appropriate. Everyone in the bar turned to look at him in surprise. The bar owner even flinched in fear, mistaking the noise for gunfire. With the recent rise in robberies, she had been targeted several times already. Seeing this, Jane quickly stood up and began picking up the broken pieces. "Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up right now." Meanwhile, Thor simply watched her clean up the mess, making no move to help. That made Jane furious. "What's your problem?" Thor looked at her, confused. "I liked it, so I wanted more." Jane huffed. "You could just ask properly." "I did ask properly." Jane sighed, rolling her eyes as she sat back down. "I meant, without smashing things. I didn't mean to be rude." Seeing that he was completely impervious to reason, Jane finally gave up. "Fine. Just don't break things anymore, okay?" Thor finally took a good look at the woman in front of him. She had a temper, but he liked that. She was also quite beautiful, with an air of intelligence and grace. Unlike the warrior women of Asgard, who were all muscular and intimidating, Jane had a delicate, gentle beauty that stirred his protective instincts. He had grown up surrounded by Asgardian women, strong, fierce, and battle-hardened. Seeing someone soft and fragile for the first time was refreshing. Jane noticed Thor staring at her and blushed slightly. Not bad," Thor said, nodding in approval. "Waiter. Bring me another meal, just like the last one." Darcy glanced between Thor and Jane, a knowing smile creeping onto her lips. "Oh yeah, my best friend has definitely fallen for this guy." Just then, the bar doors swung open, and a group of men walked in, looking frustrated. "Damn it. We just found the meteorite crater, and then we got kicked out. Yeah, those umbrella guys were way too aggressive. They didn't even let us take a look. What else could we do? They had guns. Waiter, get us something to eat." Hearing their conversation, Jane, Darcy, and Eric immediately turned to listen more closely. Eric grabbed his drink and walked over. "You mentioned a meteorite." The newcomers looked at him in confusion. Eric quickly gestured for the waiter to bring over some drinks for them. Seeing the drinks, the men finally smiled. "Yeah, this morning, we found a meteorite crater on the hillside. But then a bunch of umbrella guys showed up, at least 10 helicopters. Their choppers even had shipping containers hanging underneath. Definitely up to no good. They forced us out and completely sealed off the area." "Where exactly is the crater?" Eric asked. "About 40 kilometers west of here." Having gathered the information they needed, Eric quickly returned to their table. "Let's go." Jane and Darcy nodded immediately, standing up to leave. As they turned to go, Jane glanced at Thor, who was still eating, and sighed. "Come with us." Thor looked longingly at his food one last time before reluctantly standing up to follow her. However, as soon as they stepped out onto the street, they saw their car being driven away by someone else. They all froze in disbelief. "Did someone just steal our car?" Turning toward their rental house, they saw a group of men in black suits going through their belongings. Alarmed, they rushed over. "What the hell are you doing? Are you stealing? No, robbing us. If you don't stop, we're calling the police." A man named Wade was overseeing the operation. Seeing them approach, he turned and smirked. "We're investigating a security threat. Please cooperate. And if you don't cooperate, I won't hesitate to run a blade straight through you from below and turn you into a human kebab." Ever since the Blacklight Virus experiments were deemed successful, Wade had started thinking he was invincible, until reality smacked him down hard. After that, he settled down and was assigned by Adam as the leader of the security squad, handling less critical missions. Right now, his job was to retrieve any documents related to last night's meteor event. But just because he followed orders didn't mean he'd stopped being a sarcastic, mouthy bastard. In fact, he was even more obnoxious and unhinged than before. Hearing his threats, Jane, Darcy, and Eric immediately fell silent. Wade had already unsheathed his katana, and the other security team members had raised their rifles. There was no doubt, if they made a wrong move, they'd be riddled with bullets. Still, they quickly recognized who these people were. The unmistakable red and white umbrella logo on their sleeves made it obvious. The Umbrella Corporation. "You corporate thugs." Furious, Darcy pulled out her phone, aiming to record the incident. Wade casually snatched it from her hand. Phones need to be checked too. His men stepped forward, taking the phones from Jane and Eric as well. This is theft. You bastards. When the security team reached for Thor, intending to search his pockets, Thor finally lost his patience. He shoved them back with ease, sending them stumbling. Chapter 167, Odin's Slumber. As soon as Thor resorted to violence, the surrounding guards immediately dropped what they were holding and raised their electromagnetic rifles, aiming at him. Seeing the weapons pointed at them, Jane panicked and quickly said, "I'll leave right away, don't shoot." But at that moment, Wade looked at Thor with a hint of interest in his eyes. This guy's not bad. Come on, let's have a little match. If you win, I'll give you back your stuff. Hearing this, Thor pushed Jane aside. Can you make that decision? Relax, I definitely can. Everyone here listens to me. Whatever I tell them to do, they. All right. Before Wade could finish speaking, Thor swung his fist and charged forward. Wade reacted quickly, spinning out of the way to dodge Thor's sneak attack, then immediately stomped his foot down on Thor's face. Hey, a rookie like you trying to play tricks on me. You must have a death wish. Before he could finish his taunt, Thor took advantage of his distraction, flipped over, and pinned Wade to the ground. Oh, you big oaf. Get off me, you're pressing too hard. Hearing those strange words, everyone around them froze for a moment. Seeing that Thor wasn't letting go, Wade sighed and said, "All right, I give up. You can have your stuff back." In truth, he could have used the Blacklight Virus to turn the tables, but he had never really cared about keeping these items in the first place. After all, he was Deadpool. There was no way he'd willingly work for Umbrella. The only reason he was involved with them was because of a contract he signed. Back when he underwent the Blacklight Virus experiment, it wasn't a free deal, he had to sign a 50-year contract. If the experiment had failed, it wouldn't have mattered. But since it succeeded, there was no way Umbrella would let a test subject roam free. At the time, Wade had been in the final stages of cancer. Figuring he was going to die anyway, he signed without hesitation. But the moment the experiment succeeded, he regretted it. Just like his counterparts in other universes, the first thing he did after gaining his abilities was betray his handlers. However, Umbrella wasn't just some no-name lab. He couldn't openly defy them, so he did the next best thing, he slacked off, messed with them whenever he could, and made their lives miserable. Seeing that Deadpool had surrendered, Thor released him. A short while later, the items were returned, and Jane's group started to warm up to Wade. But they didn't have time to chat. Their priority was finding the meteorite, so once they confirmed their belongings wouldn't be taken again, they hurried off toward their goal. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin lay within a golden energy field, deep in slumber. Only Loki and Frigga stood by his side. Frigga gently stroked the energy shield, gazing at her sleeping husband with deep affection. I'm not used to seeing him like this. But he's delayed his Odin sleep for too long. I'm starting to worry. As the king of Asgard, Odin wielded immense power through the Odin force. But this power came at a cost, it placed a tremendous strain on his body. As he aged, the burden became even heavier, requiring him to enter Odin's sleep periodically to recover. He should have done so years ago, but with constant unrest in the Nine Realms and his concerns over Thor and Loki, he kept postponing it. No one expected that the recent events with Thor would push him to his limits, forcing him into slumber. At this moment, Loki had only told Frigga that Odin was heartbroken over Thor's actions, which led to his sudden collapse. He didn't mention that he had deliberately provoked Odin. Loki watched his father for a moment before asking, "How long will this last?" He was calculating how much time he'd have as the acting king and whether it would be enough to execute his plans. Frigga, unaware of Loki's scheming, shook her head with a look of sorrow. "I don't know. This time is different. We weren't prepared for it. Why did he lie to me? He kept your origins a secret because he didn't want you to feel like an outsider. He didn't want others to look at you differently. You are our son, Loki. We are your family. We must not lose hope. Your father will wake up, sooner or later." Frigga looked at Loki with deep emotion and added, "And so will your brother." But she didn't realize that these words struck at Loki's deepest insecurities. A decision formed in his mind, though he only showed a look of confusion. What hope does Thor have? Your father has his reasons for everything he does. All right then, you brought this on yourselves. Loki lowered his head, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With Odin in his slumber, Loki automatically became the acting king of Asgard. Time passed. Back on Earth. By the time Jane and her group, along with Thor, arrived near the meteorite, it was already night. It had taken them so long because Umbrella had set up roadblocks around the area, preventing anyone from entering. They had to take detours through rugged mountain paths to reach the restricted zone. As they crested a hill, they finally saw bright lights illuminating a valley below. Jane quickly hit the brakes, afraid of being spotted. The four of them got out of the car, and the sight before them left them in shock. The area was surrounded by walls made of shipping containers. Floodlights mounted on the walls lit up the surroundings as bright as day, making any attempt at sneaking in nearly impossible. Guards patrolled the perimeter, carrying rifles and scanning the area carefully. Inside the enclosure, additional lights and makeshift buildings were visible. But what exactly lay within, they had no way of knowing. Damn Umbrella. They can't just trample over our free land like this. Darcy had spotted the Umbrella logo on the containers and immediately fumed with indignation. Eric nodded in agreement. That's right. This is a free country, we should be able to go wherever we want. Jane sighed at their remarks, unsure how to respond. Did they think they could just walk into a military base? Sure, U.S. prided itself on freedom, but that freedom had limits. But despite their angry words, Darcy and Eric didn't dare take a single step forward. After all, those soldiers didn't look like the type you wanted to mess with. Chapter 168, The Thunder God and the Hammer. Neither Darcy nor Eric's words caught Thor's attention. His eyes were locked onto the center of the temporary camp. Because he could feel it, Mjolnir was there, waiting for him to reclaim it. Boom. A sudden clap of thunder echoed across the sky, and raindrops began to fall, one by one. Feeling a slight chill, Jane took out her binoculars, her expression puzzled. Why haven't they moved the meteorite? Instead, they built a whole camp around it. Because they can't move it, Thor said with a proud grin. Only I can. Jane turned to look at him, confused. It? You know what it is. Thor nodded confidently. Of course. It's my weapon, Mjolnir. You stay here. I'll be back soon. Jane quickly grabbed his arm, her voice urgent. Wait, you're just going to walk in there. Do you even know what you're up against? If they see you, they'll probably fill you with bullet holes. Relax, I'll be sneaky, Thor assured her. Fine. Even if you do sneak in, how do you plan on getting out? That place is crawling with guards. I'll fly out, Thor said with a smirk before turning and heading toward the camp. But he wasn't completely reckless. He used the rocky slopes for cover, carefully making his way forward. Seeing this, Jane could only sigh in frustration and let him go. Boom. Inside the camp, the constant flashes of lightning made the surveillance feeds flicker. The static interference blurred the images, but not enough to obscure the approaching figure. Boss, we've got someone coming. William, who was in the middle of a card game, groaned in annoyance and put his cards down. Nobody touch my hand. Tonight, I'm on a winning streak. He got up and walked to the monitor, where he saw him awkwardly crouching behind rocks, trying to sneak closer. It took him a second to process what he was seeing. Are you serious? He muttered, barely holding back laughter. Ignore him, he finally said. Boss said if anyone's dumb enough to try, just let it happen. Understood. With that, William returned to the game, only to find his teammates shuffling the deck. Hey. What's going on? Why are you reshuffling? We misdealt the cards. Yeah, we were short a card. William narrowed his eyes. You cheats. That was on purpose. Before long, the table erupted into playful bickering and laughter. Then, a pair of red high heels appeared beside William. He looked up, first at a pair of long, pale legs, then at a slender waist, and finally at an impressive figure. But when he saw the woman's face, his expression immediately shifted from casual to serious. Luna. I didn't know you were here. Luna smiled, then glanced at Psylocke, who was standing nearby. Adam had business in Washington, so he sent me to check things out. William and Luna had both grown up in the Umbrella orphanage and joined the company at around the same time. Despite being younger, Luna had always taken on the role of the big sister, and many of the orphanage kids still called her that out of habit. Since becoming Adam's assistant, the title had only become more fitting. I was just passing the time, nothing serious. William muttered. Just don't make a habit of it, Luna said lightly. Of course, not a habit, William quickly agreed. Luna then gave him a knowing smile. And how's it going with her? We live together, ouch. William yelped as he felt a sharp pinch on his waist. He turned to Psylocke, confused, before realizing his mistake. Psylocke was naturally more reserved about their relationship. She wasn't comfortable with openly discussing things like living together, especially in front of others. Seeing her flustered expression, Luna chuckled. Relax. No need to be shy. When you two get married, I'll bring a big gift. Psylocke's face turned even redder, and she quickly looked away. A moment later, one of the guards rushed over. Boss, that guy made it inside the camp, he's heading straight for the hammer. William sighed and smacked the guard lightly on the head. Did you forget Miss Luna is here? You should be reporting to her. Luna held up a hand. It's fine. This is your operation. I'm just here to observe. Meanwhile, inside the camp, Thor had miraculously slipped past the outer defenses, weaving through large containers and sneaking up to one of the tents. Unlike ordinary tents, these were interconnected by sturdy metal frameworks, resembling a makeshift Mars base. Carefully, Thor tore open a small opening and slipped inside, making his way toward Mjolnir. Strangely, the guard seemed oblivious to his presence, allowing him to move freely. Boom. The light drizzle had turned into a torrential downpour. Soon, Thor reached the center of the camp. There it was, Mjolnir. A wide grin spread across his face as he stepped forward. At the same time, the guards finally seemed to take notice of him. Stop right there. Hands in the air. Stand down, or we'll open fire. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters in New York. Knock, knock. Phil Coulson looked up from his desk. Come in. The door opened, and Natasha walked in, dropping a file onto his desk. Coulson didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he studied her carefully. I heard you haven't been eating properly. You okay? If there was anyone at SHIELD who had been closest to Clint, it was Natasha. Even after 2 years, she still hadn't fully moved on. Right now, she didn't look like her usual self. Natasha forced a small smile and shook her head. I'm fine. I just need some rest. Coulson stared at her for a long moment before sighing. All right. Ever since the last major crises, SHIELD had suffered heavy casualties. The entire agency had been weighed down by an oppressive atmosphere. A moment later, Coulson picked up the file and began reading. Chapter 169, The Willfulness of Littlehammer. There wasn't much information in the report. The most important detail was that a meteorite had fallen over New Mexico yesterday. Following that, the Umbrella Corporation had mobilized immense resources to investigate. If this had happened in the past, SHIELD would have been the first to receive the news, and they would have been the first to arrive on the scene. But the current SHIELD was no longer the powerful organization it once was. Coulson casually set aside the page and continued flipping through the rest of the report. Most of it contained minor incidents, mutants spotted in certain areas or sightings of extraordinary individuals. But when he reached the last page, his pupils shrank. It was a resignation letter. The applicant was none other than Natasha. No wonder she hadn't rushed out of the office earlier, she had been planning to leave. No, I won't allow it. Setting aside Natasha's capabilities, the sheer amount of intelligence she possessed meant that SHIELD could never let her walk away. Natasha had expected this response. She simply shrugged and said calmly, I've already taken a job at the Umbrella Corporation. I don't care where you applied. Coulson's voice trailed off as he processed her words. A moment later, he looked at her in disbelief. What? You joined Umbrella. How could you do this? Because at Umbrella, I can resign anytime I want. At this point, Coulson had nothing more to say. Who introduced you? Sharon. I see. Sharon. Hearing that name, Coulson's thoughts drifted. 2 years ago, Sharon had regularly sent intelligence back to SHIELD. Last year, however, the reports had dwindled. This year, there had been barely any. Only 1 or 2 reports every few months, and even those contained little valuable information. He knew that Sharon's allegiance had begun to shift. Just then, there was a knock on the door. May walked in. She glanced at Natasha in slight confusion before turning to Coulson. Coulson, something unusual has been discovered in the Arctic. Meanwhile, in New Mexico. After overcoming various obstacles, Thor finally reached the tent containing Mjolnir, his hammer. Elsewhere, in the monitoring room, William watched Thor approach the hammer and muttered, should we capture him? Luna stopped him. Wait, maybe he'll surprise me. Moments later, Thor stood before Mjolnir, a triumphant smile on his face. He was certain that as soon as he grasped the hammer, he would regain his divine power and once again become the mighty god of thunder. Eagerly, he reached for the handle and pulled. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer refused to budge. What's going on? He tried again, putting all his strength into it, but Mjolnir remained firmly planted in the ground. Above him, thunder rumbled as if mocking his efforts. In the monitoring room, Luna shook her head in disappointment. Take him. Hearing this, William grinned and eagerly led a team to capture Thor. Seeing the Asgardian walk in so boldly had already irritated him. 10 minutes later, Thor was locked in a holding cell. William had no intention of mistreating him, after all, without his powers, Thor was just an ordinary man. Outside the facility, 3 people sat anxiously in a car, waiting for Thor to return. He's been in there for a while, said Jane. Do you think he's okay? He's probably been caught, Darcy guessed. Eric frowned. Should we try to rescue him? How? Darcy scoffed. Are we going to march in there with a camera and get shot as intruders? Eric's words silenced them. Just then, several vehicles approached the facility. One of the cars suddenly turned around and drove toward them. A moment later, it stopped beside their car, and a man with a smug grin jumped out. "Hey there, ladies and gentlemen. This area is off-limits to unauthorized personnel." Then he tilted his head in confusion. "Huh? Where's your guy? Did he ditch you?" He grinned. "Well, if you need a new knight in shining armor, I'm available. But not you," he added, pushing Eric away playfully. Despite his antics, Eric noticed something. "The guy who fought you earlier, Thor, he went inside but never came out. I think he's been captured." The man, Wade, shrugged. "Well, that's what happens when you go looking for trouble. This place is guarded by Umbrella's USS unit. We've got Captain Frank, Alpha Squad, and Omicron Squad all stationed here." In just a few sentences, he had casually revealed his teammates' presence. Of course, he did it on purpose. Eric's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Oh. Are they stronger than you?" "Huh. No way. I just don't want to hurt them." Wade stretched. "Anyway, if you're smart, you'll leave. I don't want to have to chase you down too." "All right, thanks," Eric said, nodding. Jane opened her mouth to say something, but Eric had already rolled up the window and stepped on the gas. "Wait. I still have more questions." Jane protested. Eric shook his head. "If we don't leave now, we won't get another chance." Glancing back, Jane saw several more vehicles arriving at the facility, though Wade had stepped forward to intercept them. Eric continued, "That guy may talk a lot, but he's actually helping us. He gave us information and warned us to leave." "So what now?" Jane asked. "We call the police." "What? The police?" Darcy blinked in confusion. "Yes," Eric nodded. "That guy just said it, this facility is guarded by Umbrella's forces. I know Umbrella is powerful, but they're not an official government agency." The three fell silent, pondering his words. Later that night, they returned to the town of Puente Antiguo and went straight to the police station. But the officers dismissed their concerns, citing the thunderstorm as an excuse not to investigate. Something felt off. Their suspicions were confirmed 10 minutes later when a group of men wearing Umbrella insignias entered the station. Sensing danger, the trio immediately tried to flee. Only Jane managed to escape. Darcy and Eric were both captured. Chapter 170, News of Odin's Death. After returning to the base, Wade was immediately summoned to stand before Luna. Luna was leaning against the desk, flipping through a stack of documents. When Wade arrived, she put down the papers and adjusted her glasses. Sigh. "Wade, you've violated the rules multiple times now. If you keep this up, we'll have no choice but to put you on ice." Wade wasn't sure what "put on ice" meant, but he didn't care much about Luna's words. "What rule did I break? What are you even talking about? You guys never tell me anything, and now you're saying I broke some rule." He didn't want to stay with the Umbrella Corporation any longer. His strategy was simple: be uncooperative and difficult until they terminated his contract. Luna rubbed her temple, clearly annoyed. "Honestly, if it weren't for Philia covering for you, I would have shut you up long ago." "Oh no, I'm so scared. Really terrified. But this is just how I am, what can you do about it?" "Red Queen, silence him." The moment Luna gave the order, Wade found himself unable to speak. His eyes widened in shock as he gestured wildly with his hands. "You can't do this. I have a right to speak. If you're going to silence me, you might as well kill me." Seeing Wade still flailing about, Luna sighed. "Red Queen, paralyze him." Wade instantly froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Satisfied, Luna nodded. "I'll report this to the boss. In the meantime, you'll be punished. Take him to the confinement room until the matter here is resolved." 2 guards entered the room, grabbed Wade, and dragged him away. At the same time, near the site where Mjolnir had landed, a team was busy analyzing the area, trying to understand the strange electromagnetic readings caused by the lightning strike. In the midst of it all, Loki appeared in front of Mjolnir. No one else seemed to notice him, he had cloaked himself with an illusion. Loki gazed at the hammer with mild interest. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and gripped the handle. A powerful resistance pushed back against him. Mjolnir rejected him. Realizing he couldn't lift the hammer, Loki let go and turned toward Thor's cell. Inside the cell, Thor sat slumped in a chair, head bowed in despair. He still couldn't believe that Mjolnir had rejected him. His heart was heavy. All his previous acts of bravery and strength now seemed meaningless. No wonder his father had banished him. Hearing someone approach, Thor lifted his head. "Loki. What are you doing here? I have to tell you something important." What happened? Is it about the frost giants? I know I made a mistake, please, let me explain to Father. I know I was wrong. Father is dead. Thor froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Thor's stunned expression, Loki continued, he couldn't handle the strain of banishing you and the renewed war with the frost giants. He couldn't take it anymore. Thor's gaze dropped to the floor. Tears welled in his eyes. He hadn't felt such deep sadness since childhood. Even when he was banished, he had only felt anger and humiliation. But now, this was pure grief. Seeing Thor's reaction, Loki's expression softened. Brother, don't be sad. You couldn't have known. I tried to warn him, but he wouldn't listen. Thor's shoulders trembled as he fought back tears. Loki leaned closer. Brother, you couldn't lift the hammer, and now the burden of the throne falls on me. I will find a way to bring you home. Thor raised his head weakly. I can't go back. No. The peace treaty with the frost giants requires your permanent exile. Thor's eyes darkened with despair. Is there really no other way? Loki shook his head. No. And Mother doesn't want you to return either. She's afraid it would dishonor Father's sacrifice and risk another war. Tears rolled down Thor's cheeks. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Loki placed a hand on Thor's shoulder. Goodbye, brother. I'm sorry. Thor's tears fell silently as Loki turned and walked away. A small, satisfied smirk formed on Loki's lips as he exited the room. Just as Loki left, the cell door swung open. Click, click. High heels echoed on the floor as Luna stepped into the room. Hello, Mr. Thor. Thor glanced up at the woman before him. She was strikingly beautiful, with a composed yet seductive air. But his heart was too heavy to care. Luna's smile sharpened. You don't need to worry. You crossed into our territory, but we won't harm you. Still, I am curious about one thing. Thor's voice was low and broken. What? We couldn't find any records of you. No name, no ID, no background. It's like you don't exist. Because I don't belong to this world. Then where are you from? Asgard. We've already checked. There's northwest such place on Earth. It's not on Earth. It's part of the 9 realms. Luna's eyes narrowed. So you're saying you're an alien? Thor shook his head. No. I'm a god. The god of thunder. Luna's expression darkened. Right. A god. Sure. She turned toward the door. There's no point in continuing this conversation. As she left, her heels clicking down the hall, Luna's thoughts turned sharp, a god. Don't make me laugh. In this world, there's only one person qualified to be called a god. Chapter 171, Journey to Jotunheim. Although Luna was still puzzled about Thor's origins, she released him the next day. She had heard about Jane and the others going to the police station the previous night, which served as a wake-up call. The Umbrella Corporation was indeed powerful, but it wasn't an official authority. Keeping someone locked up indefinitely would eventually attract trouble. Of course, if Luna was willing to pay the price, she could have easily made those 4 disappear permanently. But she wasn't a villain, nor did she have a murderous nature. So, she let them go. Thor, now free, stood watching the sun rise in the east. For the first time, he made a firm decision in his heart to live out his remaining days on this planet as a form of redemption. A few hours later, Thor wandered along a barren road, looking lost. He had no idea where to go or where he belonged anymore. As he sat on a roadside rock, deep in thought, a black car pulled up beside him. Get in. Thor looked up to see Jane sitting behind the wheel. The Umbrella Corporation wasn't completely heartless. After detaining Darcy and Eric at the police station the night before, they had released them the next morning. Jane had also been notified to pick up Thor, which was why she arrived so promptly. Seeing Jane, Thor's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate to open the door and get in. A while later, they arrived at Jane's house. Darcy and Eric welcomed Thor warmly, and soon, the 4 of them settled into an easy rhythm of living together. 3 days later. In Asgard. Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and Sif sat on golden chairs, discussing the situation. Loki forbade us from going to Midgard. What do we do? Volstagg said, unwrapping a bandage from his arm as he stared into the fire. As an Asgardian, his healing abilities were extraordinary. What would take a mortal 3 months to recover from had already healed in 3 days. Sif stood near the wall, gazing at a portrait of their group from happier times. We could go down there ourselves, she suggested. Fandral and Hogun's eyes lit up at the idea. That's right. Even if Loki forbids it, we can still find Thor ourselves. But how do we get there? We can ask Heimdall. At the mention of Heimdall, the three of them turned toward Sif. Sif smiled knowingly. "Leave Heimdall to me." With that settled, the four of them made their way toward the Bifrost. Jotunheim. Jotunheim was a land of eternal ice and snow, with temperatures consistently below 30 degrees Celsius, and in some regions, they plunged below 200 degrees. This harsh climate was the reason the frost giants had always dreamed of escaping Jotunheim and finding more hospitable lands. But ever since Laufey's defeat at Odin's hands 1,000 years ago, that dream had remained just that, a dream. Most frost giants born in Jotunheim had never even seen the sun. At this moment, night had fallen over the icy wasteland, and a harsh wind howled through the snowy air. Loki suddenly appeared in the ruined city of Jotunheim, frowning as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Having grown up in the perpetual spring of Asgard, he despised the cold and hated the broken, lifeless ruins around him. If he had to live here, he'd rather die. After taking a moment to steady himself, Loki began walking toward the ruined palace. Despite being called a palace, the structure was little more than a decaying shell. There wasn't even a roof overhead. As Loki approached, several frost giants emerged from the shadows. They were enormous, towering over him at 3 to 4 meters in height. But they didn't attack, they simply watched him with cold eyes. Loki ignored them and continued walking. Soon, he entered the dark remains of the palace and stopped before a frozen throne. Seated on the throne was Laufey, his terrifying presence palpable even in the stillness of the room. One hand rested on his knee, the other supporting his chin. When Laufey saw Loki, he spoke coldly. "Kill him." The frost giants began moving toward Loki. But Loki remained calm, not even flinching. "Is this how you treat someone who has done so much for you?" Laufey's eyes narrowed. "So, it was you who led our people into Asgard." Loki smiled faintly. "Honestly, I was just looking for some fun. I simply wanted to ruin my dear brother's coronation. It was the only way to delay the disaster of his rule." Recently, Odin had planned to pass the throne to Thor before entering the Odin sleep. To sabotage the ceremony, Loki had arranged for the frost giants to sneak into Asgard and cause chaos. But things spiraled out of control when Thor, blinded by rage, led a reckless assault on Jotunheim. What followed had been beyond Loki's expectations. Thor had been banished to Midgard. At the time, Loki had thought his path to the throne was clear, until he discovered the truth about his frost giant heritage. He knew that as a frost giant, Odin would never allow him to ascend the throne. That revelation had filled him with despair and driven him to act. Hearing Loki's explanation, Laufey's crimson eyes gleamed with interest. "So why have you come here?" Laufey asked. "I have a proposal," Loki said. "Go on. I can help you and your warriors slip into Odin's chamber during the Odin sleep. You can kill him there." Laufey's eyes flashed with suspicion. Even he had never dared to plot his father's murder. This Asgardian in front of him was ruthless, he'd have to be careful around him. "Why don't you kill him yourself?" Laufey asked. Loki's smile sharpened. "Because an Asgardian who kills his father can never sit on the throne. But if Odin dies and I return the casket of ancient winters to you, Jotunheim will rise again." Laufey's eyes widened in shock. The casket of ancient winters was the most powerful artifact of Jotunheim. Its ability to freeze entire worlds was only the surface of its power. There were deeper secrets that only the frost giant royal bloodline knew. If Laufey could kill Odin and reclaim the casket, the balance of the 9 realms would shift. And this Asgardian traitor would eventually learn the price of dealing with frost giants. Laufey's gaze darkened. After a moment of silence, he rose from his throne. "I accept your terms." Chapter 172, Loki's Plot. On Earth. At this moment, Thor was carrying a drunken Eric back to their RV. As astronomers, they often had to travel all over the world to capture the clearest photos and rare celestial events. The RV was their true home, the previous research base was just a temporary setup. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Jane, who was reading inside the RV, immediately stood up and opened the door. "What happened to him?" "Nothing serious, he just drank too much." After saying that, Thor placed Eric down on the bed. Half conscious from the noise, Eric opened his eyes slightly. His face was flushed from the alcohol, but when he saw Thor, he smiled. "I still don't believe you're the god of thunder, but you might be the god of whiskey." After saying that, he couldn't resist the wave of sleepiness anymore and quickly fell into a deep slumber. A while later, Thor and Jane went outside and started chatting. As they talked, Thor began to tell Jane about Asgard, Jotunheim, and the state of the 9 realms. Seeing Jane's puzzled expression, Thor grabbed a notebook and started sketching the layout of the 9 realms and Yggdrasil, the world tree. After talking for a while, Thor noticed that Jane seemed distracted, just gazing at him with a dazed expression. This stirred something in Thor's heart. Back in Asgard, Thor was never one to restrain his desires. When he first arrived on Earth, he had been focused solely on returning to Asgard, so even though he found Jane attractive, he hadn't thought of starting anything. After all, he figured he would eventually go back home, why get involved with a mortal? But now, after hearing Loki's words, he wasn't so sure about returning anymore. His hesitation faded. Soon, the two of them were kissing deeply. Things quickly escalated as they explored each other's boundaries. Meanwhile, at the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard, Heimdall stood at the center of the portal, gazing toward the distant Jotunheim. With his eyes capable of seeing across the 9 realms, Heimdall was shocked to realize that he couldn't see through Jotunheim anymore. After a long pause, the Bifrost Bridge suddenly pulsed with light. Loki appeared. Heimdall had never been fond of Loki. Loki was too cunning, too secretive, there was always something about him that Heimdall couldn't fully see through. I tried to observe you while you were in Jotunheim, Heimdall said. But I couldn't see or hear anything, just like when the frost giants invaded. Hearing this, Loki stopped walking and turned toward Heimdall. Heimdall stood over 2 meters tall, clad in golden armor, holding a long double-edged sword. His golden eyes radiated an intimidating pressure, as though they could pierce through the soul. Perhaps, Loki said with a smile, walking in a slow circle around Heimdall, you've stayed here too long, and your senses are beginning to dull. Or perhaps, Heimdall replied calmly, someone has found a way to hide from my sight. Loki's smile widened as he circled Heimdall. You possess great power, Heimdall. Did Odin ever fear you? No. Why not? Because he is my king. I swore loyalty to him. He was your king, Loki said, his tone turning sharp. But now I am king. So, does that mean you now serve me? Heimdall's gaze sharpened. After a long silence, he nodded slowly. Yes. Hearing this, Loki relaxed slightly and turned to leave. From now on, no one may open the Bifrost without my permission, Loki said. Until I've cleaned up the mess my brother left behind. After Loki left, Heimdall remained silent, sighing deeply. An hour later, Sif entered the Bifrost chamber, accompanied by the warriors 3. Brother. Hearing this, Heimdall gave his sister a meaningful glance. Even though he couldn't see Loki's plans directly, he could hear every word of his sister's conversation. Without saying a word, Heimdall placed his sword down and stepped away from the portal. I've guarded the Bifrost for so many years, he said aloud, but suddenly I feel like taking a break and going to a tavern. His voice wasn't quiet, it carried clearly across the chamber. As he passed Sif and the others, he added, I swore loyalty to the king. I have never betrayed that oath, not now, and not ever. Watching Heimdall leave, Sif and the warriors 3 exchanged confused looks. What does that mean? I don't know. He sounded like he was saying something important, but also saying nothing at all. At that moment, Sif turned toward the sword resting in the center of the bridge. It seems, that sword can open the Bifrost. Realization dawned on the warriors 3. A while later, back in the palace, Loki's eyes darkened as he sensed the Bifrost had been activated. His face twisted into a scowl. Moments later, he stormed into Odin's treasure vault, clutching Gungnir, the eternal spear. Clang. As the tip of the spear struck the ground, a massive figure stirred within the vault. The destroyer emerged, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, forged from URU metal by the dwarves of Nidavellir. The enchanted metal shimmered menacingly under the dim light. Loki's gaze was cold as he said, make sure my brother never returns. Destroy everything. Meanwhile, on Earth, in New Mexico. It was broad daylight. Suddenly, a rainbow beam shot down from the sky, striking the ground with dazzling light. When the light faded, 4 figures stood on the barren earth, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and Sif. Looking at the desolate surroundings, they exchanged confused looks. They had never been to Midgard before, they had no idea where to find Thor. Following Sif's suggestion, they decided to head toward the nearest town to gather information. Dozens of kilometers away, in Umbrella's temporary research facility, alarms were blaring. Luna immediately rushed toward the research department. What's going on? Miss Luna, we're not sure, something strange just happened. It seems, something fell from the sky. But we checked satellite data and rocket launch records, nothing matches this event. Surrounded by flustered researchers, Luna remained calm. Red Queen, activate the Sky Eye satellite and scan the area. Yes. A projection from the Sky Eye satellite appeared in the room. But the image was distorted, with interference running through it. Red Queen, what's going on? There is an unknown energy field in the atmosphere, the AI replied. It's interfering with our instruments. Chapter 173, The Arrival of the Destroyer. Although the Sky Eye satellite's projection was initially blurry due to the Bifrost's interference, the picture soon cleared as more satellites joined the scan. Moments later, a mysterious rune appeared on the ground. William, take a team to investigate the site, Luna ordered. Yes, ma'am. William immediately gathered his team and left the facility. Half an hour later. In Puente Antiguo, Fandral, Hogan, Volstagg, and Sif looked around curiously at their surroundings. The buildings and streets were strange, unlike anything they had ever seen before. Similarly, the people in town were just as curious about them. After all, no one in modern society wore armor and carried medieval weapons in public. However, most people just assumed they were cosplaying. Some even pulled out their phones to take pictures. A moment later, Fandral's eyes lit up with excitement. I can sense Thor's presence. It's close, that way. Let's go. Meanwhile, Thor was happily preparing breakfast for Jane and the others, a warm smile on his face. Since getting together with Jane 3 days ago, Thor had taken it upon himself to handle their meals. If they were going to live together long-term, he knew he couldn't just sit around doing nothing. That would eventually lead to resentment, no matter how much they loved each other. Eric, holding a cup of coffee, said calmly, "It's an interesting theory, Jane, but you won't convince the scientific community without evidence." After 3 days of discussion, Jane had managed to combine Thor's teachings about the world tree and the universe into a cohesive theory. But without evidence, even Eric remained unconvinced. Jane lowered her head, silent. She knew Eric was right. Without proof, the theory couldn't hold up. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted the conversation. When Jane turned to look, she saw 4 oddly dressed individuals standing outside the glass door. "Thor. We found you." Thor, who was preparing breakfast, froze for a moment. Then his face broke into a wide smile as he rushed toward them. "Oh, my friends. You've come." Thor embraced them warmly, excitement radiating from all of them. But after the initial joy, Thor's expression darkened with sadness. "I'm happy to see you," he said quietly, "but you shouldn't have come." The 4 of them exchanged confused looks. "Why not?" Fandral asked. "We've come to bring you home." Thor's face twisted with guilt. "You know I can't go back," he said bitterly. "My father, he died because of me. I have to remain in exile to maintain peace with Jotunheim." The 4 stared at him in disbelief, unsure how to respond. It was Sif who finally spoke. "Thor, your father is alive." Thor froze completely, his eyes widening. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall stood at the entrance of the Bifrost, his hands gripping his sword tightly as Loki approached with the destroyer at his side. "How did you let the frost giants into Asgard?" Heimdall's tone was sharp. By now, he was certain Loki had brought the frost giants into the palace. What he couldn't figure out was how Loki had done it. Loki stood before Heimdall, holding Gungnir, the eternal spear. "You think the Bifrost is the only way in and out of Asgard?" Loki smiled coldly. "There are hidden pathways between worlds, ones even your eyes can't see." But now, Loki's expression darkened. "I no longer need those paths, because I am the king of Asgard. I hereby strip you of your position, Heimdall," Loki declared. "You have betrayed Asgard. You are no longer the gatekeeper of the Bifrost, or a citizen of Asgard." Heimdall's golden eyes narrowed dangerously. "Then I no longer have to follow your orders," Heimdall replied, raising his sword. Without hesitation, he swung it toward Loki. But Loki was faster. With a gesture, the casket of ancient winters materialized in his hand. An overwhelming wave of frost exploded outward. Heimdall's strength was undeniable, but even he couldn't withstand the raw power of the frost giant's relic. Within moments, ice engulfed his body, freezing him solid into a statue of ice. The frost's power also caused Loki's appearance to shift, his skin turning blue and his eyes glowing red, the mark of a frost giant. But as soon as the attack ended, Loki immediately restored his Asgardian appearance. He despised the look of the frost giants. With Heimdall out of the way, Loki led the destroyer into the Bifrost. He had 2 objectives. First, to send the destroyer to Earth and kill his brother. Second, to summon Laufey and the frost giants to Asgard. If Laufey killed Odin, Loki's title as acting king would become permanent, and he could finally ascend as the rightful king of Asgard. Only by destroying Jotunheim and eradicating the frost giants could he erase any trace of his true heritage. As for his mother, he wouldn't kill her, of course. She was the only one who had ever truly loved him. But placing her under house arrest was inevitable. A sinister smile crept across Loki's face as he gazed at the Bifrost's shimmering light. Meanwhile, on Earth, New Mexico, William and his team arrived at the mysterious site. Jumping out of the vehicle, William stared at the massive circle on the ground, etched with glowing runes. He had never seen anything like it. "Call in a linguist," William ordered. A nearby agent nodded and started to walk away. But at that moment, the sky darkened. Thunder rolled overhead, and storm clouds spiraled into a vortex. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky, confused and tense. "What's going on?" William muttered. Thunder crackled through the air. A swirling storm began descending from the clouds toward the ground. William signaled his team to fall back, but he remained standing. In Puente Antiguo, Thor and his companions also noticed the disturbance in the sky. Their expressions darkened immediately. They knew exactly what this meant. "Someone's coming," Thor said grimly. Darcy, looking confused, asked, "Are you expecting someone else?" Thor's gaze hardened. Sif and the others shook their heads. No. In the distance, townspeople were gathering, pointing at the dark clouds. Some took pictures, others knelt and began to pray. But Thor knew better. This was no natural storm. It was a warning. Something dangerous was coming. Chapter 174, Fierce Battle. 10 kilometers away, as the tornado descended, a towering figure, over 3 meters tall and entirely made of metal, emerged from the swirling vortex. William frowned in confusion. Is this one of the boss's new creations? Or some new toy from Stark Industries or Hammer Industries? At present, only Umbrella, Stark Industries, and Hammer Industries were capable of developing powered suits, so his suspicion was understandable. But in the next second, the destroyer's faceplate slid open. A bright glow flared from within, and a powerful energy blast shot forward. William barely dodged in time. Boom. The blast struck a nearby car, setting off a massive explosion. The onlookers' expressions changed instantly. It was clear now, this thing was not friendly. William didn't have time to don his own armor. Instead, his body expanded as he entered his tyrant form, then lunged at the metal giant. Die. The destroyer remained unfazed. It simply raised a hand, caught William by the throat, and unleashed another energy blast. SZZZT. William twisted his head at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his skull. But his shoulder was scorched badly, smoke rising from the charred flesh. Arg. With a furious roar, William's body swelled further as he transformed into his second stage. At that moment, Psylocke arrived in her combat mech, wielding an energy blade. She slashed down fiercely. Clang. Inside the mech, Psylocke's hands went numb from the impact. Her eyes widened in shock. She was inside a high-powered exosuit, yet she felt the vibration as if she had hit solid steel barehanded. Before she could react, the destroyer swatted her aside with a casual backhand. The other members of the Omicron squad rushed forward in support. But the destroyer batted them away like flies, its energy beams cutting down several in an instant. As the carnage continued, William managed to wrench himself free and tried to strike back. But even in his second form, he was still outclassed in strength, speed, and defense. He could barely scratch the monster. Meanwhile, the other operatives opened fire with electromagnetic rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullet struck the destroyer's body, only to bounce off harmlessly, leaving no mark at all. Then, from above, a massive figure dropped into the battlefield, slamming a powerful punch into the destroyer's back. It was Abomination. He had entered his second mutation phase, covered in jagged spikes, his monstrous form radiated raw power. "Raahhh," he roared. But the destroyer barely flinched. It turned, delivered a single punch, and sent Abomination flying. Then its faceplate opened again, unleashing another deadly energy beam. From the distance, William spotted a new group approaching. Frank had arrived with the Alpha Squad. Meanwhile, in Puente Antiguo, Thor sensed the destroyer's presence. "It's the Guardian of Odin's Vault," he said grimly. "Loki must have sent it here." Sif and the Warriors 3 immediately drew their weapons. Thor turned to Jane. "You need to leave. Now." Jane hesitated. "What about you?" "I'm staying to fight." Vostag grinned proudly. "Thor fights by our side, as always." But Thor's expression turned awkward. "My friends. I have lost my powers. I am just a mortal now." The Warriors 3 were stunned. Thor continued, "If I fight, I'll only be a burden. But I can help the townspeople evacuate to safety." It was the best option he could think of. Running away would disappoint his friends. Fighting would get him killed instantly. But staying behind to assist civilians, that was acceptable. Jane, however, was unwilling to leave him. "If you're staying, then I'm staying." They had barely shared 3 days of happiness, she couldn't bear to part with him so soon. Thor looked at her determined expression but said nothing. Instead, he gestured to the crowd. "Then help me get them to safety." And so, while Thor, Jane, and her friends helped the townspeople evacuate, Sif and the Warriors 3 remained behind. But they waited and waited. Yet the destroyer never came. "What's going on?" Fandral frowned. "Is it not here to kill Thor? Maybe it's just a warning." "Impossible. Loki must have a plan. What do we do now?" By now, the townspeople had been convinced to take shelter in safer areas. But since no attack had come, some were beginning to sneak back, curious about what was happening. Sif made a decision. We go check it out. The warriors three nodded in agreement. Thor watched as his friends left town, a troubled look on his face. Could it be? Loki doesn't want to kill me. At that moment. Boom. A massive explosion shook the ground, even from 10 kilometers away. Back at the battlefield. Frank surveyed the burning landscape, then glanced at his secret weapon. His expression darkened. That hydrogen-oxygen bomb cost me $1 million. But as he gazed at the flaming wreckage of the destroyer, he decided it was worth the price. This thing was the toughest, most dangerous enemy he had ever faced. Except for the boss, of course. All right, start tending to the wounded. He froze mid-sentence. His jaw dropped. Inside the inferno, the destroyer's shattered form began to reconstruct itself. The molten metal reshaped and reformed until it was whole again. Jesus Christ. Frank muttered. That's a first, never seen a robot that can heal itself. Not far away, William was just as shocked. Damn it, is this thing unkillable? Psylocke landed beside him. Orders. Did the boss give us new instructions? None yet. Then we keep fighting. And so, the battle resumed. Minutes later, Sif and the warriors three arrived at the scene. What they saw left them stunned. The destroyer rampaged across the battlefield, its attacks devastating everything in its path. And though its enemies fought back, they could barely slow it down. Sif's expression darkened. The destroyer was crafted by the greatest dwarven smiths, enchanted by the most powerful sorcerers, and fueled by Asgardian divine power. They will never defeat it like this. But their strength is impressive, Fandral noted. Sif shook her head. We cannot stand by and let innocents die because of us. With that, the Asgardians charged into battle. Chapter 175, Unexpected Twists Beyond the Plot. In Asgard. Loki sat on the throne, watching as the destroyer was being held back. His brows furrowed slightly. Isn't Midgard supposed to be the weakest realm? Why are there so many powerful beings? However, after observing for a while, he no longer had time to concern himself with what was happening there. He had already dismissed the guards around Odin's sleep chamber. Now, all that remained was to bring Laufey inside. With that in mind, Loki eagerly rose from his seat and made his way toward Odin's chambers. At that moment, inside Odin's bedroom, Laufey stood with his warriors, surrounding the greatest enemy of his life, the source of his nightmares. But now, the once mighty Odin lay motionless on the bed, seemingly lifeless. Odin. You were once so powerful, so terrifying that your very presence suffocated me. But now, you lie in bed, waiting to die. Ha ha ha. Laufey's laughter echoed through the chamber. But he did not waste time. He formed a dagger of ice in his palm, leaped onto the bed, and stabbed downward. Suddenly, Odin's eyes snapped open. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Thud. The icy dagger plunged into the bed, piercing a deep hole. You're not in Odin's sleep. Odin did not respond. Instead, he dodged past the nearby frost giants and ran for the exit. He had been in Odin's sleep. But he possessed a secret method to forcibly awaken himself. Though it severely weakened his power, it allowed him to survive. For that reason, he didn't attempt to fight back. His priority was escape. Laufey was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his senses. Don't let him get away. Arg. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Laufey rushed to the doorway and saw Loki standing there, gripping Gungnir with an icy expression. Odin was on the ground, clutching his chest, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at Loki. Loki's expression darkened further when he saw Laufey. Pathetic. You couldn't even kill one man. Laufey scowled but held back his anger. This was not the time for bickering. Raising his ice dagger again, he lunged toward Odin. Yet Odin did not look at Laufey. He kept his gaze locked onto Loki, his eyes full of sorrow and disbelief. Why? Why have you become like this? Just as Laufey's dagger was about to strike, the space around Odin suddenly rippled, and he vanished. Laufey's attack missed once more. Loki immediately took several steps back, gripping Gungnir tightly. Mother, frost giants have invaded. Help me. He knew it was Frigga's magic that had saved Odin. If he could exploit her love, he might be able to capture her as well. Though he had little hope, Frigga wasn't foolish. She would likely see through his deception. Yet, to his surprise, Frigga appeared almost immediately after his plea. Loki. Why have you become like this? Her heartbroken gaze met Loki's eyes, but he merely smirked. Why? Ha ha ha. Loki laughed, tears welling in his eyes. It was the kind of laughter that made onlookers feel an inexplicable sadness. You favored Thor from the beginning, training him as a future king while I was left to learn mere tricks. The king of Asgard must be a warrior, strong enough to command respect. But I. A sorcerer, a mere trickster with daggers. Whenever Thor left the palace, Heimdall watched him day and night. Yet when I left, only a few guards accompanied me. And for so long, I believed this was simply how things were meant to be, because he was my brother. No matter how reckless or foolish he was, no matter the destruction he caused, you all turned a blind eye. But the moment I made a single mistake, I was punished, locked away in meditation, or forced to train with daggers. I convinced myself that you loved me too, that you only favored Thor because he was born first. But now I see the truth. It's not because he was firstborn. It's because of this filthy, disgusting blood in my veins. Loki cast a look of utter contempt toward Laufey. His entire life, he had been taught that the frost giants were evil, that they were the enemy. Now, knowing their blood ran through his veins, he despised it. And he hated Laufey even more. Hearing Loki's confession, Frigga shook her head in sorrow. No, Loki. That's not true. We have always loved you. We only wanted to protect you. Before she could finish, an ice spike burst through her chest. SHHKK. Blood poured from the wound, staining the floor. Laufey had struck from behind. Loki felt as though a blade had pierced his own heart. Yet, as the god of mischief, he swiftly buried his emotions, suppressing the anguish within. His voice turned cold. Go after Odin. He can't have gone far. This was their best chance to kill Odin. If they let him escape, or worse, regain his strength, their fates would be sealed. Laufey understood this as well. Without another word, he and his warriors began searching for Odin. At that moment, Odin was hiding in Frigga's chambers, clutching his wounded chest. Tears streamed from his eyes. His heart ached, so much that it felt like he was being torn apart. Some of it was for Frigga's death. Some of it was for Loki's betrayal. When Frigga had left, he had wanted to stop her. But she had been determined. She had even reassured him, swearing that Loki would never harm her. Yet the moment she stepped out, she never returned. A part of him wanted to rush out now, to kill that traitorous wretch, to slaughter Laufey and his ilk. But forcibly waking from Odin's sleep had drained him. His divine power was reduced to a mere fraction. If he left this chamber, he would be walking to his own execution. And so, he sat there, cursing his own mercy. If only he had killed Loki when he was just a babe. If only he had never entertained the foolish dream of peace with the frost giants. As he wrestled with his regrets, a frost giant happened upon the room. Odin quickly hid inside a wardrobe. Bang. A massive 3-meter-tall frost giant kicked open the door. It scanned the room before turning away. Odin exhaled in relief. Then, from the adjacent chamber, a woman's scream pierced the silence. Aya. Followed by a pained cry. Then, ragged, heavy breathing. It was one of his concubines. As the king of Asgard and ruler of the 9 realms, he had not only Frigga but many other women as well. Chapter 176, Unexpected Changes Beyond the Plot, Part 2. He never expected those frost giants to be indulging themselves with his women. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes twisted with rage. Loki. Laufey. On Earth, New Mexico. The battle against the destroyer continued. After negotiating with the Umbrella forces, Sif and the others joined the fight. Volstagg leaped into the air, swinging his twin-bladed axe and burying it into the destroyer's back. The Warriors 3 were not as weak as they were portrayed in the movies. In the films, their poor performance was meant to highlight the destroyer's power and make Thor's comeback more dramatic. But in reality, the Warriors 3 were among the strongest warriors in Asgard, their strength recognized across the 9 realms. However, in the next moment, the destroyer turned and swatted Volstagg away like a fly. Arg. With a painful cry, Volstagg was sent flying a dozen meters away. But he quickly got back on his feet. At the same time, Hogun lashed out with his whip, wrapping it around the destroyer. Seeing an opportunity, the Umbrella troops opened fire. Bullets struck the destroyer's body but barely left a mark. Fandral took the chance to lunge forward, slashing his sword at the destroyer's leg. Yet, the armor was too tough. The blade failed to sever the limb. The destroyer retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Fandral hurtling through the air. Seeing this, Sif rushed in, delivering a precise slash. Swish. With one clean strike, she severed the destroyer's foot. Losing balance, the massive construct toppled over. Encouraged, the surrounding troops doubled their efforts, unleashing a storm of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Though the destroyer tried to retaliate, firing blasts of energy, it was like a game boss being overwhelmed by players. Piece by piece, it was torn apart, unable to regenerate. Ha, ha. Psylocke panted, activating her suit's ventilation. What the hell is this thing? It's way too strong. William sat on the ground, his body shrinking back to normal. Yeah, feels even tougher than Apocalypse. As they caught their breath, an argument broke out in the distance. What do you think you're doing? You can't take the destroyer's remains. We defeated it. Why can't we take it? This belongs to Asgard. Even in defeat, it must be reclaimed by Asgard. Asgard? What kind of joke is that? Insolence. You dare disrespect the rulers of the 9 realms. Looking over, they saw Frank leading a team to retrieve the destroyer's wreckage. The 4 Asgardians who had just fought alongside them now stood in their way. Psylocke sighed, activating her armor again, and walked over with William. Meanwhile, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and Sif grew more anxious. The destroyer was destroyed, but its URU metal body and the enchantments within were invaluable Asgardian assets. They couldn't let Midgardians get their hands on Asgardian technology. However, the situation was against them. They had seen firsthand how strong these Midgardians were. Though not as powerful as themselves, they were formidable, comparable to Asgard's elite warriors. Just as tensions escalated, Thor arrived with Jane. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. Seeing Thor, Sif and the warriors 3 immediately lowered their weapons. Thor. They're trying to take the destroyer's remains. This is Asgardian property. We can't let them have it. Yes. If Midgardians acquire our technology, who knows what chaos might follow. Thor sighed. Did they not notice the surrounding troops? They were outnumbered, and they were on foreign ground. Even if they could win, the humans had reinforcements. If this were the old Thor, he would have fought first and thought later. But now, stripped of his godhood, he had learned to use his head. Our priority isn't the destroyer's remains. We must return and uncover Loki's schemes. Sif hesitated, then nodded. You're right. We need to go back. She raised her head and called to the skies. Brother. Open the Bifrost. A moment passed. Nothing happened. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. Thor himself stepped forward, shouting, Heimdall. Send us home. The sky remained silent. Nearby, William and the others looked at them like they were crazy. Thor and his companions had no idea what had happened in Asgard. Loki had frozen Heimdall and brought the frost giants into Asgard. Unlike the movies, where Heimdall managed to break free, here, one of the frost giants bore a grudge against him. With a single punch, the giant shattered Heimdall into frozen shards, killing him instantly. Now, there was no one left to operate the Bifrost. Minute by minute, tension grew. Thor and the others sensed that something was very wrong. Then, from the hammer's resting place, Mjolnir erupted in a storm of lightning, shooting into the sky before landing firmly in Thor's grasp. A surge of divine power coursed through him. His Asgardian armor materialized around him. Thor looked confused. Why did Mjolnir return so suddenly? Then, realization struck him. His expression darkened. Something terrible must have happened. Father must have sent Mjolnir back to me. But Frank and the Umbrella forces didn't care about Asgardian drama. They continued securing the destroyer's remains. They had fought an unexpected battle, so they might as well get something out of it. If they could reverse engineer Asgardian tech from the wreckage, it would all be worth it. Meanwhile, Thor and his companions grew increasingly desperate. Heimdall. As Prince of Asgard, I order you, open the Bifrost. Brother. Open the Bifrost and let us return. Gatekeeper. What are you doing? Have you fallen asleep? But no matter how much they shouted, the sky remained silent. Jane hesitated before cautiously saying, what if something happened to Heimdall? Sif snapped. Grabbing Jane by the collar, she shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? My brother is the strongest warrior under Odin. Chapter 177, Ascending the Throne. Even though Sif didn't use much force, as an Asgardian, her strength was still far beyond what Jane could endure. Within moments, Jane's face began turning purple as she struggled to breathe. Thor, already troubled, immediately noticed Jane's distress and stepped forward, grabbing Sif's hand. Sif, calm down. She didn't mean any harm. A moment later, seeing Thor's concerned expression, Sif finally released Jane. Sorry, but I hope you won't say something like that again. My brother will be fine. Cough, cough. Jane coughed violently and nodded, indicating that she understood. She hadn't expected that a simple speculation on her part would provoke such a strong reaction. It seemed like she needed to keep her distance from this woman in the future. What she didn't know was that Sif had always harbored feelings for Thor. Seeing Thor being so close to Jane had already made her extremely unhappy. This was merely an outlet for her frustration. At that moment, Fandral walked over with a worried expression. Sif, as much as I hate to admit it, Jane might have a point. Hogun and Volstagg nodded in agreement. They couldn't explain why Heimdall refused to open the Bifrost. After all, Heimdall had always supported Thor and was Sif's brother. he had no reason to betray them. But Sif refused to accept this reasoning and continued shaking her head. No way. My brother must be delayed by something. Right, he mentioned drinking before, he must have gotten drunk and didn't hear us calling him. That's why the destroyer was able to come through the Bifrost. Yes, that has to be the reason. Although she had never seen her brother drunk before, what if this time was different? As she spoke, tears welled up in Sif's eyes. Despite making countless excuses for Heimdall's silence, deep down, she knew her brother was a responsible man. These justifications didn't hold up. But he was her beloved brother. Even if she understood the grim reality, she couldn't bring herself to accept it. Seeing Sif on the verge of breaking down, Thor felt a deep ache in his heart. He stepped forward and pulled her into a comforting embrace. It's going to be okay. Everything will be fine. After consoling her for a while, he looked up and called out, trying one last time. Heimdall. Open the Bifrost. But as expected, there was no response. Minutes later, Umbrella's people had finished collecting the remnants of the destroyer and were preparing to leave. At that moment, Psylocke approached Thor and his companions. If you don't have anywhere to go, you're welcome to join Umbrella anytime. Thor and the others merely shot her a cold glance and remained silent. To them, Midgard was nothing more than a primitive backwater. They were noble Asgardians. Even if they were stranded here, they wouldn't lower themselves to serve mere mortals. Let alone throw in their lot with a group of commoners. Seeing their indifferent attitude, Psylocke lost interest. From a distance, Frank, noticing her awkward situation, called out to her. Psylocke, we're waiting on you. Grateful for the escape, Psylocke smiled slightly. I'll be going now. If you change your mind, you can find me at Umbrella. Remember, my name is Psylocke. With that, she ran towards Frank, leaped into the vehicle, and wrapped her arms around his. As Umbrella's convoy disappeared into the distance, Thor and his group remained where they were, still clinging to a sliver of hope. In Asgard. Eventually, Odin was discovered by Loki and struck down by Laufey. Lying on the ground, Odin's gaze was filled with sorrow and hatred as he stared at Loki. Why? Why did you kill your mother? Loki raised Gungnir, the most powerful weapon of Asgard, aiming it at its former owner. If you hadn't woken up, Mother wouldn't have died. This is all your fault. Laufey stepped forward impatiently. Enough talking. Kill him before anything else goes wrong. He conjured a 2-meter-long ice sword in his hand and thrust it toward Odin. Just then, the clash of weapons and pained cries erupted outside. Loki and Laufey exchanged uneasy glances. Bang. The door burst open, and a bloodied frost giant stumbled inside. Chieftain, bad news. The Asgardian warriors have broken through. They had taken too long. The Asgardian soldiers had reacted and were now storming the palace. Hearing this, Laufey wasted no time. He charged at Odin and plunged his ice blade into his chest. Pft. Asterisk. The ice sword pierced through Odin's body, but in his final act of defiance, Odin unleashed a surge of divine power, sending Laufey flying. Before he could pull the sword from his chest, Loki suddenly retrieved the casket of ancient winters and unleashed a surge of frost. In an instant, Odin, Laufey, and the injured frost giant were frozen solid. Panting slightly, Loki stowed away the casket and returned to his normal form. Then, he raised Gungnir and shattered Odin's frozen body. With a single strike, the Allfather was reduced to icy fragments. Next, Loki turned to the frozen frost giant and shattered him as well. Only Laufey was spared. Moments later, as the sounds of battle drew closer, Loki dispelled the frost encasing Laufey and suddenly plunged Gungnir into his chest. Pft. Asterisk. Laufey had no time to react as the spear pierced his heart. Loki then let out a mournful wail. Father. No. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, perfectly timed with the arrival of Asgardian warriors. Seeing the shattered remains of Odin on the ground, their fury erupted. The Allfather. No. Kill him. Consumed by rage, the warriors charged forward, hacking Laufey to pieces. Loki's plan had met a few obstacles, but in the end, it had worked perfectly. Yet, he continued to kneel before Odin's remains, tears streaming down his face. Father. Some warriors immediately approached to console him. And just like that, Laufey became the villain who had slain Odin, while Loki emerged as the avenging hero. He no longer needed to act as the acting king. Loki was now the true ruler of Asgard. The next morning. As the sun rose over Asgard, Loki opened his weary eyes and smiled. He hadn't slept at all, instead reviewing his plans for any possible loose ends. After a night of careful consideration, he realized only one threat remained, his brother, stranded on Midgard. But with Heimdall dead, that foolish brother would never return. It was time to move forward. Time to destroy Jotunheim. After donning an expression of sorrow and adjusting his attire, Loki stepped outside. A host of warriors and attendants awaited him. Several powerful gods approached. Loki, you must stay strong. We grieve with you. Your Majesty, we have convened the Council of Gods. Your Majesty, please come. We must prepare your coronation attire. Loki, dressed in the regal garments of the Allfather, stepped into the Hall of the Gods, surrounded by a throng of Asgardians. His gaze immediately fell upon the throne, the seat of power he had long yearned for. But this time, he wasn't looking up at it from below. His breath quickened as he approached, step by step, before finally sitting down. A deep, almost intoxicating satisfaction flooded his heart. Especially as he looked upon the assembled gods, all waiting for his command, his chest swelled with triumph. The Council of the Gods shall commence. As the handmaiden's voice echoed through the hall, a high-ranking deity stepped forward. We must investigate how the frost giants managed to infiltrate Asgard. Loki nodded in agreement. Yes. But the most pressing matter is avenging my father. At his declaration, the gathered Asgardians immediately erupted into a fervent cry. Revenge. Blood for blood. Exterminate the frost giants. Conquer Jotunheim. It had to be said, Asgardians had enjoyed peace for too long. Some of them had even begun to crave war. The mere suggestion from Loki was enough to make them disregard the reason and clamor for the annihilation of Jotunheim and its inhabitants. But Loki had no intention of letting them march to battle. If an all-out war occurred, there was a risk that his schemes would be exposed. He couldn't allow that. So, after a moment, he raised his hand to silence the crowd. Vengeance is necessary, but war is not the only way. I have a far better method, one that will ensure Jotunheim's complete destruction. We shall erase that filthy, wretched land from existence. With those words, Loki proposed a bold plan, using the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim. Naturally, opposition arose swiftly. Jotunheim is one of the 9 realms. If we destroy it, Yggdrasil's balance could be thrown into chaos, leading to unforeseen consequences. Yes. Even Odin once considered using the Bifrost to conquer the 9 realms, but he abandoned the idea due to certain forces. I've heard that the balance between the 9 realms is what keeps Yggdrasil stable. If one world falls, it could shatter that equilibrium. But Loki had his own counterarguments ready. He insisted that they would only target the frost giants' domain, sparing the rest of Jotunheim. He dismissed the so-called balance of the 9 realms as nothing more than superstition. After 2 hours of persuasion, he finally won over the majority. And so, Loki led a group of Asgardians to the Bifrost. With ruthless precision, they directed the bridge's full power upon Jotunheim. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A deafening hum filled the air as immense energy descended upon the frost giants' homeland. The ground cracked, the land fractured, and the very world itself began to crumble. Though Loki had initially claimed they wouldn't destroy all of Jotunheim, now that the realm was collapsing, he showed no intention of stopping. For over half an hour, the devastating energy poured forth. Until, at last, Jotunheim was no more. A sense of unease settled over some of the Asgardians as they witnessed the realm's annihilation. But Loki swiftly redirected their focus. See. Nothing has happened. The frost giants are no more, and we have avenged our kin. Now, let us prepare the farewell rites for my father and mother. Under Loki's guidance, the people's attention shifted. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a crack had appeared within the great cosmic tree, Yggdrasil itself. Earth, New York, Umbrella Corporation's underground facility. In a heavily secured research lab beneath New York City, within an Umbrella Corporation facility, Philia examined the remains of the destroyer armor with a look of intrigue. This metal. I've never seen anything like it before. It's more brittle than vibranium or adamantium, but its electrical conductivity is nearly perfect, almost zero resistance. If we can mass-produce this material, it could revolutionize Earth's energy industry. Beside her, Adam merely nodded. Can you replicate it? Philia hesitated, then finally admitted, I'm a biologist. I don't specialize in material sciences. Adam sighed. I see. So I can't count on you for this. Turning away, he called out, Red Queen, where is our little genius, Richards? Sir, Richards is currently aboard the starship, working on the electromagnetic railgun project. Unlike the fiction of comics and films, real-world technological advancements weren't as simple as flipping a page. Developing an electromagnetic railgun required overcoming thousands of technological barriers. Even at a pace of solving one per day, it would still take years. Have him put that on hold and come here. Yes, sir. Philia nodded in agreement. That's a good call. Richard's reputation precedes him. In just the past 2 years, he's made hundreds of breakthroughs. If anyone can crack this material, it's him. 3 hours later, Reed Richards finally arrived at Umbrella's underground facility, though only its uppermost level. "Boss, what's so urgent that you had to pull me from my work?" Compared to 2 years ago, Reed now looked older, his hair noticeably thinner, and his entire demeanor fatigued. Adam frowned slightly. "When was the last time you got a full night's sleep?" Reed hesitated before quickly lowering his head. Not too long ago." Seeing him evade the question, Adam turned to the AI. "Red Queen." "Sir, Mr. Richards has not slept more than 4 hours a night in the past year." "Of course. Genius didn't come without a price." Richards' rapid succession of breakthroughs over the past 2 years had been paid for with his sleep. But even so, what he had accomplished was nothing short of terrifying. Many could work endlessly and still never achieve such results. Adam sighed. "I have a new project you'll be interested in, zero-resistance material. But first, you're going to get some rest." Zero-resistance material. Richard's exhaustion vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer excitement. "Where is it?" He had already ignored the second part of the sentence.